love Israel? Israel number one. No politics here. Why you no love Israel? Oh, you hate it? I'm Israel high. 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 You have forgotten to say I'm Israel high? Do you love Israel? You must love Hamas. You are Hamas. I'm Israel high. 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 Oh, Israel not number one for you. Oh, anti-Semitism. Israel, small nation. Israel, tiny nation surrounded by scary Muslims. Ah, you are anti-Semitism. You are Hamas. You are Hamas. No politics here. Say Israel number one. Tweet Israel number one. No politics here. 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 Say you condemn Hamas. Say I'm Israel high. Say you condemn October 7th. You are Hamas. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. No politics here. What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is the Hassan broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one, because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is a summer ass first day of July ass 70 degrees and sunny ass day here in California, Los Angeles, folks. It's Tuesday, Newsday Tuesday. Boys, girls, and MBs, it's Newsday fucking Tuesday. I'm Hassan Piker. This is the Hassan Hour broadcast. It's hetero month. Gay month is over. It kind of came and went. I will admit, I'll cop to it. I didn't do too much gay stuff this time around. This year, there was, a lot of things happening in the world. Unfortunately, I didn't even do a pride thing. I should have went last week to New York. This is like 2 weeks in a row where I'm like, I should have gone to New York, and it was an L that I didn't. But next week, I'm going to New York for real this time. So anyway, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm gonna do. And there's a lot going on. There's a lot going on in the world of Hassan Hassan Piker. Actually, that's a lie. There's not a lot going on in my world. I'm wearing another piece of merch. For those of you who are wondering, it's coming out soon. Another sick ass shirt, another protest shirt. Biceps looking small lately, Unc. I hope I'm getting smaller. I'm trying to, but in any case, folks, boys, girls, MBs, we are live. We are alive, and there's a lot happening in the world. Not a lot happening in my world. End of the broadcast last night. I'm basically going to sleep at I'm going to bed at 9 and going to sleep at 10. I don't know what the hell that means. I don't know what is going on. I don't know what's happening, but I also don't really feel like I sleep well. I don't feel like I'm getting a good night's sleep. I got a little bit of a headache, but that's probably because I played basketball outdoors for 2 hours this morning under the sun. That's most likely where the headache is coming from. Probably not getting enough water as well. Or maybe it's Havana syndrome. Maybe Israel finally got me.
That is just anxiety. No, I don't have anxiety. Probably testosterone or TRT. I feel like TRT or testosterone make me sleep like a baby. You stream 8 hours a day. It's exhausting as fuck. I know. Wasn't that musician just saying deaf to the IDF? I agree. The world is deaf to the actions of the IDF. That's not. I don't think that's what that musician was saying. FYI, the French are going to riot again. France to ban smoking in parks, beaches. This is crazy. What's next? They're going to ban pedophilia. What is happening in the world right now? France used to be a nation of rules and laws and lawlessness in some instances. That's unacceptable. Okay. Anyway, what was I saying? Oh yeah, went to bed super early and then woke up super early. Went back to bed. Woke up at like 5 a.m. to piss. And then went back to bed. Played some basketball this morning. The ankle is recovering pretty nicely, so that's good. That's making me very happy. Absolutely destroyed some people on the court. Just freaking destroyed them. Okay. Thank you for the added toileting information. You already know. I don't like taking melatonin because melatonin makes me dream weird. Can I holler at you, big dog, real quick? No. I don't really fuck with melatonin because it makes me sleep weird. It makes me have like real weird, vivid dreams. But in any case, aside from all of that, ICE just got a budget bigger than 100 countries' GDP, bigger than the budget of the National Institute of Health or the Marines, 50% bigger than the entire federal penitentiary system. Trump just got his private army, $140 billion. I know there's some real terrifying happening with that bill on the ICE front, because as I said before, one of the biggest issues with ICE was like the logistics of it. But we'll get to that in a second. Don't worry. I'm going to talk about the big booty cheeks bill. Hold on. Thank you, Demasius, for the playlist. We're in the age group where sleep apnea diagnoses spike. Okay, guys. Jesus Christ. I should have never said nothing about my sleep situation, because now everybody's going to come up with reasons as to why. All the doctors in the chat, all the MDs in the chat, rise up MDs. Anyway, that's it. Also, I have a 1 terabyte iPhone and I literally ran through the memory. I ran through the fucking space, and I finally, in a 1 terabyte iPhone, because I film so much of my like basketball plays and like I just use my phone so much that I have quite literally ran out of space. And I'm such a weird guy that I can't like delete any of the videos because I don't know. What if I like them? What if it's an impactful video? What if I look back at that video later down the line, years from now? And yeah, 1 terabyte of thirst traps, 1 terabyte of like some of the jankiest, worst basketball gameplay you've ever seen in your life, 1 terabyte of videos straight up talking to the phone, things of that nature, nitpicks and all. I definitely need to delete it. I definitely need to, and I upgraded my iCloud as well. But the problem is I don't know how to fucking put the videos into the iCloud storage.
Thanks
but yeah, we got Bernard. He's mad about this piece of legislation. We'll talk about that in a second. But yeah, that's it. That's all I got. Let's blast off. Let's get it twisted. Look at this Hogapino. Spit out all the talking points in one sentence.
Tell me more about the promises he's kept. What are like your top 3 favorite ones?
Number 1 is close the borders. We have fentanyls that
the cartels has brought in China for Joe Biden allowed those fentanyls that can kill each and every one of us.
I mean, that'd be crazy if we all died.
Yeah.
who
Joe
would buy
Biden
more
has
fentanyl?
allowed the fentanyls, specifically the fentanyls that are from China that can kill each and every one of us. I mean, this is she's still a swagapino, okay? She's still a swagapino.
If we were all dead, right?
Who would
Open
buy-
presents. Thank you for the 100 gift of subs. God damn.
Yeah, right.
Okay, so that's one. Closing the borders. Two more.
Now we are respected in every country again.
Which countries do you think have like really increased in their respect for America?
Israel, I'm a biggest supporter of Israel. And then, of course,
What
we
is-
saw Saudi Arabia.
North Korea is increasing their respect as well.
Yes, yes.
Closing the border, restoring respect. Do you have a third one?
Like peace, I think, peace, especially in the Middle East.
Peace in the Middle East.
While cutting taxes for the wealthy and social safety nets for the working class. Sorry, I was writing my Big Booty Cheeks Bill blast off tweet. Trump wants to arrest Zoran. Elon is fighting Trump again. Great stuff. Dude, this country is so fucking cooked. It is so incredibly cooked. We're so we're so fucking cooked. We're being cooked, but we are extra cooked. They made a TikTok of your joke. What is this? Oh yeah, I saw this. Hold on one second. Let me delete some of the stuff. Big Booty Cheeks Paz. Giving billions to Trump's secret police, ICE. $17 million people are projected. Oh my God. I got so angry that I forgot to put a fucking meme in the blast off tweet. That's how frustrated I am. Okay. We're going to get started obviously on the Big Booty Cheeks bill. I covered it extensively yesterday with David Dane. As you guys know, there was a vote-a-rama that took place yesterday where, legislators were going up and down, figuring out whatever kind of like additional things that they wanted to add into the bill. And they did that, and they officially passed it this morning. Obviously, this is devastating, as I warned yesterday. It is a completely psychotic wealth distribution bill. It is one of the worst bills. It is one of the most fascist bills. It is terrifying, and it's most likely gonna pass in the fucking House of Representatives too at this point. You know what I mean? Like, it's just, it is what it is. America winning. We're winning. Oh, we're winning so hard. I can't wait. Why don't you play basketball with Maya? I am going to put myself on a rocket ship into the sun and launch myself directly into the orbit and never come back again. That's what I'm thinking about when you guys turn around and ask me about fucking playing basketball with Maya while I'm talking about this like insane bill that is going to ruin all of your lives. Okay. 17 million people kicked out of health insurance as a consequence of the underfunding of Medicaid. 17 million Americans. And we don't even know the full extent of the bill yet because they basically were adding stuff. They were writing the bill up until the last moment where they voted on it. So we don't even know the full extent of it yet. But as we parse through, there are obviously a lot of the high level things that we've discussed. Medicaid cuts, work requirements for SNAP and Medicaid in general, but then also simultaneously a shit ton of funding for the American military, but for ICE in particular, that's a really terrifying amount of money. Why do they want to overfund ICE like this? Well, because ICE's major hurdle at this point, in order to do these like concentration camps, in order to operate as the Gestapo secret police force that Trump wants it to be, they don't have enough funding. They don't have enough people to work at ICE. Okay. Rural hospitals are gone. Underserved neighborhoods where the hospitals require Medicaid expenditures, done. Okay. At a time when rural hospitals are already in a place of crisis. Okay. It is over. It is super over. America is done. America is extra done. America was already done. It's super done now. Okay. Oh my Lord. Okay, let's see how the media is covering it though.
An important moment, a really important moment for.
What is their end goal here? What do you mean? Fascism, 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 shock doctrine, fascism. Okay? Privatize everything. Privatize everything. Kill the working poor. Make sure that their lives are fucking horrible. And when they speak out, take away their citizenship. It's not happening yet. And I've been warning about this, but this is the final stage. This is how it has always worked throughout history. Okay? That is where we're at right now. We are doing domestic shock doctrine. We have been doing it since 9/11, but this is kicking it into high gear, basically hitting the last level. Okay? Yeah, Alligator Alcatraz is another like quirky fascist side of this. All right, let's continue.
President Trump's legislative agenda. So much of what he does with the stroke of a pen in hopes that it gets through the courts. This is different. This is really it when it comes to what he wants Congress to do. Actually, just hang on one second. Let's listen into the Senate. Lauren.
Would you have expected us to get here as quickly as we did? Feels nuts. Yes. Trump is greatly accelerating America's fascist demise. But yeah, I mean, it's what, 6 months at this point? We're nearing 6 months. Not even 6 months yet. This is like 5 months and change. And here we are. We bombed Iran. The genocide of the Palestinians are continuing. We are accelerating weapons transfers to Israel. Hassan has been calling this for several years, and every lib has been saying he's been exaggerating. I know. And we're here. Where are the liberals? We got concentration camps with fucking alligators on them. The lie that undocumented migrants are actually a national security issue has basically taken root, so much so that people don't even question it at this point, and that lie needs a solution.
I'm going to go back to you. We see on the screen there 50-50. This is what you suspected. Looking at this at the chair there.
The reason we bombed Iran is to distract people from the Genius Act as they passed while all this was going on. No, dude. No, that's not the reason. Okay? The reason why we bombed Iran is so we take attention away is an insane way to approach this. No, we bombed Iran because Israel wanted us to bomb Iran. Okay, that's why we bombed Iran. It's not a fucking distraction. Everything's a distraction. Bombing Iran is like, depending on how Iran responds, is perhaps more consequential than even this bill in the short term. Okay, that's crazy. I feel like we're going to spend the rest of our lives trying to undo everything in this bill alone. Stuff like Medicare for All is taking a backseat to just defending the minimum we already had. Our imaginations shrink. Yes, because when Republicans come to power, they do everything they can with these kinds of budget reconciliation bills to undermine any kind of amenities that the working poor got in the past like 100 years or so. And they do it successfully every single time they're in power. and then the Democrats don't even claw back any of those gains. Like they don't even restore the normal order once they are in power. This is what is also known as the ratchet effect. This is where we're at.
Yeah, it looks like it is the vice president. So we do expect a tie-breaking vote momentarily.
Is Zoran Diskurs a distraction? No.
Yeah, our team who is in the chamber, Dana, they are giving us some live updates. And I just want to preface this with the fact that until it's gavelled, nothing is final. You can hear the vice president here. What we are learning from inside the chamber is that Senator Rand Paul has voted no.
Where would you go live that's better? And they aren't concentration camps. They're not going to pull people's eyes out or gas them or kill them. They're just holding them until they can go back to their country where they came from. This is okay. I hope you understand something here. You're never going to understand this reality because you probably are completely oblivious to history. This is exactly what the average German nationalist said about the Jews. They were like, listen, these guys represent a national security threat. It's perfectly valid to take away their citizenship, and it's perfectly valid to put them in a concentration camp as we move them away. Okay? As we move them away. We're not going to like, claw their eyes out. I don't know why that's like, we're not going to kill them. This is how the Holocaust literally happened, okay? I'm sick and tired of explaining it. Like, what is the point? What is the point of learning about history if you are just not going to learn about history at all or take away any lessons from it whatsoever or ever use it as a decent analogy to what's going on currently? What the hell is happening here, okay? Dachau was one of the first concentration camps built by Nazi Germany. It's the longest running one, opening on the 22nd of March, 1933. The camp was initially intended to intern Hitler's political opponents, which consisted of communists, social democrats, and other dissidents. It is located on the grounds of an abandoned munitions factory northeast of the medieval town of Dachau. After its opening by Heinrich Himmler, its purpose was enlarged to include forced labor and eventually the imprisonment of Jews, Romani, Germans, and Austrians that the Nazi Party regarded as criminals, and finally, foreign nationals from countries that Germany occupied or invaded. The Dachau camp system grew to include nearly 100 subcamps, which were mostly work camps. Arbeitskommandos were located throughout southern Germany and Austria. Prisoners lived in constant fear of the brutal treatment of terror detention, including standing cells, floggings, the so-called tree or pole hanging, and standing at attention for extremely long periods. There were 32,000 documented deaths at the camp and thousands that are undocumented. Approximately 10,000 to 30,000 prisoners were sick at the time of liberation. In its inception, all of these concentration camps were there to concentrate political dissidents, communists, socialists, and eventually, past the point of the Nuremberg race laws, they were there to concentrate people whose citizenship was being removed, okay? Whose citizenship was being called into question, saying Jews do not have loyalty to Germany. They are a national security threat. Do you understand? And their citizenship was being removed. Do you understand? They became nationless. They became stateless. Dachau served as a prototype and a model for other German concentration camps that followed. Almost every community in Germany had members taken away to these camps. The newspaper continually reported the removal of the enemies of the Reich to the concentration camps. As early as 1935, a jingle went around, Lieber Herrgott, mach mich stumm, das ist nicht nach Dachau komm. Dear Lord God, make me dumb silent that I may not to Dachau come. The camp's layout and building plans were developed by Commandant Theodor Eicke and were applied to all later camps. Okay. The entrance of the gate famously had Arbeit macht frei, work makes one free. Work shall set you free. That was the phrase outside of the concentration camp. Also, the meaning of concentration camps has been lost on people. Concentration camps were more like brutal prison labor camps, while death camps like Auschwitz and Birkenau were places of mass slaughter. People died en masse in the concentration camps, but their sole purpose wasn't to fucking kill people. Yes. The initial extermination measures were presented as an act of mercy to spare the constraint from the inhuman conditions of the camps. When ICE victims in this country die in captivity from heat exhaustion or overwork or starvation, it is the beginning of their manufacturing of consent for mass murder. I have straight up said that this will be what will happen. The Jews who lived in Germany were rounded up because they were Jewish, not because they came to Germany illegally. Brother, the difference between someone who has lived on U.S. soil for 5-10 years without getting the proper authorization, while simultaneously having a work clearance, not having the proper documentation to be a full-blown citizen, is just paperwork. Okay? That's what the government decides is someone who is illegal versus someone who is legal. Okay? Like, for example, your disgusting inbred parents that fucking came here multiple generations ago by ship were afforded a benefit that these newcomers have not been afforded. Okay? So when your dumbass crawled out of your ugly ass mother's pussy on U.S. soil to become an American citizen at the moment of birth, and your mother did the same and your father did the same, okay? Even though they were directly related to one another, brother and sister, I suspect, which is precisely the reason why your brain capacity is the way it is, right? They got this benefit. They got the proper authorization at some point in time. Do you understand? We are not doing that to the newcomers, even though they have a de facto work authorization to work here. God, you're condescending. If you consider this to be condescension, I don't know what to fucking tell you, because I tried to explain this politely and he turned around and gave me this fucking short ass, stupid ass fucking answer. Who decides who is legal and who is illegal? Okay? During chattel slavery, black people could not be free. Okay? Freeing a black person was considered illegal. Slavery, on the other hand, was very much legal. Okay? The government decides who is illegal and legal. Do you understand? So, just like in Nazi Germany, the government decide Jews illegal, okay? No longer citizens of Germany. And the reason why they justified this was because of a period of dehumanization, lies, the economic volatility that Germany was experiencing was directly reoriented back to Jews, okay? Kind of like the economic volatility that Americans are currently experiencing is directly reoriented back to undocumented migrants. You feel me? You know how the Trump administration says unjustifiably that migrants are the reason why there's so much crime, there's so much uncertainty that you can't pay for your rent or whatever? Not to mention these dumb fucks who want birthright to end now. How will babies be given or even determined if they're citizens? Right now it's with a social security number, but who will decide this? The Social Security Department is gutted. I know, it's full-blown chaos. And it's actually really interesting because it's so chaotic that it undermines the American government. It undermines stability. It ruins everything. And I am shocked. I'm constantly in awe of how little these guys seemingly care about keeping things going, where it's just a hope and a dream that I guess is going to keep things going. Also, the Trump administration has obviously talked about denaturalizing American citizens as well. There's also a new list that is coming down the wire as well, that will have a list of all documented American citizens. Thank God we also gave hundreds of millions of dollars to Palantir so that we can do mass surveillance on the list of American citizens, once we decide who is a political dissident and who is not a political dissident, we can also denaturalize those people, at which point we will have moved fully into the post-Nuremberg laws style Nazi Germany governance, and chatters will probably still be yelling at me when I say, this is exactly what happened in Nazi Germany. They'll go, dude, 6 million Jews haven't been slaughtered yet. It's like, yeah. Yet. Okay? The insane amount of money that is going to funding ICE in this bill is going to funding ICE in this bill because the Trump administration, as I have said over and over again, uses Customs and Border Patrol and ICE as his secret loyalist police, secret police service. Okay? They do warrantless search and seizure. They do not abide by constitutional protections. They do not care about the constitutional protections afforded to all citizens and non-citizens alike. Okay? I need people to understand there is a reason why they are funding ICE, because the number one problem with ICE doing mass deportations and setting up concentration camps is money. Okay? They don't have enough money to hire enough people. Okay? Now they have money, and then they will hire people. They will set up new facilities, private prisons, by the way, most likely. Holy shit, your fans are absolutely brain dead. What are you talking about, Lamau? One question, and everyone is experiencing heartbreak. Get a hobby, says Parishu. One of the funniest parts about this is the people that demonstrate blind loyalty to this administration. Why are you demonstrating blind loyalty to this administration at a time when they are literally fucking you, okay? You are not a super wealthy multimillionaire, okay? You're not. You are most likely an average American worker. Öyle mi? That's cute. Oh, he's Turkish. Never mind. Okay, well, you know, your opinion is irrelevant. Enjoy the hyperinflation, dipshit. Okay? Suck my dick. Literally, like, this is, in America, we are Turkifying at an alarming rate, and this fucking Turkish moron is in the chat being like, nah, dude, it's fucking awesome. Are you enjoying what's going on in Turkey?
We know that Senator
Lauren,
Susan
hang on.
Collins.
Let's listen to the Vice
Senate
President
will
one second.
suspend for a prayer by the Senate.
You know his ass is not in Turkey, but in Germany, most likely. That chatter is also correct. There's very little likelihood that that dude is in Turkey because Turks in the chat already know exactly what America's going through because they fucking went through it in Turkey and they're still going through it in Turkey. It's always the dumb fuck German Turks who are like pro Erdogan, okay? Erdogan dick riders who are like, oh, dude, shut up. You're overreacting. I don't know what has happened to the German Turks. Not all German Turks, obviously, but some of the fucking German Turks are such hogs. It is incredibly annoying. Also, yeah, when the AfD kicks into power, you will enjoy that remigration, and then you will also get a taste of that Erdogan regime that you fucking voted for consistently. Ananızı sikecek Almanlar. Gönderecekler sizi AfD. Geldiği zaman gönderecekler seni tekrar Türkiye'ye. O zaman göreceksin o oy verdiğin Erdoğan'ın neler yaptığını. Bir yandan overnight yani. Ondan sonra görürsün. Orada kazandığın, Almanya'da kazandığın euro ile gidip Bodrum'da para alabiliyorsun. Nasıl olsa çok güzel. Exchange rate çok iyi senin için şu anda. Bakalım bir Türk lirasıyla çalışmaya başladığın zaman Türkiye'de nasıl hoşuna gidecek mi gitmeyecek mi Erdoğan? Amcık ağızlılar.
Chaplain.
Oh, never mind. Sorry, Lauren.
That's okay.
The prayer is important. It is part of the daily business of the Senate. But as we monitor that, please continue what you were telling us about the news.
Yeah, we know now that Senator Rand Paul voted no on this piece of legislation. Senator Thom Tillis voted no on this piece of legislation. Senator Susan Collins voted no on this piece of legislation. But our colleague Sarah Ferris, who was in the chamber, said that Senator Lisa Murkowski gave a quiet but affirmative vote for this legislation. Obviously, that is a significant development given the lengths that leadership went to try to win over her support. She had several concerns in this bill, from Medicaid to food stamps cuts in her state, and she was really successful in winning some major things for the state of Alaska, including the fact that a key provision that would have shifted some of the burden of covering the cost of the supplemental nutrition.
How are 5150 votes allowed? Because it's a budget reconciliation. I think all of it should be 5150 for the record. Like, I think that technically it would all be 5150 as a minimum necessary vote if it wasn't for the filibuster. Like, a regular majority would be fine to pass most bills if it wasn't for the filibuster. And the filibuster can be voted on to avoid the filibuster. That's why you need a supermajority. That's why you need more than 50 votes. This was a budget reconciliation, so there is no filibuster regardless. This is passing as a budget reconciliation, which is a basic majority bill.
Assistance program known as food stamps back in her state. She was carved out. Alaska was carved out, as was Hawaii. That just shows you how far leadership was working to try to win up and shore up her vote.
And when you say carved out, just to be clear, it means that the cuts that are coming to most states will not come to the state of Alaska and Hawaii as well.
Exactly. Non-contiguous states in the United States will not be subject to that change. We'll see how that goes over among House conservatives once this gets back over to their chamber, of course.
Like, the only hope and a dream we have is the Tea Party being insane and just being such rugged libertarians that they are just like, I don't care. We're not doing any deficit. Fuck you. I'm not voting for it. Okay? Once again, our hope and a dream is on some of the most psychotic in the country, some of the most psychotic representatives in the country. I am praying to my Lord Jesus Christ, Jesus H. Christ, our Lord and Savior, and also, perhaps more importantly, Hayek, Milton Friedman, Ayn Rand, and the Koch brother that is still alive, and the one that's dead, that the Tea Party pulls through and just nukes this out of orbit once again and causes more instability. That is the only thing I am praying to the Rand Corporation. Please, Donald Trump, save me, okay? I'm telling you, this is the only thing that will maybe potentially stop this from pushing in the House of Representatives is the rabid far-right Tea Party caucus, the Freedom Caucus, as they're known, which is unlikely. I'm still going to pray to all of the gods that they believe, the gods of capitalism, the gods of anarcho-capitalism. Please, please, for the love of Christ and all things holy, whatever the fuck you believe in, okay? Please nuke this. It won't happen. They went along with it last tax bill. I know, but I shouldn't stop dreaming. And you shouldn't either. Think about the deficit, guys. Think about the expenditures. It's so much. It's so much. It doesn't kill the working poor hard enough. Please think about that. Because that's the only thing they care about. They love the tax cuts. They hate that there's any expenditures in it. There's so many expenditures. Please, 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 please. I beg of you. Tea Party Caucus, please save us. Freedom Caucus, please save us. Why would Murkowski go along with this? What do you mean? Like, these guys all cut side deals for their own state so they can like avoid half the shit, half the cuts, half the spending cuts in their own states. So then they go along with it. It's that easy. Also, every Republican at the end of the day will vote for stuff like this. This is the whole purpose. The entire purpose of the Republican Party. People talk about like the ideological disagreements within the right wing, okay? Within the right flank of American politics. But there's one unifying principle, and that is always tax cuts and deregulation, but especially tax cuts. This is a tax cut bill, first and foremost. Sam Cedar was saying they were promised the Freedom Caucus a budget cutting bill in 2026.
Senator Paul said that that your vote was a bailout for Alaska at the expense of the rest of the country.
It's true, by the way. That is literally what happened.
That's what Senator Paul said.
Which is so crazy because, like, Rand Paul's disagreement with this bill is not my disagreement with this bill. Rand Paul's disagreement with this bill is that there's expenditures in it and it increases the deficit. Okay? So that's what he's mad about. And even though he's mad about that, just like the quote unquote Tea Party movement backed Freedom Caucus is supposed to be quote unquote mad about this, because that's what they're mad about. They're mad that like it increases the deficit. I'm a deficit hawk. How dare you? Okay. Rand Paul is correct when he says you cut a side deal where you eliminated some of the cuts from Alaska, and then you fucked over the rest of the country, which is true.
My question was easy. Senator, we've got the...
I didn't say it, ma'am. I'm just asking for your response.
My response is I have an obligation to the people of the state of Alaska, and I live up to that every single day. I fight for my state's interests, and I make sure that Alaskans are understood. I work hard to take care of a state that has more unique situations, more unique people, and it's just different. And so...
Yeah, you wouldn't understand it. It's Alaskan business. See yourself out. Do you think her knees hurt from all the shoe polishing under Trump's table? I mean, this is expected.
When people suggest that federal dollars go to one of our 50 states in a, quote, bailout, I find that offensive. I advocated for my state's interests. I will continue to do that, and I will make no excuses for doing that. Do I like this bill? No, because I tried to take care of Alaska's interests, but
Do I like this bill? No. Will I? Did I inevitably concede? Yes. It's nasty business, man. It is nasty business.
I know that in many parts of the country, there are Americans that are...
I'm going to repeat this one more time, okay? If you are a Trump supporter from a rural area, you will no longer have a hospital, okay? You probably already have a hard time going to whatever hospital that exists in your vicinity, but you're double fucked now because now no more hospitals. If there was no hospitals in a 50-mile region, now there's no hospitals in a 100-mile region. And the ones that remain will unironically be swapped at all times. Okay? It's so cooked. Cutting Medicaid is profoundly stupid. American healthcare already is one of the worst by every metric in comparison to comparable OECD states. American healthcare is unironically worse than much poorer countries that have nationalized systems. And it is going to get even worse now. Because these rural hospitals where Trump supporters live, in the areas that Trump supporters live, rely heavily on Medicaid. That is the only way that people can pay for it. Okay? Medicaid is the only way that people can pay for healthcare, because these are places that are impoverished. Okay? Very poor people live in these places. So when there's no funding vehicle for these hospitals, when that expenditure is cut, they will no longer be, they won't be operating. They will not be able to operate. It's that simple. Why are Republicans killing their supporters? They don't care. They don't care because Republicans serve capital openly. Okay? What do you mean? They directly assassinated a major chunk of their base of support with boomers. The boomer vote has shifted to the Democratic side. If you noticed in the last couple of elections, like, it changed a little bit. And I think the last election, the gains made by boomers wasn't necessarily made on the virtue of like the Democratic Party making a better argument than the Republicans did for the boomers. It's because all the fucking right-wing boomers died. They died. They killed them. But it didn't matter because there's a unlimited amount of stupid people in this country that'll still vote for the fucking Republican Party.
Are not going to be advantaged by this bill. I don't like that. I don't like.
When Mitch McConnell was told about the calls coming in telling him not to cut Medicaid, his response was, they'll get over it. I cannot think. I just like, I can't think of another instance where they're just so transparent about how little they care about the working poor. And a part of the reason why a part of the reason why there is no real momentum behind the Democrats is because the Democrats don't actually convincingly tell a story that they're on the side of the fucking working class. And this is precisely the reason why when the election cycle comes around, the Republican demons get to lie actively to their fucking base of support and even pick up low propensity voters aggressively, because the Democrats are also servile to corporate interests. Sure, Democrats won't pass a package like this. Never, okay? They would never do that. 100%. This is what I mean when I say, of course, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party are different, okay? Especially when it comes to domestic policies, okay? But if the Democrats' alternative vision for America is basically a watered-down version of this, then obviously people are going to go for the full thing. They're going to go for the full-strength soda as opposed to the diet soda. This is why I'm so fucking critical of the Dems, okay? This is why I get so mad about the Democratic Party, because they are not a true opposition party. Because I want them to win so that this doesn't fucking happen.
The fact that we moved through an artificial deadline, an artificial timeline to produce something, to meet a deadline, rather than to actually try to produce the best bill for the country. But when I saw the...
Yeah, 60% of nursing homes' income comes from Medicaid, by the way. They are melting the poor, the working poor, and the old, okay? Once again, they do not care. And this isn't like the dog catches the car moment, because it clearly doesn't matter. It clearly doesn't matter, because if there is no true opposition to this, if there isn't like a united front and a real difference, if there is no one on the other side, if there aren't like 1,000 different Zoran Mamdanis that bloom as a consequence of this devastation, and the Democrats are still operating on the Hakeem Jeffries notion of politics, the Chuck Schumer notion of politics, then Americans are just going to get more and more angry. And in that volatility, as we have seen in the past couple of decades, they become incredibly easy to manipulate. They become more and more angry at like random people. They become scared of their own fucking shadows. Do you not understand? This is what I've been screaming about. This is precisely the reason why simply sitting around and expecting the Americans to come to terms with like this economic devastation is idiotic. It's dangerous. What is Chuck Schumer doing in opposition? News, I just got the name struck off this bill with a move on the floor of the Senate. It's no longer named One Big Beautiful Bill. The bill is big, ugly betrayal of the American people by the Republicans, and the American people will remember
Budget Act of... I raise a point of order against page 1, lines 3 to 5 of the pending amendment, which violates Section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
The point of order is sustained. The text will be stricken.
He's a bad bitch.
I raise a point of order against page 1, lines 3 to 5 of the pending amendment, which violates Section 313B1A of the Congressional Budget Act of 1974.
God damn, he's so sick. He's so fucking sick, dude. That's my goat right there. Yo, he's the man, bro. Y'all don't understand swag when you fucking see it, dude. Swag is hitting you directly in the face right now, and many of you are not recognizing my goat. My fucking goat. That just happened. That's how I'm gonna be. I've realized that my future career prospects lie with being a Democratic Party mouthpiece. So going forward, this is the type of shit you can expect from me. That just happened. Chuck Schumer is showing once again real swag. Everybody say thank you, Chuck Schumer. I'm gonna be a Dem faillennial. Precisely. Instead of screaming about how fucking horrible this bill is as they should be, they're punching left and shitting on Zoran and actively trying to get a Trump puppet reelected or get a cop rapist in office. Actual controlled opposition. These fuckers should be on the air 24/7 telling every single person watching how bad this will be. Explain what just happened with the bill. Chuck Schumer just changed the name of the bill. That's it. It's meaningless. I'm showing that as a way to explain to you that it's stupid. Once again, 50% of individuals over the age of 75 and 2/3 of those over 85 are on Medicaid. 60% of all nursing home residents receive care funded by Medicaid. Long-term nursing home care is funded by Medicaid, okay? These are people who have Medicare, but also in order to get the proper funding for long-term nursing home care, they get Medicaid. What do we do with the old people? Do we just kill them? Do we just melt them? What are they going to do? Also, in incredibly expected news, the Senate Republicans bought Hawley off by including RECA, which he's been trying to get attached to anything for 3 years. While it's true that the RECA will benefit Missourians, the Medicaid cuts will harm them. What's Hawley's plan to reverse them? Who knows? RECA is a generational legislation for Missouri, and I will finally deliver justice for survivors in the St. Louis region. And when this reconciliation bill is signed into law, Missouri will also see new healthcare funding and big tax cuts for working families. I call on the House to quickly pass the legislation and send it to President Trump's desk. Josh Hawley, remember, Mr. Populist, Mr. Right Populism. Remember how much he talked about how we can't do a single dime. We can't have a single dime cut from Medicaid. We can't have any sort of Medicaid cuts. Dog, you are a senator of one of the fucking poorest, one of the poorest states in the goddamn nation. Do you know how much your fucking state relies on these social safety nets for survival? Open presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Everyone fighting for their own state interests while selling out others will accelerate state succession. Ay, ay, ay. How close is the U.S. to becoming a real life Hunger Games? I don't know. I mean, this is once again more impactful than 100 9/11s. Okay, this is the Onion joke about, you know, Osama bin Laden just kicks back, Al Qaeda just kicks back and watches America collapse in and of itself. This is why I've also said, if you want to truly destroy the country, doing a 9/11 is not the most effective measure. Just fund the Republican Party, the number one terrorist entity on the fucking planet. Number two is the Democrats, for sure, okay? But number one is still the Republicans. If you want to destroy this fucking country, just vote for the Republicans. That's it. If you want to destroy the planet, vote for the Republican Party. Number one terrorist of all time, okay? Number one at terrorism. Number one at melting the working class. Number one at fucking doing giant redistribution policies for the tippy top of American society. It's cool, man. We'll get 1,000 new billionaires in the process, you know? That'll be fine. Breaking. Marjorie Taylor Greene just announced on Steve Bannon's show that Trump's big bullshit bill doesn't have enough votes in the House. This is far from over. I can't imagine it passing. Oh, thank God. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Please. I don't believe this, but please be real. Please be real. Please be the truth. Please, Freedom Caucus, save us. Freedom Caucus, save us. For those of you who don't know, Freedom Caucus has saved us in the past. When Barack Obama wanted to do COLA adjustments, cost of living adjustments that would cut Social Security expenditures, okay? When Barack Obama was willing to do that as a bargain that nobody asked for, the people that tanked it were the Freedom Caucus, okay? The people that tanked it in the House of Representatives were the fucking rabid, super far-right Freedom Caucus weirdos, okay? So say thank you, Freedom Caucus. Thank you, Comrade Taylor Greene. They literally are like, it's not killing enough, it's not melting enough of the working poor, so we will not pass, we will not push for this. And I'll take it. What's their angle? They're insane. That's their angle. Their angle is that they are fucking insane. That's it. Like, they're schizophrenic. That's their angle. One Trump call and they fold, watch. I know. But I just want to believe. Bro, you sound like Jank right now. Wait, whoa. At no point did I say these people are they're moral or intellectually honest or anything like that. I'm simply telling you what they have done in the past when they felt like expenditures were too high due to their schizophrenic ideological investment in anarcho-capitalist principles. Okay? That is crazy. I didn't say they're actually fucking, like, you know, rugged Marxists or something. I'm telling you what they've done in the past. I don't think that they're going to do it right now, but, you know, as a joke, I hope that they will. I'm going to keep advocating for them to do so. ICE has more money than the Marines in this bill, but it will allow them to fully wage war on internal enemies, secret police picking up people everywhere, citizen or not. Oh, for sure. That is the major goal. It is a massive funding vehicle for ICE, Trump's Gestapo, Trump's secret police. These guys also love that part of the bill.
We're taking Medicaid away from American citizens and maybe still paying for illegal aliens. Is the House going to rubber stamp this? Is it going to be like a 24-hour turnaround? Ma'am?
I cannot imagine. No, I can't imagine they have the vote. There's no way that Johnson has the votes in the House for this. We're supposed to be back Wednesday morning to start voting at 9 a.m. I think that is not realistic. I just don't see how that's possible. So this is, I think it's far from over. It is really a dire situation. We're on a time clock that's been really set on us, so we have a lot of pressure. And then also given the fact that there's 435 members of Congress, and it's hard for us to get to an agreement on anything. So this whole thing is, I don't know what to call it. It's a show. And I'm sorry for saying that. I know we're not supposed to say that on the air, but that's truly what it is.
We're taking a Medicaid away from
nursing home conglomerates, not a strong enough lobbying force. I can't imagine they'll be happy about losing that income, especially with the boomers starting to get ripe. I don't know.
Okay, and Lauren, I just want to show our viewers as we wait to see the final gavel. As you said, we don't know for sure what happens until the final gavel, although this time I think we have a pretty good sense. I just want to show our viewers the big...
By the way, people are talking about, why are people talking about BBB? It's Big Beautiful Bill. It's not the Better Business Bureau, okay? Damn, BBB passed. One of the biggest overlooked things I haven't seen many people talk about in regards to grad plus loans being taken away and students, pushing students without rich parents into predatory private loans if they can even get them. I'm pushing towards residency, and this admin is really fucking over the country, exacerbating the physician shortage even with this even more. The BBB is the Big Beautiful Bill, is the name that Trump gave it, okay? Yes, I know Trump is going after Mamdani. We're going to talk about that as well. There's so much in this thing, dude.
Picture of what we're talking about here, the substance of this, because the horse trading and the politics are fascinating, but the substance is really ultimately what matters. We're talking about extending the 2017 tax cuts, overhaul eligibility for Medicaid and food stamps, no taxes on tips or overtime. That was a big campaign promise that President Trump was out there talking.
Chat, ICE is getting, with this bill, ICE is getting direct appropriations to the tune of $30 billion with a B, okay? $30 billion. On top of that, with the additional expenditures to all Customs and Border Patrol, okay, whether it be state expenditures, whether it be detention expenditures, or whether it be additional funding for immigration courts and immigration detention centers, the total number goes up to $175 billion. Okay? With the new appropriations for Customs and Border Protection, CBP, immigration courts, detention expansion, and state-level border assistance, the bill and its immigration enforcement budget totals $175.155 billion with a fucking B, okay? With a B. Please understand how psychotic this is. The budget will give, once again, $175 billion to immigration enforcement broadly. Is Israel getting any money from BBB? Come on, dog. Of course, Israel. We have to fucking carve out something for Israel. Come on. Nice piece of steak. This puts CBP, Customs and Border Patrol, and American Immigration Enforcement, okay, at a higher budget than I think virtually every other country's military. This makes it the most expensive law enforcement apparatus on the planet. This makes it like this is more than the GDP of nation states. one must ask the question why this much funding is necessary. Because the real story here, yeah, China is around 250 billion. Okay, calm down. Like, yes, of course. China is also multiple times larger than the United States of America. It would make ICE the 8th largest military by expenditure on Earth, ahead of France. To put that number into context, Bernie's free college costs around $70 to $90 billion a year. Free college tuition. This is genocidal level funding. The reason why they're doing this, you have to understand, the reason why they're doing this is because they are gearing up for ethnic cleansing, okay, internally. That is the point. The major hurdle, as I have said time and time again, for ICE deportations, like mass deportations like the ones that we've seen so far, which at a very limited capacity, even though it's still harrowing, it's still awful, was the major hurdle against that was literally not the lack of ambition, but instead logistics. There isn't enough places to put, enough concentration camps to put the people that are being grabbed and detained. And this will not stay, just like I said, there is no world where they're like grabbing all undocumented migrants that are criminals or whatever, because there aren't that many criminal migrants in this country, right? Because the criminal migrants that do heinous crimes, they get prosecuted and they go to prison. Like the notion that, oh, if you're fucking undocumented and you do a crime, you get away with it. Like, that's bullshit. That's made up. Trump has lied about that over and over and over again. So I told you that they were going to go after regular migrant workers that have the proper authorization to work on U.S. soil right now, and they have been. They've been going after migrants that have been checking in with ICE, that ICE knows exactly where they live. ICE knows exactly where they work. They've been going after as many people as they possibly can because they want to make a show of force. But a big part of the issue here is simply the lack of funding. They don't have enough people to do mass apprehensions all around the country. They do not have enough facilities to place people into after doing mass apprehensions all across the country. And now this bill creates a funding vehicle to do that. Watch this space. It is one of the most important parts of the right-wing reactionary fascist agenda. Everything is funneled through immigration enforcement for them because it is the one area that the executive office has more authority over. So if you use immigration enforcement as the driving vehicle of your internal military, your secret police force, you can get away with a lot more unconstitutional shit while still simultaneously eroding what remains of constitutional protections to begin with. And eventually, they are going to go after political dissidents as well. First, they're going to go after every single undocumented migrant that whose immigration status has been in limbo. Then they'll go after DACA. Then they will start denaturalizing people. First, if you've been naturalized as a citizen in the past 5 years, you're probably first to go, right? Then 10 years. Then eventually they will call into question any American citizen's citizenship status and inevitably move on to natural-born U.S. citizens as well. If this does not stop, that is where it will go. And it won't be because these people are, heinous criminals or whatever, even though that is what the Trump administration will keep saying over and over again. It will be because all of these people will be considered political dissidents, a danger, a threat to American national security. A lot of people look at the aftermath of Nazi Germany's violence and they go, oh, well, you can't compare this to the Holocaust. Like, what are you talking about? Not realizing that the denaturalization process was legal in Nazi Germany, okay? The remigration process. and the removal of people's citizenship was a part of this, and the messaging was exactly the fucking same. Trump's budget just passed the Senate. Brace for a massive increase in ICE raids. The budget gives $175 million to immigration enforcement. The orders of magnitude are going to be multiplied, immigration experts say. Mass immigration enforcers have swept through American cities in the months since President Donald Trump took office, using flashbangs during restaurant sweeps, slamming people's heads into the ground, violently arresting gardeners on video. Oh, did I say million? Sorry, 175 billion with a B. Apologies. 175 billion with a B. Why isn't it working? Okay. 10 charts to explain Trump's big, beautiful bill. This is the distance in each direction from Alligator Alcatraz to a hospital capable of doing anything beyond stitches and a Tylenol. Holy fuck. How is that even possible? Oh, it's like right here, smack dab in the middle. So it's either 155 kilometers or 50 kilometers to Hialeah. This is going to be a death camp. Okay? This is going to be an immigrant detention center that will be remembered as like the American Auschwitz, I think. It's basically tents in the middle of a Florida summer. Benny Johnson is flexing like it's a fucking fantastic thing. I don't think anybody realizes how impressive Alligator Alcatraz is. The state of Florida built this 3,000-bed federal prison in 8 days. The director tells me it could have been done in 72 hours were it not for some regulatory holdups. Now all the state needs is DOJ approval to deputize the National Guard as deportation judges, and this will become the most efficient deportation center in American history. One hurricane and they're all dead. If they don't get eaten by the fucking alligators. Okay? You understand that, right? The president says he's looking into spending federal money in part to put sharks in the San Francisco Bay. What? Oh. It's all aesthetics for these fucking losers. Anyway, let's get back to the CNN reporting.
Then, even Kamala Harris did as well. Phasing out green energy tax credits, money for the Pentagon, border security, detentions, and deportations. A lot of money there. And it also lifts the debt ceiling. Can we just talk a little bit about, as we look at all of the components to this, the no's? Weren't that many no's, considering the concerns that we heard from a lot of Republican senators about a lot of what's in this when it comes to the Medicaid reform or cuts, when it comes to the fact that the CBO says it adds like $3 trillion to the deficit. But at the end of the day, unless somebody changes their vote before it's finally gavelled, it was just, as you said, Rand Paul and Tom Tillis, who went out with a blaze of glory. He was so upset about this. He said, I'm not going to run for re-election.
Yeah, and Dana, I just want to interrupt to say they have gavelled this vote now. It happened very quickly, but I want to just point out, as you were saying, you have these 3 Republicans who voted against this bill, and one of them voting against it for very different reasons, right, than the other 2. Senator Tom Tillis, Senator Susan Collins, they had concerns about those Medicaid cuts. And we should note that in the very end of this bill, the negotiations led to a place where Susan Collins nearly doubled that rural hospital fund that she had been fighting for. Still, it was not enough to win her vote. Meanwhile, Senator Rand Paul voted against this bill because there was too much spending, he argued, and the fact that it increased the country's borrowing limit. That was something he did not want to include in this legislation. And he was very clear with leadership from the jump that that was going to be a red line for him. Obviously, they decided that they didn't need his vote, that they could get votes elsewhere. But that is why those 3 members voted against this legislation. We do expect that Senator Susan Collins will issue a more formal statement explaining her vote anytime. We should also note she is now, of those 3, the only Republican that we know of who is seeking re-election in the state of Maine. That obviously could have been Thom Tillis as well, but he announced on Sunday that he was not going to seek re-election after he faced massive backlash from the president when he voted against advancing this piece of legislation.
Really, really interesting. Lauren, thank you so much for being there. Thank you for making clear that this has officially passed. We did miss that quiet gavel by the vice president, who is the president of the Senate, who made sure that it passed by 1 vote, thanks to his tie-breaking vote. Let us know if you see and hear anything that is noteworthy as we learn what else happened on the floor. And my panel is back. Jeff Zeleny, I interrupted you as we got the news. The big picture here about the Trump agenda.
Look, it's an extraordinary piece of legislation, some 980 pages in the Senate. We should point out this is not done yet. However, it is getting to that point. There is momentum behind this bill now. President Trump obviously wants it. So House conservatives now have a decision to make. Are they going to be the fiscal hawks that they've long talked about, or are they going to swallow hard and vote for this bill? My guess is that by the end of the week, there is a bill. Is it going to be a straight line to that point? No, it is not. But we cannot really underestimate how sweeping this legislation is. It reminds me.
Once again, Trump is going after American citizens next. It's not going to stay with just non-citizens, okay? Here
I'd like to say, a little controversial, but I couldn't care less. We have a lot of bad criminals that came into this country, and they came in stupidly. It was an unforced error. It was an incompetent president that allowed it to happen. It was an auto pen maybe that allowed it to happen, and it did happen. But we also have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time, people that whack people over the head with a baseball bat from behind when they're not looking and kill them, people that knife you when you're walking down the street. They're not new to our country. They're old to our country. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here, too. You want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next.
This is, I need you to understand something, okay? Once this is implemented, it's fucking over, okay? Like, every single step being taken in this direction is not because there is a real need or a necessity for this kind of step being taken. It's for a larger project, okay? And the larger project is identical to what the Nazis did, okay? The larger project is identical to what the Nazis did. Eventually, taking away the citizenship status and making American citizens stateless, okay? Obviously, you start off by claiming you're going after criminals. And a lot of Americans have no interest in thinking about this and assuming that this is like an unreasonable step. They will go along with it. They will say, oh, yeah, well, what? You want rapists to stay in the country? Fuck them. Not realizing that once you can denaturalize American nationals, American citizens, it will not stay with criminals. This is also, obviously ridiculous to do to American criminals to begin with, but it is a logical conclusion to reactionary ideology, because if you think the only solution to crime is more and more severe deterrence measures, more and more severe penalties, then yeah, of course you're going to fucking take away people's citizenship. What do you mean? You should kill them, right? Like, that's the whole point. Brother, you're projecting, bro, is this manipulation? Do you not hear what his words are? You are literally listening, instead of listening to my warnings, You are looking at this unprecedented and unconstitutional move, and you're saying exactly what I'm saying. Well, people will say in defense of this. Why would you ever believe what Trump has said? He said that they were going to target rapist, murderer, drug dealer criminals, and they haven't done that because all of the rapist, drug dealer, murderer criminals have already been fucking targeted in every single administration prior to the Trump administration. They're already in the prison system, dumb fuck, which is why they're going after regular ass people at the job sites. Okay? People that have the proper authorization to be on U.S. soil, but their immigration status is constantly kept in a state of limbo. What happened there? Do you think it's drug dealer, rapist, murderers that are working at the fucking car wash, at the local car wash? Is that what you think is going on? No. So Trump actually lied about that, I guess. And in the process, the administration is going after people who already have legal status to be in the country too. What is your answer to this? There's a literal DOJ memo that says that they are going to denaturalize anchor babies based on anti-Semitism or support for foreign terror groups. It seems a little pointed. Wait, what? President Trump issued Executive Order 14188, additional measures to combat anti-Semitism, which established a policy of the United States to contact... Wait, what? The Department of Justice may institute civil proceedings to revoke a person's United States citizenship if an individual either illegally procured naturalization or procured naturalization by concealment of material fact. No, that's just that's for people who became naturalized U.S. citizens. The benefits of civil denaturalization include the government's ability to revoke the citizenship of individuals who engage in the commission of war crimes, extrajudicial killings, or other serious human rights abuses, to remove naturalized criminals, gang members, or indeed any individuals convicted of crimes who pose an ongoing threat to the United States, and to prevent convicted terrorists from returning to U.S. soil, traveling internationally on a U.S. passport. At a fundamental level, it also supports the overall integrity of the naturalization program by ensuring that those who unlawfully procured citizenship, including those who obtained it through fraud or concealment of material information, do not benefit. They've done this never at this rate. They'll always like try to find some like random bullshit nonsensical reason to be like, oh, you lied and didn't provide all materially important pieces of information in your naturalization process. They've done this in the past as well. I've pointed to them in the past. The Civil Division shall prioritize and maximally pursue denaturalization proceedings in all cases permitted by law and supported by evidence. Cases against individuals who pose a potential danger to national security, including those with nexus to terrorism, espionage, or unlawful export from the United States of sensitive goods, technology, or information. Cases against individuals who engage in torture. What to know about DOJ revoking citizenship of naturalized Americans. Do you ever get sad about how your peers don't feel the urgency you and your community feels about this? I get more sad about the fact that many Americans are fucking sleepwalking sleepwalking as we are moving in the direction of full tilt fascism.
Next job that we'll work on together. But I think getting them out, we forget about them. We had some bad accidents in New York, and they're not accidents. I like to say, little.
Of something as big as the
I'm not a naturalized citizen. I'm a natural-born U.S. citizen.
Care Act that we all covered 15 years ago now, and the political consequences could also be similar. I've spent some time out in the country talking to voters and rural hospital providers and others, and they are really worried still about these Medicaid cuts. And here's just one reason why. It sort of sounds arcane, but someone with Medicaid now who relies on it to take care of a child with disabilities has to now apply, if this passes, twice in a year for eligibility, as opposed to just once. One mother I talked to said she waited on the phone 3 months to get her daughter certified. Not on the phone for that long, but she was on the phone, and it took 3 months to get her certified. So the question is, can these states administer what Congress is about to pass on to them? So the Senate right now is going to basically jam this down the House's throat. We've seen that many times before. But after that, red states and blue states are about to get a huge piece of legislation that they're going to have to deal with. And there are many Republican governors as well who are very concerned about how this will happen.
So let's just stay on the Medicaid portion of this, because when it comes to the policy, but also the politics, as you just described, it's perhaps the most potent part of this very, very, very big bill. Let's listen to what the president himself said when asked about his promise that it's, quote, waste, fraud, and abuse only.
Medicaid is in big trouble with the Democrats.
You promise anyone who loses their health care coverage that is because of...
With the Democrats, you just cooked Medicaid. You literally just cooked Medicaid. You said you were never going to cut Medicaid, and you fucking lied. We all knew that he was lying about this anyway.
Waste, fraud, and abuse.
Only waste, fraud, and abuse, which is what everybody wants.
And Olivia, the Congressional Budget Office, which I know some conservatives dismiss it, but it is the best.
That's crazy. Yeah. Oh, fuck it. Fuck the Congressional Budget Office.
Thing we've got in terms of a real look at the nuts and bolts of what these pieces of legislation will do. That's true for Democratic Congresses and presidents and Republicans. They say that this bill, 11.8 million people will lose health insurance by 2034. And that is because when we say health insurance, those are the people who get their health insurance through Medicaid.
Yep. And this issue has been so politically charged from the beginning.
Numbers larger than that. I think it's 17 million. Did the bill fully pass? Pretty big delay in chat. What are you guys talking about? What F? There's no F on my end. There's no F on most people's end. All right, we're going to test out. We're going to test out the fucking delay. Type this number that I'm holding up right now when you see it. Okay, there's like a 3-second delay. I don't know, just fucking refresh. Okay, it's fine.
Trump and other Republicans can definitely use a wide description of what they consider under the umbrella of waste, fraud, and abuse. But you heard centrists complaining about it. They think, okay, if we do work requirements, if we do a few of these other changes in what they call guardrails, we can argue back home that this will be okay. But there is definitely some concern, and it's growing. You're seeing the Democratic ads that are building and attacking Republicans who even voted to just get out of the House, get it out of the Senate. And this will be what we're seeing playing out in the midterms as one of the biggest issues that Democrats campaign on. We will see if Republicans, some of the centrists, David Valadao and others, vote to back it in the House now that they're seeing what they complain is steeper cuts to it in the Senate version. Speaker Johnson barely got it through by just one vote some weeks ago with Republicans by pulling together the two different factions.
But the pressure is quite different when it's just the bill and then you're in between the bill and what the president wants more than anything legislatively becoming law.
Welcome back to CBS News 24/7. All right, so you were looking live at President Donald Trump right there. It might not appear as such on the map, but he's calling this place in South Florida, the ICE detention facility, Alligator Alcatraz. He is down there.
It's not Alligator Alcatraz. It's Alligator Auschwitz.
To talk about that detention facility amidst quite a bit of controversy, but...
Can you explain why Democrats passed this shit on foreign? Democrats didn't pass it. It passed in the Senate with all Republican support. It initially in the House, did it get any Democrat support in the House? I think like maybe a couple. But this is in the Senate. It did not need Democrat votes to pass in the Senate. It just needed a majority.
But while he addresses the media at this roundtable, he also spoke about current breaking news, and that is the fact that the Senate passed his so-called big, beautiful bill. Here's what he had to say.
I just heard that about the Senate, and the bill just passed, and it tells you there's something for everyone. I mean, it's a great bill. There is something for everyone, and I think it's going to go very nicely in the House. Actually, I think it will be easier in the House than it was in the Senate.
And just to be clear, on the Medicaid cuts, you've promised not to cut Medicaid, said this is all just targeting waste, fraud, and abuse. Are you saying that the estimated 11.8 million people who could lose their health coverage, that is all waste, fraud, and abuse?
No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying it's going to be a very much smaller number than that, and that number will be waste, fraud, and abuse. And if you look, they took a much more liberal stance on the
51-50, 3 Republicans voted no. Vance was the deciding vote. I have such a big headache. I have to grab a fucking pill real quick.
A Medicaid situation than they could have. They had a tough stance and a weak stance. They took not a very strong stance on that to start off, and it's waste, fraud, and abuse, and everybody wants that covered.
What number is that? What analysis are you seeing?
I'm not seeing a number, but I know it's much less than the number you gave, and we really were very, very cognizant of three things. Social Security, we're going to take care of it beautifully. Medicare and Medicaid, and we are going to save it, whereas the Democrats are going to, you won't have it. They will destroy Medicare and Medicaid, and they have to because their numbers don't work. So it's not going to happen. They're the ones that have destroyed Medicare. They have made it so bad already, they're going to make it a lot worse, but now we'll be in charge, so we're going to have no problem with Medicaid or Medicare or Social Security. Thank you. Yeah.
Claire Gall with Wink News in Fort Myers. What is your direction to ICE when it comes to arresting farm workers here illegally, other workers in industries that are pretty critical to Florida's economy?
Yeah. Well, we're very much cognizant of that. And as you know, I won the farmers by 92%, and I'm not going to be abandoning my farmers. We were strong on the borders, but we're also strong for the farmers and for others in the hotel industry, et cetera. You know, we have
in the House vote, all Dems voted against, 2 Republicans voted against, 1 rep voted present, 2 reps didn't vote. Notably, one of those 2 is the guy who fell asleep on the House floor and missed the vote. When he says he's going to help out the farmers, he's also lying once again, because mass deportation means eviscerating a big chunk of the labor in the farms, a big chunk of the labor in the hospitality business, a big chunk of the labor in the restaurant business, a big chunk of the labor in the construction business. When he says he's going to help out farms, he means the farm owners, but even then, those are the people who are pushing back against these kinds of mass deportation policies. A lot of people don't understand that Texas, back in the day, used to have literal gangs that would hunt down marshals that were trying to implement Operation, I won't say the word. In the aftermath of the Becerra program, which Donald Trump actually kept repeating over and over again as a fantastic thing that he is going to implement here in the United States of America once again. Texas ranchers would literally roam the streets with guns to kill marshals. And the reason why they were doing that is because they did not want their farmhands to be deported. Okay? I don't know if it'll get to that level, but I think the same principle exists. Do you just eat all the slop anytime it's served? Yeah, but that's not now. Fuck a farmhand? I know John Oliver did a piece on the bill. We'll cover that as well. This is before it passed.
Similar situations. And Christy and I, and we'll be working with Ron and a lot of the states. We're going to work something where the farmers can be responsible for some of the people that have, and they have people run for 10, 15 years that they know very well. We're going to put them responsible and we're going to issue a form of a card or document, and the farmer's going to be responsible for these people. They're not going to have citizenship, but they'll be working, they'll be paying taxes. We need to get our farmers the people they need. Otherwise, our farmers aren't going to be able to do their land. You know, we're trying.
Oh, so exactly how it works currently, except I guess like legalizing slavery, indentured servitude. Yeah. I guess that's, you know, I mean, that is what's going on currently. The ongoing migrant worker structure that exists in this country is two-tiered. You have one, documented migrant workers that work for very low pay in horrible conditions to begin with, okay? And they work through, they're seasonal workers. They come into the country, they work in the agribusiness, and then they leave, okay? But on top of that, we have already another tier that is even worse than that, which is the undocumented workers that have authorization, are waiting to are waiting for their paperwork to come in, and it never comes in, obviously, or people who are not even waiting for their paperwork to come in. They just came in illegally and have been working in these farms for years and years and years. The reason why they are kept undocumented is exactly, you're not wrong, the Dubai method, basically. It is identical to the way in which the kafala system works in Gulf countries. You know how we talk about, like, in Gulf countries, these governments will take away people's passports and make them work in these horrible conditions? It's basically the same shit. Okay? It's a different version of the kafala system in the United States of America, where we refuse to give proper clearance and authorization, or refuse to give full-blown citizenship, full-blown documentation to a lot of these people, so we can actually use and abuse them, and they can be easily discarded through the legal process. Trump himself is, of course, as a major business owner, utilized this structure as well. And that's precisely what's going on here. He's basically saying, we're going to keep some of these slaves in the farms that are undocumented. We're not going to give them citizenship, God forbid. Couldn't do that.
Tried once before, many, many years ago, where there was a very strong guy, and he got everybody out, and every farm almost in the country, but every farm in California, every farm in Iowa, almost all the farms went bankrupt. They had nobody to work, and we don't want to have that situation. So we're going to work it. We're going to put our farmers and others in charge of the people that they have under them. They know the people, and I think it's going to work out really well. We're going to take care of our farmer, but we're going to get the criminals out, okay?
He's talking about Eisenhower, by the way. He's literally talking about Eisenhower. The very strong guy that he's talking about, he has openly said is tailored off of Eisenhower's Operation Wetback. Okay? That's what this is. And he openly said it on the fucking campaign trail over and over again. Operation W-Back was an immigration law enforcement initiative under President Dwight Eisenhower, created by Joseph Swing, a retired United States Army Lieutenant General and head of the United States Immigration and Nationalization Service. The program was implemented in June 1954 by U.S. Attorney General Herbert Brownell. The short-lived operation used military-style tactics to remove Mexican immigrants, some of them American citizens. It's the name of the fucking program. I know it's a slur, chatters. It's literally the name of the fucking program. The short-lived operation used military-style tactics to remove Mexican immigrants, some of them American citizens, from the United States. Though millions of Mexicans had legally entered the country through joint immigration programs in the first half of the 20th century, with some being naturalized citizens and some once native, Operation Wetback was designed to send them to Mexico. The program became a contentious issue in Mexico-United States relations, even though it originated in a request by the Mexican government to stop the illegal entry of Mexican laborers into the United States. Legal entry of Mexican workers for employment was at the time controlled by the Bracero program, established during World War II. A former version of this existed in World War I as well, a limited version of the Bracero program. By an agreement between the U.S. and Mexican governments, Operation Wetback is primarily a response to a pressure from a broad coalition of farmers and business interests concerned with the effects of illegal immigration from Mexico. Upon implementation, it gave rise to arrests and deportations by U.S. Border Patrol. During World War II, there was need for people to work in the agribusiness. A lot of the young men were busy fighting in World War II. And in an effort to keep the American agribusiness going, they utilized the Bracero program, or they had implemented the Bracero program before as well. And this is the second implementation, 1943 to 1964. During World War II, Mexican and American governments developed an agreement known as the Bracero program, which allowed Mexican laborers to work in the United States under short-term contracts in exchange for stricter border security and the return of illegal Mexican immigrants to Mexico. Instead of providing military support for the U.S. and its military allies, Mexico would provide laborers for the U.S. with the understanding that border security and illegal labor restrictions would be tightened by the United States. The United States agreed based upon a strong need for cheap labor to support its agricultural business. The first implementation of the Bracero program was before 1942. This is the second implementation of the Bracero program, technically. Aviva Chomsky details this in her book that is very instructive. I forget the name of the book right now. Noam Chomsky, one of Noam Chomsky's daughters, Aviva Chomsky, wrote extensively on the process of how laborers have been kept undocumented in an effort for capital owners to develop super profits. Undocumented, How Immigration Became Illegal. It's the name of the book. The program began September 27, 1942, when the first Braceros were admitted into the United States under this agreement with Mexico. The program called for Braceros to be guaranteed wages, housing, food, and exemption from military service. However, even though this was an agreement promised by the United States, conditions were imposed by Mexico that only healthy young men with agricultural experience who could show a permission letter stating they were not needed in Mexico were eligible, and workers who did not fit this requirement were denied paperwork to work in America. The Bracero program would not have a consistent implementation or direction during its 22-year duration. The program itself can be classified into three main phases. The first, between 1942 and 1946, saw heavy input from the Mexican government. The second phase was between 1947 and 54, where the policy shifted from mass legalization of illegal immigrants to mass repatriation of said immigrants. The El Paso incident, see slightly below, would begin discussion of establishing a labor pool versus dealing with the illegal invasion of these immigrants. In certain cases, undocumented workers found by INS agents would be legalized as braceros instead of deported. The final phase lasted from 55 to 64 and thus saw the end of the Bracero program. The paradoxical nature of wanting a source of labor in the form of Mexican immigrants, but the distaste for the immigrants by the population would persist in the United States. Border control leading up to Operation Wetback in 1943, more United States Border Control officers were posted along Mexico's northern border. Pressure from well-connected Mexican land and farm owners frustrated with the Bracero program prompted the Mexican government to call a meeting in Mexico City with four agencies of the United States government: Department of Justice, Department of State, the INS, and Border Patrol. At its peak, the Bracero program allotted around 309,000 contracts to Mexican laborers. What followed was a series of repatriations under the name Operation Wetback. Similar repatriations could be seen during the Great Depression. Okay? Donald Trump kept repeating this over and over again on the campaign trail. During the election cycle, he kept saying, I'm going to do what Eisenhower did. I'm going to do what Eisenhower did. I kept repeating this over and over again. INS, by the way, is the early version of Customs and Border Patrol before the Department of Homeland Security, before 9/11. It was called the INS. Okay? He kept praising Eisenhower's Operation Wetback over and over again without saying the name. Okay? For understandable reasons. Even Trump he wouldn't say the name. Partially because if you were to say the name openly, then people would be able to research it and figure it out for themselves, and how fucking psychotic this was. Okay? That is the reason, not because he's like worried about how racist this looks, just so you know. After all, he's quite literally saying he's going to do this. Obviously, the real racist implementation of this is the fact that he wants to do mass deportations of all people working on U.S. soil. That is the real racism, not like calling it Operation Wetback or not. Okay? Lock the fuck in. You could call it Operation Puppies, and it still would be an immensely brutal policy. The real reason why he didn't say the words is so that people can't fucking Google it and even learn about this part of American history that many of you probably didn't know about prior to joining this broadcast, even though I have mentioned it over and over again and you probably haven't heard it before. Streisand effect is in full operation right now. Wow, the White House and DHS screaming about this app has caused it to rocket up to being the top social networking app on the iOS app. It's called IceBlock. IceBlock, which allows users to alert others to the geographical location of ICE officers, is the top social networking app in the App Store right now after Caroline Leavitt condemned it from the podium yesterday. It's now number 3 on the top charts. It'd be a real shame if everyone were to fucking download IceBlock to report the locations of suspected ICE officers. Love Island USA? Why the fuck is that the number 2? I don't know if it's a honeypot or not. Finding that app in your download history will use to deport you next. Here's the clip.
When I saw what was happening in this country, I wanted to do something to fight back.
Joshua Aaron developed IceBlock. It's a free, crowdsourced app that alerts users when immigration and customs enforcement agents are spotted within a 5-mile radius of their location.
So imagine if you're walking down the street and a notification comes up on your device that says ICE has been spotted 4 blocks ahead. Instead of continuing down that path, you can turn left or turn around and avoid the situation altogether.
I'm looking at LA now. I'm seeing one in East Hollywood, and then as I zoom out, it's showing me a few others.
One of the core principles of the design of this app is 100% anonymity for our user base. But there is no sign-up process. There is no user data collected. There's no user data even captured by our app. The app was designed to inform, not obstruct. It's important to remind people that let's report the sightings, let's get people away from those areas so they can protect themselves and their communities, but let's not obstruct what's happening right now.
I mean, my app store doesn't have it. What gives? I'm sure that they'll fucking take it down. They'll probably, all of these tech fascists are completely in line with the government. They will do their bidding. Yeah,
you know,
Trump is calling for American citizens, American nationals with birthright citizenship to also be deported. I already talked about it. We have a lot of bad people that have been here for a long time. Many of them were born in our country. I think we ought to get them the hell out of here too, if you want to know the truth. So maybe that'll be the next job. A lot of things are in motion, and obviously Trump and Elon are arguing over one another. But let's take a look at the details of this big, beautiful bill real quick. Means political suicide? No, dude, stop. Don't do this. The whole like political suicide is bullshit, okay? It's only political suicide if you extend this process as much as you possibly can and constantly rail against what the Republicans are doing. 48% of Americans as of yesterday did not know what the one big beautiful bill was, and only 8% had heard about the Medicaid cuts. Okay? That is a major crisis for the Democratic Party because of their lack of interest in calling to question this administration doing all of this. As I've talked about with David Day and repeated over and over again, a big part of why Obamacare was received as like unfavorable, despite the fact that everybody loves the provisions in it, is because of how long the process of passing Obamacare took. And while that lengthy back and forth was happening, Republicans went on national television every day and lied, aggressively lied about how Obamacare had death panels in it, that it was going to actually end up killing Republican boomers. They lied every day, and they did so specifically because they did not want one of the main provisions in Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act, to go through, which was to force every healthcare insurance provider in this country to no longer deny healthcare coverage to people with pre-existing conditions. People with pre-existing conditions in this country before the ACA could not get healthcare. It is such an insane reality that many Americans now don't believe it. Republicans don't believe that people with pre-existing conditions would not be able to get health care back in the day before the ACA. You know how fucking insane that is? It is such a ruthless, such a cruel structure that existed in this country that people literally don't believe that it used to be the way of the land. Do you understand? And the Republicans actively petitioned against this. They said it was slavery. You were forcing these insurance providers to take these costly patients, that it was going to collapse the entire insurance industry. They lied about it aggressively on television. And in the process, because it was such a long back and forth, with Democrats giving concessions to the Republicans, even though not a single Republican ever voted for the ACA, when the Democrats did have a supermajority for a, short period of time, but of course did not whip enough votes to pass this, even though they didn't just have a majority, they had a supermajority. Democrats used to have a supermajority, not just a simple majority, a supermajority. And then a Democratic senator died, and Joe Lieberman took his place, and Joe Lieberman was the famous spoiler of the ACA. Yes, all of this extended the process of gridlock. Americans fucking hate gridlock. If you pass bills expeditiously in the middle of the night without actually receiving any sort of feedback on said bills, Americans will get fucked, and they won't realize that they're getting fucked. This did not happen with the ACA. The expeditious process, however, happened with the original Trump tax cuts. They literally rammed that through. They rammed that shit through. That's the reason why so many people did not realize what was happening. And they're doing that once again. They're passing it as quickly as possible so that Americans don't catch up to what is taking place. So I'm not going to respond to this again like I did last time, because remember, last time I responded to this exact same clip, I got banned, saying if the Republicans actually cared about Medicare fraud. Last time I responded to this, I got banned. So I'm going to keep my mouth shut. As we talked about with David Dane yesterday, this was implemented in Arkansas and it fucking failed, okay? It was a disastrous failure. It's just simply additional paperwork to shut people out. Jam them up with paperwork and shut people out from actually getting these necessary life-saving social safety nets. That's all this does. Georgia as well. Yeah. In Georgia, they tried to do this, and all it did was like kick people off their coverage. And these people, they basically created work requirements. And if you couldn't get like a real job, then you could do community service. And it didn't have the names of Medicaid programs in each state. Some people don't see Medicaid in the name and think it's something different. Denali Care, Alabama Care, Arizona Healthcare Cost Containment System, Healthcare, Medi-Cal in California, Health First Colorado, Husky Health, Healthy Families, Diamond State Health Plan, plus statewide Medicaid Managed Care Program, Georgia Medicaid, MedQuest. Each individual state has a different name for it after they took on Medicaid expansion. You are finished. What? Why? I'm stupid. Move on. Okay. It's pretty crazy because, like, as I've described already, American social safety nets are like last resort. Like, without them, people just die. It's pretty wild to consider. But there is no, I mean, this is like limited in comparison to other countries to begin with. It's incredibly limited. And we're taking away the scraps. Who can stop? The purpose of this work requirements are not actually to improve the number, to increase the number of people working. It doesn't work that way. It is simply to cut the program. They just put additional paperwork in front of you, just like there is no real reason to do any sort of ban on third trimester abortions. Okay? Because third trimester abortions are only being done because it's such an invasive procedure. They're only being done with a with a medical necessity. So when Republicans go, oh, we got to start, restricting women's access to abortions because they're having third trimester abortions, is bullshit. No one is having a third trimester abortion for fun. Okay? No one. The only reason why they're doing it is because they want to expand the permission structure, or even all of the voter ID laws. Okay? In this country, we do not have, our elections are immensely secure. We still use paper ballots for the most part. Okay? There has never been a significant number of undocumented migrants like voting. Okay? In this country, we have a problem with people not participating in the elections. It's not we have too many people voting. We have too little people voting. Okay? There is not a single study that shows, the most comprehensive study put together by the Heritage Foundation showed that over the course of numerous election cycles, with a total number of like billions of votes being cast, they found 1,200 cases of voter fraud, which, by the way, weren't all Democrats either. It's like a less than 0.001%. Okay? It's not a real issue. Republicans love to present not a real issue as the biggest issue and then use that as an opportunity, once they're done propagandizing, use that as an opportunity to create solutions. But because there's no real problem, the solution actually is to create additional paperwork or create additional restrictions. It's the same with abortion. It's the same with like trans people participating in athletic endeavors. It's the same with voter fraud. It's the same with immigration constituting a national security threat. None of the things that I just mentioned are real problems in this country. Not a single thing that I mentioned is a real problem. But if you ask Republicans, they think this is the most significant problem. They create a fake issue and create hysteria surrounding this fake issue, and then they advocate for solutions that are an absolute necessity, because when enough of the public gets whipped up in a frenzy over these fake issues that are not real problems at all, they then turn around and implement whatever kind of fascist mechanism of control, whether it be to take away women's bodily autonomy, like with the abortions, or whether it's to find a new vulnerable population to punish for no reason whatsoever, to make it seem like you're actually working in the direction of offering people things that they demanded, like with the 49 trans athletes that are no longer eligible to compete in the NCAA. 49. Insane. Or whether it be the mass deportation policies implemented specifically to advance a white nativist anti-immigrant agenda to make the country more white. That's it. All the while, they push massive deregulation and massive tax cuts. They gut social safety nets. By the way, remember, it's never, the marketing on stuff like this is never actually, melt the poor, right? Like the Republicans will never be honest about their actual intention, right? It always masquerades as something that is more permissible, something that is more positive, right? Georgia pathways to coverage. Who doesn't want additional pathways to coverage? Ironically enough, it is actually shutting off pathways to coverage. Just like the pro-natalist, pro-making women carry pregnancies to term, the anti-women's bodily autonomy movement is not known as that, but it's actually known as what? Pro-life. There is nothing about these Christians that are actually pro-life at all, right? But of course, they don't present themselves as such. They present themselves as pro-life. That's a positive marketing spin associated with the movement. They're not pro-life. They're pro-forced birth. Okay? Which is precisely the reason why I always tell people not to get swept away with these marketing terms. Not only do they effectively market their movement as a positive one by doing stuff like this, but they also will work tirelessly to reframe opposing movements in a negative fashion. Part of the reason why this happens more frequently on the right in a more successful way versus the left is because all of these initiatives are created inside of think tanks. Okay? For the right, it's not like a real aspiring grassroots movement that demands that Georgians get kicked off of their healthcare coverage, their government-funded healthcare coverage. There is no Georgian that is roaming the streets saying, I want less healthcare. I want the working poor to suffer more. That is precisely why this is a marketed, astroturfed initiative. Whereas on the left, on the Democratic Party's base of support, most of the initiatives are grassroots, which is why they don't come up with the most marketable terms for it. Democrats are supposed to lead, or rather follow the whims and the demands of its base of support, which they don't do. This is precisely the reason why when a decentralized movement comes together and creates a sentiment around something like, can we please fund social safety nets, which are the major reason why crime persists in underserved neighborhoods, they call that defund the police. And then instead of adopting that and then explaining to every single person that listens, the Democratic Party, instead of explaining to every single person that listens that defund the police doesn't literally mean like, abolishing the police or whatever. It actually just means that these are incredibly costly, militarized, unaccountable weirdos in every fucking state, in every city, in every locality. That is the most costly part of every single local form of governance, and that there needs to be a restructuring of these funds. Instead of doing that and explaining what that means, Democrats stand in opposition towards that kind of momentum. Same with Black Lives Matter. Initially, Democrats stood against Black Lives Matter as well because they saw it as a spoiler. Because Black Lives Matter started under Barack Obama. It didn't start under Donald Trump. Nowadays, obviously, aside from like the BLM national movement and the organization, not the movement, but the organization itself is fraudulent, but that's unimportant. But when people say, oh, Black Lives Matter, everybody understands what it means. But that didn't stop Republicans from constantly saying, well, Black Lives Matter actually means you want to kill white people. Black Lives Matter actually means you want to kill cops. So there's an example of a decentralized grassroots mobilization that took place around a specific cause with BLM, okay, that organically became a movement that everybody understood, regardless of the right-wing opposition, mostly because of the negative polarization against Donald Trump at the time in the first Trump term, versus a decentralized organic movement, grassroots movement called Defund the Police, that the Democrats stood in opposition against because they thought it was bad for their election chances. That's precisely the reason why Democrats basically scored an own goal here and capitulated to right-wing framing on defund the police instead of actually talking about what this meant, right? Instead of trying to use this real groundswell of momentum that existed in their favor and redirecting this attitude towards more productive ways of changing the funding structure in localities all across the country to help focus more on the fucking potholes and the social safety nets that have to exist but don't exist as a direct consequence of how funding has been slanted in the direction of the militarized police force rather than all of those other things like libraries and after-school programs and whatnot. The Democrats caved to right-wing framing on it and stood in opposition against it, and not a single vote was won as a consequence of that. The only thing they ended up doing in that process was radicalize people against the understandable resentment and frustration that people experienced. Do you understand? Kirsten Gillibrand has also apologized to Mamdani over the jihad comments. We did it. Anyway, let's get... Pretty saying Diddy, yes, I saw. The verdict is in for Diddy's federal criminal trial, story developing. I'm sorry. I don't really care about this that much, man. Yeah, okay. Yeah, he did it, you know? So... This is going on. Hold on. One second. I have to. This bill has now passed in the Senate. It's even worse than the way that women were raped, but you don't care law. There you go. Suck my dick, dumbass. This bill has now passed, and it's even worse than the limited amount of information that John Oliver's team had at the time. We've covered it already. Okay. Hasbara bot? No, that person was complaining because I said, I don't care. Yes, P. Diddy did it. I don't care about this as much. You know, I'll get to it later. Okay? That's why. They wanted me to shift my priority and my focus away from the massively consequential bill that is going to kill tens of thousands of people a year by shutting their access off, by shutting them out of SNAP benefits that are necessary for their survival so they can't get fucking food, and also their health care that is, once again, necessary for their survival. In the midst of all of this that's going on, someone is like, no, you have to immediately talk about the guy who is the most guilty person of all time. And then they tried to cynically weaponize the heinous crimes of P. Diddy to make it seem like I just don't care about these sorts of things. It's the most disgusting way to woke scold, to reshift my attention and priorities over to fucking a billionaire sex offender or a multimillionaire sex offender. The Economist uses 10 charts to explain Trump's big, beautiful bill. The overhaul of taxation and spending would spell trouble for America. The 10-year debt impact is obviously, I don't even care about the deficit impact overall. This is just for the birds. Forecast change in GDP percentage from baseline scenario following the passage of the House original big, beautiful bill. Forecast debt as a percentage of GDP. Interest payments as a percentage of GDP. Changes to household income. Average percentage in change in after-tax and transfer of... Okay, these are some of the... Okay, those are all the less important parts of the bill. Hold on. Yes, I know. I'm going to talk about the alligator Alcatraz shit too. Hold on one second. SNAP losses in federal funding. Federal funding losses for SNAP from the House OBB 2029 forecast percentage. Okay, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program. On the way to the House and Senate bills cut spending. One way the House and Senate bills cut spending is to cut programs that benefit poorer Americans. Food stamps, or to give the program its full title, the Supplemental Nutrition Assistance Program, is one such program. Analysis of the House bill by the Commonwealth Fund, a think tank, that shows that this would particularly affect some states where Mr. Trump won very high shares of the vote, such as Mississippi. On the impact of health insurance, and this is like the redder they are, the higher the federal funding losses are. Okay? On health insurance, estimated people losing health insurance by 2034 under the House Big Beautiful Bill and other existing laws. The biggest change to social policy, though, is in health insurance. Through a mixture of tax changes and cuts to Medicaid, health insurance for the poorer, the number of Americans without health insurance will rise. The Congressional Budget Office estimates that the House bill would increase the number of uninsured Americans by nearly 12 million by 2034. Some estimates put this number at 17 million. Remember, these are some of the poorest people. They need it desperately. They need this Medicaid desperately so they can actually go and get some kind of health care. And that Medicaid actually funds a lot of these rural hospitals that are already in a dire state to begin with. And yet they still vote for it. As I've said over and over again, most people don't know what they're voting for. They vote on partisan lines. They vote on team sports. They vote on culture wars. It is up to smart, charismatic politicians to reframe the conversation around this. Okay? And if our leadership on the counter messaging side, on the opposition party side, the Democratic Party side, is not only not talking about the dangers of things like this, but also simultaneously leaning in to the underlying reasons as to why things like this have to pass through, then they're basically, all they're doing is basically making sure that their audiences, their voters, the Democratic Party voters, are also susceptible to this kind of framing, to this kind of messaging. The example I have used over and over again is on immigration. Democrats have never mentioned immigration as a national security threat in their history, okay? I mean, at least in contemporary Democratic Party messaging. Until October 6th, when Joe Biden came out after 3 years, October 6, 2023, after 3 years of the Republicans dominating the media with narratives such as undocumented migrants are doing rapes and they're doing mass crimes over and over and over again, and they bullied the Democratic Party, and the Democratic Party turned around and said, you know what, you're right. Immigrants do constitute a national security threat. And we are the ones who are going to militarize the border. We are the ones who are going to actually pass through proper funding for ICE and Customs and Border Patrol to deal with the pesky problem of migrant crime. Did that actually secure any votes? No, it didn't. All it did was basically create an environment where even Democratic Party voters themselves also now saw this as an admission that Trump was right. If anything, it probably pushed people to go and vote for the Republican Party. The same principles exist everywhere. Democrats' lack of interest in expanding these social safety nets, or the Democratic Party's interest in claiming that, yes, we are down to cut funding on these initiatives, that there is some bloat, there is some overhead, there is something that we need to... Wait, hold on. Okay, anyway. Health insurance, major fucking cuts coming to health insurance. And like I said, some estimates put this at 17 million people losing access to health insurance in this country. These are some of the most desperate people that need it. Republicans are also using the OBBB to gut the Inflation Reduction Act, Joe Biden's signature climate law. The House bill included measures that critics say will choke off clean energy investment. Announced by the Rhodium Group, a research firm, suggests that under the IRA, America was on course to cut greenhouse gas emissions by 40% from 2005 levels by 2035. A de facto repeal would reduce that by more than 10 percentage points. The changes could hit utility bills too. The Senate version adds taxes on wind and solar projects that fail to comply with the rules that limit the use of materials from certain foreign countries, such as China. One less discussed but consequential provision buried in the tax bill is a tax on remittances. Early drafts proposed a rate as high as 3.5%, but the Senate version pulled the tax rate down to 1% and narrowed the types of transactions that this applies to. Modeling by the Center for Global Development, a think tank found that the impact on El Salvador would be equivalent to just 0.006% of gross national income, down from more than the 1% under the House bill. Still, after deep cuts to foreign aid earlier this year, the big booty cheeks bill will be another squeeze on some of the world's poorer countries. Even if the bill clears the Senate, several House Republicans have said they will oppose the latest version, citing concerns about cost and content. Whatever its eventual shape and ultimate fate, the big booty cheeks bill is a test of the Republican majority's fiscal credentials and of its loyalty to Donald Trump. And as I said, as I already mentioned, it also offers $175 billion to Trump's immigrant enforcement agenda. $175 billion. Larger than some other countries' GDP, okay? Despite last-minute changes, the U.S. Senate deals big blow to renewable energy. Senate bill complicates new wind and solar projects. Bill could lead to higher utility bills and job losses. House urged to improve usability of wind, solar tax credits. But while we're on the process of talking about, while we're talking about the insanity, okay, let's get to Trump's deportation policies. One of the new things that they have unveiled, a new fresh hell that they've unveiled, is this thing that they're calling Alligator Alcatraz. I think it's more so Alligator Auschwitz. It is a migrant facility smack dab in the middle of the Everglades, in the middle of the swamp in Pennsylvania. From what I understand, it's like a fucking airport hangar that was previously owned by some like pedophile that the government has now restructured into a tent city. Did I say Pennsylvania? I meant Florida. I'm sorry. Smack dab in the middle of Florida. I don't know why I said Pennsylvania. This is what's going on.
And we are taking a look at the president now. You see the Homeland Secretary Kristi Noem is with him today, along with the governor of Florida, Ron DeSantis. And as they take this tour through what we're calling, because they do, Alligator Alcatraz, now we're getting to see why they call it that. There is effectively, and I haven't heard anybody else use this wording, maybe they have, but it's like a moat of alligators that encircles this place, as many sides as it has. So, you know, what's interesting about this is it's exactly transparently what the president has been talking about via the governor of Florida. And if we get a microphone that we can listen to, we will try. Let's try here. I think we may be just too far away from the microphone. Now, you know, no one can find that better than the President of the United States that we have in Donald Trump, because he sees where the cameras are. He may jump in front of them and will immediately go.
No one is better than our big, beautiful president in recognizing where a camera is.
Back. Meanwhile, I want to talk with somebody who's really dealt with a lot of this issue of illegal aliens, the worst of the worst, being allowed in under the Biden administration. Congressman Chip Roy of the great state and border state of Texas. Congressman, your thoughts as the president is there looking at this facility where they can house up to 5,000 of the worst of the worst?
Harris, great to be on. And yeah, obviously we've experienced this firsthand in Texas. The difficulty of local law enforcement and states
Congressman,
having
let's
to bear.
listen real quickly to the president. I apologize. Let's watch.
Sure.
So I would say he should call the governor, Christie, and I'm sure you'd give him because his state is a disaster, and he doesn't do this.
Well, they have the original Alcatraz, so you guys could approve him being able to set one of these up over there. I'm sure the secretary would be happy to do that and provide. My sense is he's probably not going to bite on that, but I don't know that they'd be able to come in at cost because they tried to do this high-speed rail. They spent like $150 billion, no tracks. We've got a privately funded rail in Florida from Miami to Orlando. It costs the taxpayer zero, and it's very successful. So it's just a much different approach between states.
We're not going to let him get anywhere near Alcatraz. It'll cost 100 times more than they thought. Now, he ought to come here and study this because he could learn a lot.
Yes? The first person checking into the room, sir. Tomorrow.
Hopefully tomorrow, within the next 24 hours.
They have the doctors, they have all the professionals.
There's going to be a security sweep because there have been civilians here, so they will sweep this multiple times to make sure there's nothing can be used as weapons or any contraband. And then once that's cleared, then they'll do. So it's really up to Secretary. I know has got people in the queue, and so they'll be ready to receive.
I think our viewers at home should know that this is air-conditioned facility. So if any of the news claims are keeping them out in the hot, humid South Florida, that is wrong. It's probably 62 degrees here.
To be honest.
Hey,
Biden wanted me in here, okay? He wanted me. It didn't work out that way, but he wanted me in here.
What's your expectation what this will do for the speed and force of deportations?
A lot of things, and they're both telling me that these people come in here, they want to go home. And they want to go home, so we immediately send them home, where it's appropriate. Now, if somebody's a real killer, we don't send them anywhere. We put them in a maximum security. Look, what we inherited from this guy, this incompetent man, and his administration, which wasn't incompetent, it was radical left, lunatic, communist, whatever you want to say. I know most of them. What we inherited should never, ever be forgotten. What they've made us do. This is all because of an open border policy where 25 million people flowed in. From all over the world, from prisons, from all over the world they flowed in. For no reason whatsoever. We had, when I left, we had a very powerful border. We had no problem. You opened it up day one. You just opened the border. People couldn't believe it.
That's right.
They were standing there. What are they doing? They said, go in. That's it. You look at the first day tapes. They opened it up and they said, go in. And that's where all of this began. But this is an amazing thing that they've done here.
Really but listen, people don't have to come here. If they self-deport and go home, they can come back legally. We will let them come back legally.
And there is a lot of self-deportation.
Yes. But if you wait and we bring you to this facility, you don't ever get to come back to America. You don't get the chance to come back and be an American again and work here. So
they weren't with us when the President and the Secretary Kevin and I we went through the intake. So right when you do the intake, they have the information about voluntary departure. They have the ability. Obviously, you guys are funding that because it's a lot cheaper to do it that way. So even if they get brought to the front doorstep here, they still have an opportunity to just go back voluntarily, and then this way they're not.
Let's say they get in here like, hey, I want to stay here. I want to go back.
We can put them on a plane that day and take them home. We'll buy their plane ticket, go home, and then they get the chance to come back legally. If they wait and say we're not going to do that,
they can come back legally after a period.
Mr. President, you've talked recently about the idea of finding some way to get farm workforce and service sector workforce. And I think you've discussed somehow a program of people leaving on a sponsorship and coming right back. Can you give us a little more detail about that and why, in the view of some hardliners, it's not amnesty?
Take care of our farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now. And Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be large.
My MAGA mom's idea of what the purpose of the big beautiful bill is about. Yes, it won't stay or stick. They are showing the reality to the world of what the deep state wanted and seeing who in Congress is truly against humanity. It's all going to change. This will be short-lived. Oh my God. They're absolutely delusional. If they don't agree with something, they flip it to fit their own personal fantasy narrative and make it so Trump is God in their make-believe reality. Yeah, by the way, he just said owner responsibility. This is slavery. Let me run this back again. Let me run this back again, okay? Owner of a person. What Donald Trump is talking about here is humans, okay? Undocumented migrants.
Farmers and hotel workers and various other people, and we're working on it right now, and Ron's going to be involved, and you're involved already. So we have a lot of cases where ICE will go into a farm, and these are guys working there for 10, 15 years, no problem. The farmers know them. We're going to put it's called farmer responsibility or owner responsibility, where they're going to be largely responsible for these people, and they know these.
Owner responsibility. I know he probably means farm owners, but I think we all know what he actually means, though, what he's signaling here. Because remember, earlier Donald Trump said, earlier in the day, he said he doesn't want to deport undocumented migrants that have been working on these farms for an extended period of time. But he also simultaneously mentioned, we're not going to give them citizenship. No way. This is an admission of the ways in which we have the process of documented and undocumented workers. This is literally an admission of what I've been saying for years and years. Like, the whole purpose of not giving the proper documentation to these workers who have work authorization is so that they can engage in indentured servitude, and they are utterly disposable whenever the farm owners or whenever the poultry facility owners, the bosses, decide that they want to wipe out the entire labor pool, only with the full knowledge that they can just like rehire a bunch of new, fresh, undocumented laborers in their place. This is an admission of how undocumented work exists in this country. Okay? You mean poor Americans and their children? What do you mean? The most famous incident that took place was with Purdue and numerous other poultry facilities where undocumented migrants that were hired deliberately, that were placed inside of trailer parks, near the Purdue chicken facilities, the Purdue poultry facilities, had a lot of issues on the job sites. Like, they had sexual assaults that were rampant, and they had a lot of back pay that they were not getting. When they got together and demanded their back pay and made their concerns be heard, the bosses at the plants called ICE on them and deported them, only to turn back around and rehire undocumented migrants and put them in the same fucking trailer park. We keep these people undocumented deliberately. We know where they are. We have a lot of these people constantly checking in with ICE. We keep them undocumented deliberately. Okay? The difference between an undocumented and a documented worker is documentation. And the government ultimately controls whether or not they even stay documented. An example of this can be seen with the temporary protected status documented workers of Haitian background. When J.D. Vance, the vice president, and Donald Trump were running their campaign, they kept saying these guys were illegal aliens. They were not. They had the proper clearance and the proper paperwork. They had the temporary protected status. They recognize, the Trump administration recognizes this reality, that the difference between someone who is a documented worker and an undocumented one is proper authorization, proper clearance is just paperwork. Paperwork that they can revoke at any point. Paperwork that they are choosing to revoke from a lot of the 500,000 plus Haitian migrants that are in the country right now. That's it. When people say, oh, why don't you come here the right way? What you're talking about is a lot of people who have come here the right way. People who are asylum seekers. People who got the proper clearance and the proper paperwork as temporary protected status recipients. But that can all go away overnight if the Trump administration chooses to take it away. That's it. Farmers are seeking empathy when they should feel rage? No, they're not seeking empathy. They're simply saying the truth, which is that if all of these undocumented migrants were to be forcibly removed, the American economy would come to a crippling halt. Undocumented laborers comprise, in some states, 40+% of the agribusiness. Okay? They are the farmhands picking the crops. Undocumented migrants, undocumented laborers are responsible for the majority of the agribusiness all around the country. I believe to 60% overall. Documented and undocumented migrant workers are responsible for 60% of all of the agribusiness workers. Undocumented and documented non-citizens are responsible for a major chunk of the construction as well, the construction sector as well. Silence, Kulak. This exploitation of labor will stop. Real cute, man. Yeah, that's what Trump is doing, right? Punishing the kulaks, right? No, he's not. He's punishing the workers, you fucking moron. You're so edgy. I dislike the idea with a lot of the left calling this slavery. Banned. Okay. Slavery is so much worse. You're undermining the depravity of chattel slavery. Me. I'm so special. This is the modern version of direct indentured servitude, which is another form of slavery. Okay. Also, leftists have historically considered wage labor to also be wage slavery. Shut your bitch ass up. I am not doing this fucking optics game, okay? Standpoint theory time. Excuse me. I don't like the invocation of the word slavery here. Shut the fuck up. According to the USDA, 40% of all farm workers in the U.S. are undocumented. That labor simply cannot be quickly replaced, if at all, through H-2A visas or the hiring of U.S. citizens. Mass deportations would lead to the closure of many farms and cause food prices to skyrocket. This is the reason why business leaders are begging Trump not to do this. Yes, I saw Kristi Noem ending TPS for 500,000 Haitian migrants in September. I saw that. This is precisely the reason why I said initially the same forces that are working in ICE will inevitably come for black people. They already are coming for black people. Who do you think is going to get targeted by ICE when they're looking for the 500,000 illegal Haitian migrants? This is why the whole like, oh, we're going to sit this one out style weird Fed posting that we saw was idiotic from the jump. Because the entire principle behind the ICE deportations is to make America a more white nation. A New York City federal court just ruled that Secretary Noem's decision to partially vacate Secretary Mayorkas' decision to extend TPS for Haiti was unlawful. This would restore the original expiration date of February 3rd, 2026, and potentially overrule Noem's recent decision to terminate it. Yay, Twitter news, no research. Twitter news. This is Aaron Reichling Melnick. Like when people say Twitter news, I don't think they understand who I'm sourcing this information off of. Do you think this is like Jack Posobiec and Wokeness account or something that I'm getting this information from? Or do you think I'm getting this information from a senior fellow at the American Immigration Council whose entire job is to report on exactly all of the new, this is his job. This is what he does. Are you so stupid that you see Twitter and you think, oh, dude, what an own? I'm joking. Okay, good joke. Twitter is all but a simple vehicle for summarized talking points coming from researchers who pour hours and hours of time into covering all of the latest things that are unfolding on every issue. That's not a fair comparison. There has still been far less militaristic response to protests until more recently, especially when more Latinos went out in the streets. What are you talking about? What? They aren't going to go after blacks that are legal. Dog, the 500,000 Haitian migrants that are currently on temporary protected status are quite literally legal until the point where the government decides unilaterally that they are not legal. And in the process, they absolutely will go after black people that are legal, okay? Blacks, this man says. How do you figure out if someone is a Haitian migrant on TPS versus just a black person that is a natural born U.S. citizen? You can't figure out if this is a black person that is an American citizen versus a Haitian migrant on temporary protected status, which is the proper authorization to exist on U.S. soil and work on U.S. soil. He has the proper documentation to be here. Even if it's revoked later down the line unceremoniously, how do you fucking figure that difference out? You arrest black people en masse, and then you figure out whether or not they're actually Haitian migrants or not. We already saw this with a fuck ton of American citizens who are simply brown getting apprehended and arrested and falsely detained by ICE. Are you fucking stupid? So far, 70 U.S. citizens have been falsely deported. Not only that, but they're also talking about denaturalizing U.S. citizens.
Governor DeSantis has proposed using national...
Any evidence for this, bro? I guess Trump is going to deport Obama now. Where are you getting this info from, bro? Any evidence for this, bro? Google is fucking free, big dog. Type in the words U.S. citizen detained by ICE, or type in the words U.S. citizen falsely deported. Okay? Please. You don't have to have me fucking spoon feed every piece of information because it requires me constantly having to fucking re-explain things that I have explained so far. Okay? ICE may have deported as many as 70 U.S. citizens in the last 5 years. This is from the American Immigration Council. This number is only going to fucking go up way higher. This is from 2015 to 2020, okay? This number is going to go up even higher because this was not even the peak of mass deportations. Every other day, there is a new story. Every other day, there's a new story of an American citizen being falsely fucking detained.
National Guard, deputizing them as immigration judges to get through this massive...
Get your papers right, dude. 70 is so little. 70 people who can't provide ID. One day this will happen to your mother or you, okay? And I hope people don't have that same exact attitude when it happens to you, you fucking moron. You'll think, who cares, man? Who cares? Whatever.
Massive backlog of people in the immigration court. Would you be open to that?
Yes, he has my approval. That wasn't too hard to get, was it, Ron? He didn't even have to ask me, James. See? You didn't even need James to ask me. He has my approval, okay? Good. I also like what he's doing in Okeechobee. He has my approval for that, too. I don't know how we work that out, but we'll work it out.
Yeah, they're going to fucking deputize the National Guard.
That he's losing his EV mandate, and he's very upset about things, but he could lose a lot more than that. I can tell you right now. Hey, Elon can lose a lot more than that. I don't know. I think we'll have to take a look. We might have to put Doge on Elon. You know what Doge is? Doge is the monster that might have to go back and eat Elon. Wouldn't that be terrible?
This morning, the Trump-Elon Musk feud is back on. As lawmakers worked, as we've now been talking about overnight, the president worked to social media, hitting back at Musk. In a late-night post, Trump suggested that Doge should investigate federal money that Musk's companies have received, writing and at one point that Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far. And without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop. Perhaps we should have Doge take a good hard look. Musk earlier had picked back up on his attacks on the president's massive tax and spending bill. Remember, he called it disgusting at one point. Musk even vowed to back primary challengers for any lawmaker who voted for it. Or he also said he could start a new political party if the bill passes. Hadass Gold tracking this element of this ongoing story and saga. What's going on here this time, Hadass?
Yeah, Kate, this is significant because this is the first and starkest political threat that Elon Musk has made about his political future. We were waiting. There's lots of questions. What will Elon Musk really do going forward in the midterms? Remember, he had said he was going to kind of step away from the political spending. And it should be taken seriously because when Elon Musk gets laser focused, gets obsessed with something, he has the willpower and he has the funds to get it done. Now, he made essentially two really big kind of threats and promises over the last 12 hours or so. The first, as you noted, he said he will back any primary challenger in Congress who has talked about reducing government spending, but then voted for this big, beautiful bill, saying it will be the last thing he will do on earth. Look at this poster that he said will feature the face of any member of Congress who does this. It shows Pinocchio in.
Yeah. Trump implies Doge may look into Elon Musk subsidies. Elon Musk says, I'm literally saying cut it all now. I don't know what the fuck he's going after. I don't know what he's saying.
And saying
yes,
this is what
the CNN audio is busted as always, okay?
People will see as they go to vote. And he's already declared the first candidate that he will be backing up. That will be, of course, Representative Massey. Massey was one of the Republicans, of course, to vote against the House version of this bill last month. And he has been President Trump's #1 target so far for Republican primaries going forward. So that, again, puts him on the opposite end of the spectrum for President Trump once again. And then he did promise this. He said that he will create a new political party called the America Party. Remember, his political action committee is called the American PAC. He says if this insane spending bill passes, the America Party will be formed the next day. Our country needs an alternative to the Democrat-Republican uniparty so that the people actually have a voice. This is a significant change to Musk's plan. Remember, he spent more than $275 million to back President Donald Trump, as well as other Republicans running last year. He had promised something like $100 million to President Trump's outside groups ahead of the 2026 midterms. And just as recently as March, according to FEC filings, his PAC had supported Republican candidates in Florida. I should note also, Tesla investors, they do not want this. We saw President Trump already threatened Elon Musk, saying that he might even put Doge, Elon Musk's own creation, against him. Tesla investors do not want this. They wanted Elon Musk out of politics, focusing on his companies. The Robotaxi taxi just launched. There's a lot of things going on with SpaceX, but it seems as though Elon Musk is not going to give this up. Kate.
Let us stand by and see where this heads now. It's great to see you, Hadass.
As we speak, he continues to post on X. So things are changing by the minute here.
Hadass, thank you so much. Sarah.
All right, from the voter-rama to the fighter-rama. Joining me now are CNN political commentator Bakari Sellers and Maury Gillespie, the former press advisor to Republican House Speaker John Boehner. All right, let me start with you, Maury. This is a question that I think is on a lot of people's minds. You see this fight, right, going back and forth with Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Are Republicans more afraid of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, or their own constituents?
I mean, this is really childish, but it wasn't just a few months ago that Elon Musk said if for any member or...
I mean, it's very clear that they care more about Donald Trump, like above all, because Donald Trump has the capacity to at least whip the constituents. Okay. But not only that, but also Republicans have never cared about their constituents. What are we talking about? They know that their constituents will not realize who is responsible for the pain. Because they can always turn around and blame like random groups like undocumented migrants or trans people or the Democrats or something, okay? And when you have an ineffective, servile, inept Democratic opposition party, there is no space for them to actually push back on this messaging. Look no further than the fact that many states refused Medicaid expansion, free money from the federal government at the behest of their private healthcare, at the behest of private healthcare that did not want to abide by the expansion of Medicare coverage and offering poor people extra healthcare, offering poor people any healthcare at all. There were numerous states where Republican voters had to literally simultaneously vote back into office the very same congresspersons, the very same representatives that refused to entertain Medicaid expansion, and the governors that refused to entertain Medicaid expansion because it was associated with fucking Barack Obama, okay? While simultaneously in the same exact ballots, vote for a ballot measure that actually demanded Medicaid expansion. In so many red states, one by one, people were able to get Medicaid expansion on their own ballots.
Or senator who stands in the way of Trump's agenda will be primaried. Mm-hmm. So now it's if anyone who stands in the way of this Trump's agenda, if they don't stand in the way of it, they're going to be primaried. I mean, he may change his mind in a month. So it's really hard to say. I don't think Elon Musk is their threat. However, if Donald Trump's not going to show up for them in their primaries, in their reelection bids in 2026, then it's their constituents they should be most afraid of, because that's what said. Trump is a lame duck president. He has not been really keen to go out. What is he going to do? Go out for every single House race that's at jeopardy here? It's a lot. It's a lot. So I think it's their constituents they should be most afraid of here.
Bakari, what does this say about the money in politics and these two men going back and forth? Or is this about something different?
I think it's about something different. I think that it's very, very petty and very childish. I think that it's kind of like the Real Housewives of the Beltway. I mean, he basically called him a welfare queen and told him to go back to where he came from.
Wow.
But I mean, when you juxtapose that against the fact that, like in my home state of South Carolina, 220,000 people will be kicked off of Medicaid in the Affordable Care Act, or in North Carolina, 600,000 people are going to lose insurance coverage. When you juxtapose it against the people who are going to lose SNAP benefits and health insurance, it looks really, really small. We've always said, Democrats have always said that Donald Trump's a very small man. And you see that. I'm trying to figure out.
I work in policy related to a lot of the things that Medicaid dollars touch, or, as people don't realize, don't touch at all. The states cover because Medicaid frees up spending on things that are unique to state needs. I wish it were a law that you had to get care through Medicaid to be able to drive related policy. People don't realize that, for example, as we covered earlier, 65% of all long-term nursing home care is funded by Medicaid. Okay? Medicaid, not just Medicare. Medicaid actually is what kicks in for long-term care. 65%. It just wipes out a major part. It wipes out a major part of fucking like nursing homes and the funding vehicle for nursing homes in general.
how he has the energy and the wherewithal to tweet throughout the middle of the night at some other man that he just simply doesn't like? Is there not enough going on in the world for him to actually grapple with? And Elon Musk, you know, I believe in radical pragmatism.
It's so funny that this back and forth between these two catty bitches, by the way, Elon Musk and Donald Trump, is not even being had over what I'm talking about. The real impactful cost-cutting initiatives in this fucking bill. Elon Musk is angry because I guess it doesn't cut enough. Or the real reason why he's angry is because it cuts some of his subsidies. But he's presenting it as anger because it doesn't cut enough. It doesn't go hard enough. It blows my mind that is the discourse on the Republican side.
And so I want to destroy this bill just as much as Elon Musk. So the enemy of my enemy is my friend. And I guess I'll take Elon Musk in this battle.
All right, with us now, Lee Carter, strategic communications expert and pollster, and Democratic strategist Julie Rajinski. And let me just start with you, Lee. There's this new round in this fight. Musk is putting himself out there again. What will that feel like for those senators who've been up all night who have to vote on this shortly?
I mean, on the one hand, it's not surprising that Elon Musk is doing this. He's been very consistent about spending. This is very much what he's been talking about the whole time. On the other hand, the question is, it's really just about his ego. And are we getting in the limelight and having a fight? But I think that the Republicans who are making the vote need to not be distracted by this. We're seeing, though, a huge fracture within the Republican Party. 75% of MAGA Republicans support this bill, but 75% of non-MAGA supporters, Republicans, actually oppose the bill. So you've got a huge fracture in the party, and I think Elon Musk is symbolic of what that is.
And just so people know, Trump, on his Truth Social platform, has responded to Musk already. We haven't heard from him out loud, which we may shortly, but among other things, Trump accused Musk of wanting subsidies. He say Elon may get more subsidy than any human being in history by far, and without subsidies, Elon would probably have to close up shop and head back to South Africa. So, Julie, the significance of this new rift, what do you see?
Well, first of all, Trump is not wrong in the sense that Elon Musk has a tremendous amount of taxpayer subsidies from the United States going to his businesses. And the reality is that if Trump takes away those subsidies or threatens them, I think Musk will cave the way he caved the last time when Trump came after him. I mean, this is not a balanced fight because Elon Musk is the client and Donald Trump is the person who's providing him with the money in the form of the presidency. So, look, Musk can tweet all he wants, but the reality is that if Trump actually moves against him and takes away his subsidies or threatens them, I suspect Musk will cave.
The one difference with Elon Musk, whenever we're talking about him, is just the huge amount of money he has. And one of the other things he's threatening is to launch this third party, or is to fund a third party here. You guys have both worked in this business and have for a long time. How real do you think that threat is? What difference would that make?
I don't think it's real because I don't think Elon Musk will be the richest guy in the world or have that money if Trump moves against him. I mean, if Trump actually uses his platform to disqualify Elon Musk and also to take away his subsidies for SpaceX, take away subsidies for EVs.
Thanks very much for joining me.
Let's listen to Bernard. He came out with this yesterday.
Let me be very clear. Trump's so-called big, beautiful bill, now on the floor of the Senate, is one of the most dangerous pieces of legislation ever brought forth in the modern history of our country. It is a gift to the billionaire class while causing massive pain for working families. Actually, I'm wrong. I shouldn't use the word gift because the billionaires paid for it. This bill is an absolute reflection of a corrupt campaign finance system. The billionaires invest hundreds of millions of dollars in candidates and in elections, and in this bill, this piece of legislation, their investment is paying off. So, what are they getting? Well, the top 1% is receiving $975 billion in tax breaks. Further, and this is really quite unbelievable, the wealthiest 0.2% receive a $211 billion estate tax break. $211 billion for the top 0.2%. In that provision, 99.8% of Americans get zero. Further, large corporations in this bill get a $918 billion tax break. That is what the 1% and the wealthy campaign contributors get. So here's what you get, assuming you're not a billionaire. This bill throws over 16 million people.
What is happening? You have no argument against that because it's true. It's the horseshoe theory. You guys are similar to the freaks on the right. Then you are different. What the fuck is this? Chat, you guys are obsessed with Musk. Yeah, but he's achieved that by creating actually good companies. This chat acts as if he's the final James Bond villain. A Musk dick rider? What is happening? How are you simultaneously shitting on Israel, but then also turning around and being like, I'm actually an Elon defender? Elon also eats Israel's dick on a daily basis. Even from that point, you should probably understand that he's a fucking psychopathic billionaire who doesn't give a fuck about anything. How the fuck is anybody defending Elon Musk in 2025? It blows my mind. Are you all right, man? A Musk moderate? Maybe you should get Musk to be a moderate first. How is he a fucking moderate? His position on this bill is that it doesn't cut expenditures enough. Do you understand that? Horseshoe theory, he says. He's smarter than you. Shut up, discourse bot. Take a day off. You're pissing me off today. Musk cucks. I stand with you. Yeah. I'm a moderate. Elon Musk, who is like the modern version of Henry Ford, also just as much as a fucking Nazi as Henry Ford, is actually a good guy because he built companies. He didn't do shit. He just has money, okay? SpaceX is functionally operated by their COO. It doesn't have anything to do, or what is it, the CFO maybe? I don't know. It's a woman. It's a lady that runs SpaceX. He doesn't do anything. He just has money. He put the money on the table. You can't argue like the right and not expect me to say anything about that. What do you mean the right? What right-winger is saying Elon Musk is a fucking Henry Ford style neo-Nazi who has unleashed a torrent of hatred on one of the social media platforms he purchased because he was forced to purchase because he wanted to do a fucking meme initially. But the Delaware Chamber of Commerce forced his ass to literally, or not the Chamber of Commerce, sorry. The Delaware courts actually fucking forced him to follow through on the purchase of Twitter. So then he took it over and then turned it into a neo-Nazi shithole. What did I just say that the right, the Chancery Court, thank you. What did I just say that was in any way, shape, or form comparable to what the right says about Elon Musk? Oh, God, why am I fucking entertaining these losers, brother? Holy shit. Holy fuck. All right, let's just continue.
Offer the health insurance they have by slashing Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act by over $1.1 trillion. So, $1 trillion in tax breaks for the 1%, $1 trillion in cuts in Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. Further, it forces millions of Medicaid recipients to pay a $35 copayment every time they visit a doctor. So what is the impact of all this? What happens when you throw 16 million people off health care, you impose a $35 copayment? Well, what the Yale School of Public Health and the University of Pennsylvania estimate is that if this reconciliation bill is enacted, and it's unbelievable for me to say this, but this is what they are telling us. This is what they have studied. If this bill goes through and all these healthcare cuts take place, over 50,000 Americans will die unnecessarily each and every year. 50,000 Americans. In other words, this bill is a horrific death.
Do you ever respond to actual black people in the chat who have nuanced opinions, or do you just respond to the worst takes in order to say something nasty about us? yes, 26-month subscriber. I'm secretly, or I guess not so secretly anymore, an avowed anti-black white supremacist. You figured it out. Thank you for giving me $5 a month for 26 months and failing to recognize that I was actually, once again, a giant anti-black racist. I.e. saying that we think our version of slavery is special. Chattel slavery is special. It is. It is literally unique in its cruelty. Okay? That other chatter that was fucking complaining was actually trying to say, me. Don't use the fucking slavery as a term when describing slavery. Okay? But you caught on. I'm glad you caught on to my nasty anti-blackness. You did it. Okay? You did it. You did it. You figured it out. Congratulations. I'm glad. Now fuck off, dumbass. You do realize you are behaving like a petulant child when you do this. There are 44,000 people in here, and you want to, once again, make the conversation about yourself. Not about black people in general, but just about yourself. That is the uniquely narcissistic tendency that every fucking social justice warrior has, where they will use emancipatory language, use the appropriate terms, when in fact, it's not about an emancipatory need whatsoever. It's simply about wanting to be heard because you want attention. That's what you want right now. That's exactly what that other person wanted. And you saw that, you got upset, and now you want attention. Okay? That's the only difference here. This is not to like take down a thing that I also agree, which is that chattel slavery is unique in its cruelty. Okay? There's never been a moment where I would not actually openly admit that, openly state that, because it's the truth. But this is not a conversation about chattel slavery versus other forms of slavery. This is a conversation about you cynically using another person's narcissistic desires to be fucking heard while simultaneously using emancipatory language to make it seem like this is actually a real issue and not simply your interest in wanting to be the center of fucking attention. Shut the fuck up. As Republicans are poised to pass legislation stripping healthcare from more than 10 million Americans, all three major cable news networks are covering the Diddy trial. Yeah. Ironically enough, there was another chatter that was being nasty as fuck who I permanently banned. That chatter was saying, why are you not talking about the Diddy trial? You must not care about women being raped. I permabanned that person.
Sentence, a death sentence for low income and working class Americans. Further, if this legislation is enacted, rural hospitals all over the country that are already struggling would be forced to shut down. It would also make massive cuts to community health centers.
Y'all are way too comfortable with your racism. This comment is embarrassing. Get up. All right, everyone. Chill with dogpiling on this chatter. Y'all are way too comfortable with your racism. Okay. I think I need to do more of a purge. People are not getting upset at that other chatter because they're fucking racist. They're getting upset with that other chatter This happens with people who will come in here for every marginalized group, from every different marginalized identity. Sometimes trans chatters will do this as well. Okay? It's not anything different. The primary directive on this is specifically to change the conversation using radlib ass terminology and emancipatory language, specifically to be the center of fucking attention when something else is being considered. It's wrecker behavior. It's wrecker language. Hassan calling someone narcissist the biggest example. Banned because of being called out. Sounds childish. All right. Keep him coming. If you keep concern trolling, I will ban you. Okay? I'll ban you. Keep concern trolling.
And nursing homes. In other words, this legislation is the most significant attack on the healthcare needs of the American people in the modern history of our country. So, our healthcare system is broken, it's dysfunctional, and they make it even worse. And that's not all. This bill wipes out nutrition assistance for millions of hungry kids at a time when we have the highest rate of childhood poverty of nearly any major nation on earth. This bill will also make it much harder for working class kids to receive the higher education they need by cutting education by some $350 billion. At a time when the planet is struggling with climate change, heat waves now all over the world, this bill decimates investment in energy efficiency and sustainable energies like wind and solar. If you are concerned about how the United States keeps getting into never-ending wars, this bill makes a bad situation even worse by handing out another $150 billion to the Pentagon, a 15% increase in an already bloated Pentagon budget. Now, I want to applaud all of the Democrats, every single one of them, who strongly oppose this bill. And I want to congratulate two Republicans, Senators Paul and Senator Tillis, for voting with the Democrats in opposition to proceeding on this bill. But here is something really interesting and quite telling about where the Republican Party is today. When Senator Tillis of North Carolina indicated that he would vote against the bill, he was...
This chat is anti-black as hell, though. I don't think this works in practice. Motherfuckers were defending racial preference. What are you even fucking talking about? It's not something that I've ever actually advocated for, and something that I've criticized over and over again. Yeah, there's a reason why most black chatters have the same complaints. As a black chatter, how do you mean? Last time this shit happened was quite literally because I was looking into random Fed posters being like, this is not our time. We're going to see ourselves out of the ICE raids and the protests against the ICE raids. Y'all brought this against yourselves. Kamala Harris, you didn't vote for her. I'm not participating in these protests. Kind of feels like a stupid time to bring this up, don't you think? Saying that there is like racial insensitivity in this fucking chat, especially considering that we're staring down the barrel of ICE also deporting black people and detaining black people as well in this country. What the fuck is going on right now? Like, are you kidding me? This is so ridiculous. Way to mischaracterize this and get. You wrote this. You brought up a completely separate complaint from, I don't even know when this took place. Okay? What the fuck does this have to do with anything that we're discussing right now? You brought up a fucking grievance that has nothing to do with anything, that I don't even know when it happened, okay? You said all black chatters feel this fucking way as a 30-month subscriber. What is going on right now? What the fuck is going on? What is happening? I was talking about chat. I know, but when was chat describing their fucking racial preferences? You also quite literally are talking about chat talking about their racial dating preferences. Like, when the fuck did we discuss this? Chat is not a fucking literal singular entity. Okay, it's not even a fucking hive mind. What do you mean? Yes, people can come in here from all different walks of life. All they need to do is fucking wait for 1,440 minutes now, okay, to be able to chat. And in most circumstances, all they need to do is wait for 10 minutes to type in the chat. I just feel like you don't recognize how narcissistic you are and how it affects others. If you haven't caught on after all the controversies you've been in, your narcissism is the result in great self-care that keeps you on top. Like the people that hate you always say you look great all the time. What the fuck? What is this even? What? People are angry and they're targeting you because you're the biggest and most convenient target. Sincerely, a black chatter. What is happening currently? What the fuck? Okay, I'm just going to stop reading chat, I think. It's hard to do, but I probably should stop. Actually, because this is going nowhere.
Lambasted on social media by Trump, and he was threatened with a primary. He actually did not do what Trump wanted him to do. Is there anything?
All right.
I know that they're saying that they're not planning to cut Medicaid, right? I reached out concerned that if any changes are made, there will be this trickle-down effect that will impact families like mine.
The front lines of the Medicaid debate are right here in Courtney Leader's kitchen.
What is the face of Medicaid, do you think? And is it different than you think some people may assume?
I mean, we are the face of Medicaid.
The Missouri mother of 5 wrote her Republican Senator Josh Hawley to explain how slashing benefits would be devastating to her 9-year-old daughter, Serena, who lives with brain damage and cerebral palsy.
Our private insurance won't cover the formula. It doesn't cover the feeding tube pump. The hit on our budget, it would be over $1,500 a month, just for the formula, just for the pump rental. And those are things that we have to keep my daughter alive. You know, without that, she's not eating. There's no way to get nutrition into her. So it's really a lifeline for our family for her to have that feeding tube.
Hawley has cited her story, emerging as a rare Republican critic of cuts to Medicaid and rural hospitals, all part of a monumentous tug-of-war over paying for President Trump's agenda.
Oh, there's my beautiful smile.
We came along for the ride, sitting behind Serena's nurse, who's funded by Medicaid, as they drove to weekly therapy sessions, also paid by Medicaid, which more than 1 in 5 Missourians rely on for health coverage.
Being a mom is not political, but this debate is political. How do you navigate the politics of this as you advocate?
I mean, I just keep consistency. I share the same story to people regardless of what side they stand on. We cannot let people like my daughter lose her benefits. And if anybody tells you that, oh, she's covered, she's protected, I would really encourage you to say how. What provisions have you made to make sure that those who meet eligibility requirements are covered?
Good morning. How are ya?
Shelley Jones has an infectious smile as she hands out food to a growing number of people in need, as deep cuts also loom for federal food aid.
Do you expect that it's tough for some people to ask for help and come here?
100%. Yeah. But they make it so nice and easy for you and accessible.
We visited Ozarks Food Harvest, which distributes food across 1/3 of Missouri.
What is the demand like for food?
Unfortunately, Jeff, right now, the demand for food is quite a bit higher than it was even at the height of the COVID crisis. 60% of the folks that use SNAP or food pantries are from working families, and the other 40% are from seniors or children under the age of 18.
Congress is weighing billions in cuts to food assistance programs like SNAP, once known as food stamps. That will increase demand at already crowded food pantries like this.
How important is this food to you?
It is. Republican policy in perpetuity has been this, but this is yet another glaringly obvious moment that it's just, if you're poor, if you're disabled, if you're elderly, but even if you are a productive worker, not to say that that is the only thing that matters, but even if you're a productive worker but you're poor, you fall below the poverty line, it fucking doesn't matter. You are out on your own. You should just die. That is the Republican policy here. Okay? Black, brown, white, doesn't matter. You're out on your own. You are out on your own. Everything else is just an endless sequence of distractions. Distractions born out of an endless need to destabilize and divide the working class. Because they don't want the working class to recognize that this is the reality. That's it.
Well, it really helps us get through the month, and they have a good variety of things. So, and especially the fresh fruits and vegetables, I really like those.
Your husband got hurt in an accident?
Yeah, he fell between 10 and 11 feet, landed on top of his head, but it kind of changed everything. We were in the process of getting all of our ducks in a row, so to speak, for retirement, and then he got hurt really bad, and it just upside down everything. And so food pantries do that, have helped us through the situation.
Another hotly contested piece of the spending bill is deep cuts to rural hospitals. Inside a maternity ward in Clinton, Missouri, Dr. Jennifer Blair worries for her patients.
Missouri has the 4th largest number of maternity care.
Remember, Josh Hawley, the senator from Missouri, presents himself as as a guy who cares about, like, he's one of these MAGA populists, these fake populists that are on the right. Josh Hawley has gotten praise from even the likes of Sean O'Brien, the leader of the Teamsters Union, and many others for saying that he cares about redistributive policies that help everyone in his state. Josh Hawley voted for this. He just voted for this. He sold them out. Will he be punished? I don't know.
Care deserts. We actually are surrounded by several maternity care deserts. That's defined as a county that has no or very limited access to obstetric services for their patients. If we were to lose that access, the birthing center here at Golden Valley, our patients would have to travel more than 60 miles to receive those services.
And 4 out of 5 babies that are delivered in our hospital are covered by Medicaid. And that's not unique to us.
Craig Thompson is CEO of Golden Valley Memorial. He said many rural hospitals in Missouri and across the country are at high risk for closure.
Is your hope for what happens over the next couple weeks in Washington in this debate?
Well, I think the thing that, again, would be beneficial is for better understanding of who Medicaid serves and what the real Medicaid face looks like. Because, again, I think that's been lost somewhere along the way.
Courtney Leader shares that hope too.
Girl, oh my goodness. It's not a luxury. This is not a luxury. I do not have my daughter enrolled on Medicaid so that we can have fancy things. I have my daughter enrolled in Medicaid so that we can keep her alive.
What do you worry the most about what could come out of this bill being debated in this new budget? Is it the
I worry about
cutting finances or more red tape, or what do you worry about the most?
I'm worried that the red tape is going to affect our Medicaid because of just the oversight burdens, and that as a result, I'm going to lose my daughter.
Jeff Zeleny, CNN, Springfield, Missouri.
President Trump, meanwhile, is heading to Florida today to inspect the site of a controversial new migrant detention center, popularly dubbed Alligator Alcatraz. It's being built to hold undocumented immigrants in the heat and the humidity and the swamp of the Everglades. Manuel Bojorquez is at that site.
It's not Alligator Alcatraz. It's Alligator Auschwitz, okay? That's what it is. It's a fucking concentration camp for workers that are being picked up at job sites for no crime other than the real crime that the government has enacted upon them, which is to refuse to give them the proper clearance and the proper authorization, the proper documentation to actually work as a documented worker in this country. That's the real crime here. They've done nothing. They've done nothing wrong. And it's only selfish people that say, oh, well, why don't they come in through the proper way? Open Presence, thank you for the 100 gifted subs. Why don't they come in through the right way? There is no ability to come in through the right way in this country, okay? None whatsoever. So when these guys are saying, why don't they come in through the right way? They're talking about a way that doesn't exist. And it's purposefully that way so that there are undocumented migrants that will work for pennies on the fucking dollar with a with no legal protections whatsoever, so they can be discarded like this, so they can be simply used as like pawns in a political game like they are right now. I came in the right way. Why are you lying? I came in the right way. Nice, man. I'm glad that you have rich ass parents and you lucked out in the fucking green card lottery. Something that, I mean, I came in the right way too. If you think about it, you know, I have birthright citizenship. Even though I grew up in Turkey for 18 years, the first 18 years of my life, I have birthright citizenship. I was born here, okay? And even then, my whole family is Turkish. They live in Turkey. And the process of coming here was still somewhat difficult. And I am immensely fortunate. But unlike you, I don't fucking discount. I don't discount how difficult it is and how arduous of a process it is for people who don't have that same capacity. Okay? I studied and applied myself. Okay, so you lucked out immensely. Yeah, you got incredibly lucky. Once again, I'm even luckier than you are. And yet, I don't immediately fucking cast aside the millions of people that don't have the same fortune, that went through an incredibly arduous and difficult process, far more than yours and mine. And the only thing that basically makes them non-human in the eyes of the law is a piece of paper that they could just as easily give people. Yeah, look, it's 5 years of studying and applying for jobs that allow me to be in the position to come in. Yes, you are infinitely luckier than the dude from Guatemala who fucking trekked thousands of miles, sometimes on foot, to come here to work at a fucking farm where he's picking crops for pennies on the fucking dollar. Yes, you are infinitely luckier than that person, just like I am a lot luckier than you for being an anchor baby, a birthright citizen. Okay? Do you understand? I'm luckier than you, and you're far luckier than that person. We're both immensely fortunate. The difference between you and I, however, is that I'm not discounting that person or immediately assuming that they have criminal intent. That's the difference between you and I. Perhaps you should develop some empathy for those who are less fortunate than you. Oh my God, I just turned on the chat and instantly, instantly, there's a bunch of dickheads in the chat. Holy fuck.
It has already drawn protesters, as I understand it. Manny, good morning.
Good morning, Tony. We are more than an hour outside of Miami, and behind me is the entrance to the single runway airplane facility that is being turned into a migrant detention center. There is nothing around us for miles except for wetlands and alligators. Heavy-duty tents and trailers now dot the remote facility that had been mostly used for pilot training. Designated now to become the nation's newest migrant detention center, officials say could house up to 5,000 detainees. The isolated outdoor facility dubbed Alligator Alcatraz is surrounded by dangerous wildlife, oppressive heat, and raises alarms with immigration advocates over due process concerns. And there's another issue. Protesters say the facility will pollute the Everglades.
I feel that this landscape helped my people survive. So I have that responsibility to stand up.
For Betty Osceola, it's personal. She's a member of the Miccosukee tribe, which lives in and around the Big Cypress National Preserve, where the airstrip lies.
This is a place that you shouldn't joke about. You should care about it. You should try to protect it.
Florida Governor Ron DeSantis fast-tracked approvals to get the facility going in a matter of days.
What'll happen is you bring people in there. They ain't going anywhere once they're there unless you want them to go somewhere, because good luck getting to civilization. So the security is amazing. But
the legal fight isn't over. A lawsuit alleges the government skipped the environmental review process. Attorney Tanya Galoni is with Earth Justice.
Can this lawsuit accomplish what you'd like it to if it's already in operation?
Yes. First of all, we've asked the judge to stop construction before people get transferred to the site. So the construction has happened very quickly, as everybody knows, in a matter of days, but it can also be stopped.
The Trump administration says the site is necessary in order to help it achieve its goal of carrying out mass deportations. The cost here, $450 million. Vlad?
All right, Manny, thank you very much for that.
No les abras!
¿Por qué le pegas?
What you're doing is kidnapping.
Behind the flurry of news from this White House, something's been happening.
Hey, he's bleeding, dog, he's bleeding.
In plain sight across America.
Since Donald Trump became president again, people suspected of being in America illegally are being rounded up and detained. Previous presidents did the same. The difference now is the methods and no judicial process.
This is Ladera Heights, Los Angeles, 11 a.m. on Monday, June the 23rd.
Don't answer any questions. You don't have to say anything. No.
26-year-old Selena Ramirez holding a tree.
What you're doing is kidnapping.
To prevent herself being taken by masked men. They were later confirmed to be working for ICE,
Are you kidding me?
the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement Agency.
Who are you? Who are you?
She came to America illegally 2 years ago in search of a better life. She's married with a 4-year-old son.
Seriously, 8 of you?
The ICE agents reportedly showed no warrant and they did not identify themselves. She was taken away. Lawyers have been trying to track her location, but say they've not been able to find out where she was taken.
They're kidnapping her.
It's believed she was what's known as undocumented. If that's the case, and we don't know for sure because the authorities won't reveal any details, then that means she had no visa or asylum claim lodged. But under US law, she should still be given the right to a lawyer and a fair hearing.
Yo, look at this, look at this.
La Puente, California, Thursday the 26th of June. This man, whose identity is not known, was removed from his car, pulled to the ground and detained. Eyewitnesses say he did not resist the agents.
The arrests are generating significant protests. Locals are filming the incidents, and in some cases, they are being arrested too.
This is outside a branch of Home Depot in Hollywood, Los Angeles.
Hey, no les abras!
Thursday, June the 19th. Job Garcia was filming the arrest of another man, shouting and swearing at the agents, and then this.
You want to go to jail? Fine. You got it.
¿Por qué le pegas?
And this is Santa Ana, again in California, Saturday the 21st of June. 48-year-old Narciso Barranco tackled and beaten by masked agents. Also undocumented, he was gardening, and the agents said he tried to use a strimmer to defend himself.
Yeah. Father of 3 U.S. Marines, just a gardener. And this is, once again, the initial reason for why this had to happen was the idea that these guys are all presenting a national security threat. Where is the national security threat? The real national security threat is fucking faceless, masked, secret police that don't even have the fucking proper clearance, the proper authorization, the proper paperwork, doing unlawful detainments on U.S. soil without even fucking explaining who they are, without showing any proof of who they are, at a time when other opportunists are also using this environment of chaos to literally like try to fucking rape people. Like there are cases also of others getting arrested right now and being prosecuted right now for falsely claiming that they're ICE agents to try and like rape unsuspecting random people. How much longer can this continue?
His son,
Fuck off. You don't get to complain about this when you went on for months about how the Kamala administration is no different than Trump. All you care about is Palestine. It's really interesting to say this to a guy who has never strayed away from his defense of undocumented migrants and migrants across the board. And one of the main things I actually criticized Kamala Harris over was her inability to address the falsehoods being presented by the Trump administration. And she actually played a formative role in justifying liberals thinking that immigrants do constitute a national security threat. But good luck. Maybe you'll feel a little bit more comfortable sitting this one out, okay? Do you feel like this gives you moral permission? Because Kamala Harris and the Biden administration didn't do anything about this, and they basically set up the grounds for this to take place. They also turned around and stated falsely that undocumented migrants were actually responsible for crimes in this country, that they were a national security threat, that they were going to be more militant than the Republicans are. What did that do? It cost them the election. That's what it did. Where's Kamala Harris now? She's not dead. She's alive. Why is she not saying anything about it? Why are you coming into the community of a person who does care about this and who has always cared about this, regardless of party affiliation? If you think Palestine is the only thing I fucking care about, which is so cynical and such a ridiculous fucking statement to make, especially considering that, one, I talked about every single issue that the Kamala Harris campaign was off base on, and simultaneously, including immigration, okay, and simultaneously, the idea that, like, Hassan, you're being brigaded by a certain Radlib community to frame you for a racist radical. Don't fall for this. Just ban them. Is that what's going on? Is this like the new meta? Is that why we've seen like an uptick of weirdos in the chat? What is this? Anti-roach exposer? What? Is that what's happening? No, there's like 30-month subscribers in here. I think that they're just getting tuned up by these cynical people. It's kind of interesting. Radlib's being like, Hassan, you are responsible for Kamala Harris losing. In the big 2025.
US Marine said his father had no criminal record. By no means all the arrests have been confrontational, but on construction sites, in private businesses, in homes, on the streets, and on farmland, those suspected of being here illegally are being rounded up.
The agents are carrying out spot checks as well.
This is Savannah, Georgia, just after 7 a.m. on Friday, June the 6th. ICE agents and local police pull over a van they suspect is carrying undocumented people. They are detained, among them a young mother. She was held for a while, then released when her visa was confirmed. She's now home with her 2 children, but her husband, well, he was detained and has not been seen since. Tom Homan is President Trump's border czar, doubling down.
If you're in the country legally, you should be concerned. It's not okay to be in the country illegally. If you're a national security threat, you should be working. We're looking for you.
The Trump administration claims that their priority is violent criminals, but the truth across America looks very different.
185,042 people have been arrested and taken.
I mean, that's what Kamala Harris's priority was too. Remember, Tom Homan, by the way, Barack Obama's own hellspawn. Barack Obama awarded him with a medal, if you remember. Many of you don't know this, but... So the question is, where were you when I kept repeating over and over again that Kamala Harris constantly framing the immigration conversation around the apprehension and deportation of transnational criminal migrant gangs was actually simply leaning into the false notion that undocumented migrants are responsible for a massive amount of fucking crimes in this country. Instead of tackling this racist misnomer head on and stating something that Democrats have always stated, which is that this is a nation of immigrants and undocumented immigrants are our friends and our neighbors, and the proper thing to do here is to offer them a pathway to conditional amnesty. Instead of saying that, why did they lean into the racist nonsense? How did this become a 60-40 issue? And why are people who are of a dying breed of fake ass, like, I'm still riding with Kamala supporters in here instead of in her ear, demanding that this leader, this former leader of the Democratic Party, actually do something about it? Lead a fucking protest. I ain't seen Kamala Harris out at the fucking protests.
Into ICE facilities since October last year. This includes the last few months of the Biden administration. According to ICE's own data, almost half of those detained have never been convicted nor charged with any crime. And of those who do have criminal records, most are for immigration and traffic offences.
But according to NBC News data analysis, 752 of those arrested are known to have been convicted of murder abroad before coming to America. That, though, represents just 6% of the total number of people detained.
A wave of disappointment. One of President Donald Trump's most loyal voting blocs, Cuban and Venezuelan immigrants. Now speaking out in Miami, a Republican stronghold, as the recent wave of deportations hits home and the Trump administration moved to end temporary legal status, or TPS, for more than 500,000 people who arrived during the Biden administration. Elena Conde says she came here from Cuba on humanitarian parole in 2023. Her husband, Ariel Lara, crossed the border with Mexico twice, once in 2019 when he was detained and deported, and then again in 2022. 6 weeks ago, he was taken into custody at his residency hearing.
So he was given an appointment to go to ICE. You told him before he left for that appointment, You don't have anything to worry about.
Tú no has hecho nada ilegal.
You haven't done anything.
Instead, he was transferred to Texas, where we spoke to him from his detention center.
Ariel.
Once again, people who are literally doing the proper thing. A lot of people don't understand the legal gray area that these people are in, okay? For millions of non-citizens currently living and operating and working on U.S. soil, what they do is periodically check in with ICE to say, I'm here, this is my place of residence, this is my business, this is where I work. They are going through the only existing legal avenue that is available to them. And ICE is using that as an opportunity for people who are still under the naivete that this fucking administration is going to offer them their humanity. The people that are still under the notion that, like, oh, I'll just check in with ICE. I'm not doing anything wrong. This is what I've done in the past, and this is what I'll continue fucking doing. Those people are getting apprehended at the point of their check-ins. What's your stance on right-wing reactionary Cubans and Venezuelans getting targeted now? Do you feel some schadenfreude, or will you advocate for them regardless? Of course I will advocate for them regardless. I don't give a fuck. I don't care that some in these communities that are documented voted for Donald Trump. Of course I'm going to continue advocating for their best interests. Because I don't give a fuck about party loyalty. That's why I was incredibly mad at a bunch of fucking liberals in the immediate aftermath of the election talking about how they're going to actually call the ICE hotline on their neighbors that they suspect of voting for Donald Trump. What an insanely inhumane thing to do. You are at that point no fucking different than Donald Trump supporters. You're the same. The reason why I hate Donald Trump is not for some indecipherable, maybe like a spiritual reason. The reason why I hate Donald Trump is because he's doing this kind of violence. If you can't recognize that this is incredibly violent behavior in and of itself, that deportations are unimaginably violent as a process, and you actually lean into Trump administration's deportation policies, you're no different than a Trump supporter. You're just a Trump supporter then. It's crazy.
¿Qué piensas sobre lo que está pasando ahora en este país, en este momento con respecto a las deportaciones? How do you feel about everything that's happening right now in this country with the deportations?
No sé cómo.
You don't understand how this could happen. ¿Qué pensaba que iba a pasar cuando ganó Trump? What did you think was going to happen when Trump won?
Él decía que él iba...
You're saying you believed the president when he said he was going to deport criminals.
Now, Elena is left behind with her daughter, 7-month-old son, and Ariel's 70-year-old.
Like, bro, undocumented migrants themselves literally thought, because there was such a fucking endless faucet of misinformation, that even undocumented immigrants thought that there was like this massive amount of crime happening within the undocumented communities, and that Trump was going to literally go after these bad criminals. This is such a consistent fucking take. These shouters are the same smooth-brained libs who were anti-Mamdani, an actual leftist vowing to fight and oppose ICE in New York City, while they did nothing more than wishcast their dreams on Kamala, who advocated to do nothing on this issue. Sit down and shut up if you're a lib. You are nothing more than in the way of progress. Yeah. We will pull you to the right side of history by force if necessary. Just let progress happen. Hassan, please reiterate to these morons also that, so what even if Palestine was the main and only issue? Is a fucking genocide, which Biden and Harris committed. Exactly. Like, that in and of itself is such a disgusting way to look at things. Like what? You only care about your immediate circumstances? Are you any different then? It's literally the same shit. It's the same reactionary tendency of refusing to recognize people who are in horrible conditions that we put them in. It doesn't make any fucking sense. I think there are definitely a lot of people who just simply look at this as like voting for the Democratic ticket is a way to retain moral superiority over the dumb, unwashed MAGA hordes, you know? That's it. It's simply an aesthetic choice, an aesthetic preference that says, like, my team is morally superior to yours. It's also a way to basically say, I don't have to do anything because I did my part. I did my part. I voted for Kamala Harris. Y'all wanted this. Especially coming and saying that to someone like myself, when I wanted the Kamala Harris campaign to heed my warnings. It's so insane. Yeah. It's just a way for people, I think, to feel more comfortable doing nothing. Okay?
Grandmother, who has been a U.S. citizen for years. Together, facing a reality they never imagined.
Toda mi familia votó por Trump.
Your whole family voted for Trump. Lo apoyaba a Trump durante su campaña. Did you support him?
Yo estoy fuera.
You're outside of it. You can't vote. Pero te sientes decepcionada. Do you feel disappointed, deceived, engañada?
Me siento mal porque sé que ellos creían en él.
You feel bad because the rest of them believed in him.
It's a concern Democratic strategists are capitalizing on, with billboards like these calling Republican lawmakers traitors. Still, here in Florida, Trump won almost 70% of the Cuban American vote in 2024, along with 61% of Doral, home to the largest Venezuelan American population in the U.S.
They used us.
Adelis Ferro is the co-founder and executive director of the Venezuelan American Caucus.
How is the Venezuelan community feeling right now, especially in the context of these deportations?
Desperate, terrified. There are people with mental health issues. There are people with panic attacks, anxiety attacks. They'd rather to die than go back to Venezuela, and then
people
have to
are talking about taking their lives.
I have those messages.
Because the situation here
Because of the situation. They'd rather
so
to
bad
take
with
their own
deportation.
lives, yes, than go back to Venezuela.
The ripple effects affecting families and businesses. This Venezuelan business owner, who asked us not to use his name to protect his business and fellow owners, said the political instability has led to a 20% drop in revenue.
Yeah, we'll never figure out what business he owns. Like, come on, man. Good thing you protected this guy's ID.
It's affected your clients as well as the people who work here.
Sí, claro. Entiendo que hay mucha gente que ha invertido, tiene negocio.
A lot of people have already invested in businesses here, and they've stopped because they just don't know what the future brings.
Still, experts say the current turmoil may not hurt the Republican Party
all this stuff done in the first 200 days of the administration. They have a long road ahead before the midterms.
Do you think that Trump will pay a political price?
I'm not sure that Trump or the Republican Party as an institution is going to suffer a great deal unless the Democrats can muster an opposition that is a compelling vision as to how things could be done differently.
Yep. That motherfucker is right. He's right. Exactly what I've been saying. Unless the Democrats show an alternative vision, the Trump administration and the Trump team is not going to suffer significant penalties here. And I don't think they will. I don't think the Democrats will actually do that. They are not offering a compelling counter narrative. And that is at the heart of the fucking problem. That is the problem that persists currently with the fucking Democratic Party broadly. This didn't stop. This was an issue when Biden was president. No justifications were made for Biden's first 100-day agenda falling apart. No push for amnesty. No constant communication of amnesty as a viable alternative. And no defense for migrants and migrant communities in this country. No defense whatsoever. Standing in opposition to migrants and trying to cynically fucking craft a new narrative. One that actually maintains the hysterical vision of Republicans. A hysterical vision born out of pure racism. And look where we're at now. Democrats still broadly don't say shit about these deportations, okay? Very, very rarely do they ever say anything about these fucking deportations. They still think it's like a super popular provision. Some of the few are the ones that come to mind is like Senator Chris Van Hollen, Bernie Sanders. But outside of a select few, Peter Welch is another one from Vermont. Outside of a handful of select Democrats who are actually speaking out, most of the Democratic Party rarely speaks out about these unjustifiable deportation policies at all. One has to assume they like it. I have personally debated Democrats on this, like Ro Khanna, before the fucking election, as a matter of fact. If you remember, at the DNC, for people who say, Hassan, you wanted Trump to win. This is your fucking victory. I hope you enjoy it. Like, bitch, I was at the DNC telling Democratic politicians what to fucking say directly. What more could I have done? What more could I have done? What have you done? You did nothing. You just sat around with a thumb in your ass and then fucking voted on election day for Mamala, and then you shut off everything else. Suck my fucking dick. I've been here. This community has been here. This community is still here. We still take it to the streets. Where the fuck are you is the real question. All you're doing is sitting at home fantasizing about how things would be different if Kamala was the fucking president.
Morgan Radford, NBC News.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the NBC News app or watch live on our YouTube channel.
Tonight, fears for a man detained at an immigration court in Lower Manhattan. His husband says if he gets deported, he could be persecuted back in his home country. Addie Guajardo has the story.
3 weeks after Mamadou tied the knot and just days before Pride.
Do not impede the arrest.
Federal agents took him into custody outside of immigration court in Lower Manhattan.
It was emotional. I was trying to be very strong for him.
Mamadou's husband, Fitz Smith, says they begged the judge to no avail.
He spent probably 10 minutes pleading to the judge, like, these are the consequences of me going back to my country.
Smith asked that we withhold Mamadou's full name out of fear of persecution if he gets deported.
There are numerous reports from that area where LGBT people are persecuted on a regular basis, stoned, they're burnt.
According to the Human Rights Campaign, same-sex marriage is legal in 38 countries, but in Guinea, it's illegal. Smith says Mamadou fled Guinea in 2023 after his family found out he was gay. He sought asylum in the U.S. and was picked up by Border Patrol agents in Lukeville, Arizona. Once released, Mamadou made his way here to New York, where the couple met.
Right, we went to our first Pride.
So a fucking legal, that right there, all I need to know about a legal asylum application. For the record, you have to cross the border to file a legal asylum application. He has enough, clearly enough evidence that under normal circumstances, you would get protection. You would get legal asylum. Asylum is a legal process. Once again, the Trump administration casting all of that aside because guess what? They can. It doesn't matter. What the fuck are you going to do about it is the attitude here. That is the prevailing attitude.
Pride. We went to Queen's Pride. We try to be a part of the community as best as we can.
Smith says he now fears for his husband's life.
The judge dismissed his case. With the dismissal, he fell onto what you call expedited removal.
The Trump administration's ramped up immigration efforts have led to ICE arrest outside of immigration courts. Attorneys say it's vital to seek legal advice and add that virtual hearings are an option in some cases.
Very effective depending on the kind of case you have, but you still need a lawyer that will return phone calls, will read the substance, and build the case.
Mamadou is now at an ICE facility in Texas as Smith works to stop his deportation.
I asked him if he's still praying. He still prays.
We reached out to the Department of Homeland Security for a statement on Mamadou's case. We have yet to hear back. Addie Guajardo, CBS News, New York.
Marine Corps veteran Adrian Clout didn't expect to be caring for his 2 young children all on his own.
How are you guys doing?
My son misses his mom a lot. It's actually gotten worse in the past couple of days.
ICE detains Marine Corps veteran's wife after routine green card appointment, dude. Y'all think this is fucking all right? This is appropriate? What are they doing? Where are the fucking racist criminals, dude? Where are the racist? Where are the anti-white criminals that are like decapitating white grandmothers? Trump announces Israel has agreed to conditions to finalize a 60-day ceasefire in Gaza. Jesus fucking Christ. Here we go again. It's just, oh my God. Anyway, let's continue with this and then I'll get to that.
He's constantly asking me for her and just having like little breakdowns.
After immigration authorities detained his wife, Paula, at a green card interview in New Orleans.
I was devastated. I was angry, upset.
The couple shares a 2-year-old son and a 3-month-old daughter.
We switched to the formula. She does get to breastfeed twice a week when I go to visit my wife.
Clout says his wife came to the U.S. from Mexico as a teenager with her now estranged mother. He says she was detained because of a deportation order issued in 2018.
My wife was living in a homeless shelter in Indio, California, when this all went down. Her mom skipped the appointment. The judge, by default, issued a removal order for my wife, her mother, and her brother. And she was never notified of it. Like, she had no way of knowing.
Clout says his family was trying to do the right thing and obey the law by still going to the green card interview.
The interviewer went and talked to his supervisor, and it came back, told us that we did well and to wait in the lobby for paperwork regarding our next appointment. And then, the 3 ICE agents showed up and arrested my wife.
Clout taking his wife's wedding ring for safekeeping as he says she was handcuffed and led away. The Department of Homeland Security telling NBC News in part, Paula Clout is in the country illegally. President Trump and Secretary Noem are not going to ignore the rule of law. After nearly a month, Kluat says he's working to get Paula's immigration case reopened and trying everything he can to bring her home.
It seems like there's no humanity with this, whole deportation stick going on right now. It feels hopeless, and I'm hoping I'm wrong.
You see the vet there holding his child. Aaron Gilchrist joins us tonight. Aaron.
Like, you think I wouldn't advocate to protect Paula in this situation if that guy was a Trump voter? You think that has anything to do with anybody going through this fucking unjustifiable process, this simply cruel process? Nobody deserves this shit. And that is where we're at now. Just constantly destroying families for no reason. No reason whatsoever. With the claims that with the fucking the false smears, the hysteria that was crafted around undocumented migrants being responsible for like endless amounts of crimes on US soil. It's not even true. And anyone that advocates for that, anyone that repeated this lie, regardless of party affiliation, is a disgusting monster that played a role in this happening. And yes, that includes the Democratic Party as well, because they absolutely normalized this racist fucking lie. They turned around and defended it. They turned around and adopted it. They didn't just concede. They said, you're right. Undocumented migrants are a national security threat, and we will be the real immigrant mutilator party, not the Republicans. Vote for us. You might say it was a cynical miscalculation. Maybe it was, but it was a fucking unimaginably cruel thing to do. And also it was stupid if it was a cynical miscalculation, because all it did was normalize this kind of hysteria rather than actively combat it.
Are there any special protections or benefits in place for military spouses in situations like this?
Well, Tom, Kluat says traditionally veterans had been allowed to take advantage of the option of parole in place. So in this case, Kluat says that his wife would have been able to parole at home, would have been able to get a work visa, and would have been able to go through the green card process and eventually become a citizen that way. But in this instance, because of that deportation order that was placed on her mother, her and her brother when she was a teenager, that supersedes even marriage, according to Kluat. And so for that reason, she's been picked up by federal agents and is being held in custody. They are waiting now for a decision by a judge in California on whether to reopen that deportation case. That is something that we're told has been really moving very slowly. And so the concern is that they don't know when.
Like, does this make you feel safe? Do you feel safer knowing that that woman was a mother of 2 children, is now locked behind bars? Like, what good? What good is this doing? Spending hundreds of thousands of dollars arresting fucking breastfeeding mothers, dude. For something that they had no control over as like teenagers. Every single one of these deportations costs and detentions cost hundreds of thousands of dollars, depending on how long and convoluted the process is. Is this a good use of funds? On the inverse, it would cost significantly less money and would be infinitely better for American society if all of that was not if all of those funds didn't go to apprehension and detention and possible deportation, but instead an expedited legal process, if that went to lawyers and courts and judges, don't you feel like this would be a far better use of funds so that these people could have the proper authorization, the proper clearance to live as normal American citizens? Right-wingers will say shouldn't have been homeless to someone like this caught up in missing notification because they can't exist within the system to get notified about court dates and don't realize they're poorer because of it, wasting tax dollars on shit like this for no benefit.
This judge's signature might come through and allow them to try to make their case again for the asylum that was granted to this to the wife and her family previous to her marriage to this.
Wait, how can he say their marriage doesn't matter? In the eyes of the law, because the mother, when she was a teenager, had a deportation order on her, that has a higher order of priority that renders her green card application by marriage useless. That's it. She was a fucking teenager in a homeless shelter when her mother and her family, by default, received a deportation order, okay, a removal order from the state, from the country, and that always stayed in the system. What is shocking to me is that previous considerations or previous instances of like applications in the process of receiving a green card did not factor in this issue at all. Like, they just never informed her about this. Like, that doesn't make sense either.
Marine Corps veteran.
We thank you for watching, and remember, stay updated on breaking news and top stories on the
Mr. President, your beloved New.
This is another psychotic statement from Donald Trump.
New York City. Your beloved New York City may well be led by a communist soon, Zorhan Mandami, who in his nomination speech said he will defy ICE and will not allow ICE to arrest criminal aliens in New York City. Your message to communist Zorhan Mandami.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him. Look, we don't need a communist in this country, but if we have one, I'm going to be watching over him very carefully on behalf of the nation. We send him money. We send him all the things that he needs to run a government. And by the way, they get about 3 times what you get, Ron. If you look at the per capita, Florida gets 1/3 of what New York gets in terms of the numbers. Why don't you give us those numbers?
Yeah, well,
because that's what we should send him.
Yeah, well, like sometimes people say Florida gets more because they count Social Security recipients, but that's not money to the state. Those are seniors that live here. If they moved to North Carolina, you could count it there. So it has no interaction with the state government. They get more in the city and state governments than we get.
Right, substantially.
Ronald Reagan was talking about this on Majority Report. The old deportation orders were shelved by the Obama admin, but have just been reopened. Yeah, it seems like they're trying to hit every fucking avenue they can to get those numbers up. And the numbers up that we're talking about is human beings, dude. We're talking about human fucking beings. Like, just so we can make the most racist, mouth-breathing scumbag feel like this administration is doing something so they don't get fucking angry at the reality that their rent is still going to go up and that their lives, their material conditions are not going to improve. Just so the most racist fucking douchebag feels like the government does actually care about them because this is something that they wanted. Yes, Ronald Ray Gunn is a immigration attorney that is a frequent guest caller on Majority Report.
We're going to be watching that very carefully, and a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. He's, we're going to look at everything, and ideally, he's going to turn out to be much less than a communist. But right now, he's a communist. That's not a socialist. I've always said we will not have socialism in this.
He's saying, a lot of people are saying he's here illegally. Like, he's doing the Andy Ogle shit. Oh. Fucking insane, dude. Oh, as an American citizen, you want a fucking election, but we don't like what you have to say? Sorry. We're gonna fucking denaturalize you. Psycho shit.
This country and the speeches, I said, well, what? They skipped socialism. And you got a lot of them like that. And you see AOC, she's out there with her, bad IQ. She's out there ranting and raving about how wonderful he is. And look, so far he's winning. He still has a race to win, but so far he's winning, and he has an advantage as a Democrat in New York City. I was there a long time ago, and it was a long time since a Republican won the city. Yeah, but you would think that a Republican would be able to win. Or you have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person. I helped him out a little bit. He had a problem, and he was unfairly hurt over this question. He made a statement to the effect that this is terrible. New York City can't have all these immigrants come in. And like he was indicted the following day. And I said, that was a phony indictment. And it was a phony indictment. That was a Biden indictment. I said, don't feel bad. I got indicted 5 times. Every time you opened your mouth. That was a bad group. That was a very dangerous group, I will tell you. These were not nice people. That was the only thing they could do. They had no policy. They had no skill. They had no anything. But they were very good at that. They were vicious, vicious, horrible people. Thank you.
Saying anything like anti-immigrant, especially about New York City, is perhaps the dumbest place you could say. It's one of the most diverse cities on the fucking planet. Literally, a city that's history revolves around people literally coming in to New York as their first point of entry into the nation state. That's what the fucking Statue of Liberty is about. That's where Ellis Island is. It's so insane. Yeah, the U.S. doesn't like foreign democratic elections where a socialist is elected. Now the U.S. doesn't like domestic democratic elections where a socialist is elected. Regime change incoming. Anyway, my statement on Donald Trump's threat to deport me and his praise for Eric Adams, who the president helped out of legal accountability. The president of the United States just threatened to have me arrested, stripped of my citizenship, put in a detention camp, and deported. Not because I have broken any law, but because I will refuse to let ICE terrorize our city. His statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. We will not accept this intimidation. That Trump included praise for Eric Adams and his authoritarian threat is unsurprising, but highlights the urgency of bringing an end to this mayor's time in City Hall. At the very moment when MAGA Republicans are attempting to destroy the social safety net, kick millions of New Yorkers off of health care, and enrich their billionaire donors at the expense of working families, it is a scandal that Eric Adams echoes his president's division, distraction, and hate. Voters will resoundingly reject it in November. Great way to fucking bring this back to the general election. Yes, there's also more that we must discuss. Kirsten Gillibrand has apologized to Mamdani over jihad comments. As you guys know, Kirsten Gillibrand was said some incredibly racist shit of the Brian Lehrer radio show, saying that Zohran Mamdani wants to kill all Jews and do a global jihad. Like, shockingly racist shit. Coming from a Democrat, it is shocking. Okay, like that's not even. Like, in the past, Democrats have, condemned Rashida Tlaib, Ilhan Omar under similar Islamophobic terms. But I've never heard a fucking Democrat this closely associated with the fucking city come out and say that, okay? Like, you're not Charlie Kirk, okay? You have to understand, like, this is uniquely racist. This was uniquely racist for a Democrat to do. Under normal circumstances, for totally reasonable statements that Muslim congresspersons make, the Democratic Party will, take the other route, silence, which, of course, is a tacit endorsement of all the attacks that they're receiving, right? Or sometimes being like, well, people should be more careful of the words that they use, like, like subtweets, things like that. Kirsten Gillibrand took it on the fucking chin. Like, she took the John Fetterman route, which, by the way, I don't even know if John Fetterman had said something as fucking racist as Kirsten Gillibrand about Zoran. Has John Fetterman said anything like this racist about Zoran? I don't know. It was truly ridiculous. I'm sure he said some fuck shit. He doesn't know what's going on, but like, this was wild. Okay? Not yet. He's still processing. Yeah, they haven't told him yet. Out of fears that he'll get a third stroke. Bro, she was hysterical on that phone call. No, absolutely. It was fucking insane. Gillibrand now has apologized to Mamdani. So your phone calls worked. We and many other people literally blasted the phones on her office, demanding a retraction and an apology. And I'm glad that it came. But the very fact that it existed was insane to me. And obviously, she will most likely never recover from this, I think. Austin Allman says, it could be a one-off, but Gillibrand being forced to apologize with a manufactured hysteria over Zoran's refusal to condemn every word in the Arabic language fades without him giving an inch feels like a watershed moment. I think we're playing by a different set of rules now. Yes. That's a hopeful way of looking at it. But yeah, in the past, judging by what took place against Ilhan Omar and judging by what took place against Rashida Tlaib in the past, remember, she was censured for saying from the river to the sea, Palestine would be free. Rashida Tlaib was. And the lack of defense for these individuals from the Democratic Party when they were receiving a torrent of hate versus a Democrat actually forced to apologize while other Democratic leaders are also slowly but surely, even if they don't immediately rise to the occasion and offer or issue I mean, they're still forced to even if they don't endorse, they are still forced to congratulate the victory, yada, yada, yada. We shall see what happens. The rules change every day. The richest people in the world are mobilizing the Dems to cut Zoran down. That for sure is happening. David says, the question remains, why does she walk into the Lehrer interview without knowing off book what Mamdani had actually said? She sounded frazzled. We're all guessing at what's going on inside her head, but my guess is that the specifics were immaterial to her. She expected to be able to characterize his comments however she pleased without pushback, true, and she has been in a state of disbelief over the last week that that isn't how Israel politics works anymore, which finally broke today. Yeah. And Kirsten Gillibrand is far from the only figure that is going to be the recipient of this cold, hard reality that is coming for them. There is no other group or no other advocacy aside from pro-Israel advocacy where actual institutionally important figures can go on national television and fucking say, this guy's a Jew hater, he wants to kill all Jews without any evidence whatsoever. Okay? There are still people who are doing that. Eric Swalwell did that. Richie Torres implied it as well, not to the same degree as Kirsten Gillibrand, because he still has his progressive bona fides, despite the fact that he's Israel's attack dog. Okay? Jonathan Greenblatt still goes on television and lies all the fucking time. In a few weeks, Fetterman will be like, who the hell is Zorro Tahini? He's the Internet Explorer of politicians. I was told that this guy, Zorro Tahini, won the New York City mayoral primaries, and I am very scared. Am Israel high. He is going to be a really bad mayor of Tel Aviv. Oh boy. A primary campaign that pressures Hochul to work with Zoran and raise taxes on the millionaires. This could genuinely get Hochul to switch opinion. Antonio Delgado. Zoran cannot deliver bold change alone. He needs a governor. Okay, see? There are people who are recognizing the attitude shift. Antonio Delgado. Zoran cannot deliver bold change alone. He needs a governor who's willing and ready to work with him. Governor Hochul, whatever, refuses to tax the ultra wealthy or big corporations to achieve affordability for all. If you want change in New York City, we need a change in Albany. Oh boy. Hochul already defending Zoran. Pressure is already working. I don't care if you're the president of the United States. If you threaten to unlawfully go after one of our neighbors, you're picking a fight with 20 million New Yorkers, starting with me. Damn. Damn. Yes, queen. Yes, queen. Snap. She snapped. Slay queen. Yeah. By the end of this process, if this mobilization is moving in this direction, Governor Kathy Hochul is going to be known as Wokel, okay? She's going to be like, I've changed my name. I'm Governor Kathy Wokel. I want to not only raise the tax of the billionaires, I want to criminalize being a billionaire, okay? Kathy Wokel, we ride at dawn. Who's going to tell her about Mahmoud Khalil? Well, one day at a time. Also, the final vote tabulations came out. By round 3, Zoran wins 56% of the vote, with Andrew Cuomo receiving 44% after everyone was crossed out. Okay. With Zoran receiving 102,000, with Andrew Cuomo receiving 219,000. It's still not enough. Thank God for his resounding second highest win in New York City mayoral primary history. It is pretty crazy, though, that Zoran's first round rank 1 voters was still higher than Andrew Cuomo's final votes with all of the additional ranks. You're reading it wrong. It was a transferred vote. What do you mean? Wait, am I wrong? By round 3, everyone got knocked out. And Zoran received 100,000 plus votes, like 100,000 votes. Almost 100,000 votes. And Andrew Cuomo received, what, 378,000 to 428,000? 100,000 votes. Zoran got 100K votes, transferred to 55K. Washington is broken and the system is rigged. Colin Allred is back.
Been a lot of things.
Jesus Christ. Anyway, I don't want to hear from Colin Allred. Sorry. Eric Adams got 750K in the general election. Yeah, but that's the general. Eric Adams got, I think, less votes than Zoran did in the final vote tabulation than Zoran did in rank one, like round one of ranked choice voting. And yeah, I talked about this already. Let's add to this. Adams won by 7,200 votes, and Nancy Pelosi promptly invited him as a featured guest to brief congressional Democrats on messaging strategy. Zoran won by 116,000 votes, and Hakeem Jeffries is basically insisting he's never heard of him. When Eric Adams won the Democratic primary in the mayoral race, the same thing that Zoran just won, he was propped up as a national figure. Nate Silver was literally talking about how he should be the president. He should run as president in the Democratic Party. Mamdani put up FDR numbers on and Dem-elites refused to endorse him because he won't toe the line on Israel. They'll couch it squishy and mopey, heeding concerns for Jewish voters and liberalese, but it's 100% about Mamdani's refusal to spout Israel has a right to defend itself problem. Some people are saying it's not just about Israel. They think it's like socialism as well. But I think it's mostly about Israel. I don't think Brad Lander will be getting this level of fucking animosity when there are a lot of, Brad Lander himself was a DSA guy until 2023. And Brad Lander also had a bunch of progressive policies, maybe not to the same extent as Zoran Mamdani, but, you know. Yeah, Cuomo actually wound up with 24K more votes than Adams got in 2021 when he won the final round narrowly. Mamdani just transformed the electorate. Zoran got 86% of Brad Lander's votes. Wait, no. No, it's all the people who rank Zoran over Cuomo. Yeah. I want to mention something here, but like, people might get mad at me for saying this, but I don't think Brad Lander is a liberal. He's a liberal Zionist, but I don't think he's a liberal. He was a DSA guy for most of his fucking life. I mean, it's okay to say he's a liberal, to be like, look at the liberal socialist allegiance, like this is what it's supposed to look like, but like he was a fucking DSA guy, you know? He's just nerd maxing. So a lot of people think he's like, he's got liberal aesthetics. Anyway. But yeah.
In the meantime, Democratic Socialist Zoran Mamdani scores a huge win over Andrew Cuomo in the Democratic primary, widening the gap after the results of ranked choice voting were officially computed by the Board of Elections.
Political reporter Marsha Kramer is here with more. Marsha.
Well, Dick and Jess, this could be one of the most unusual elections the city has ever seen because the charismatic 33-year-old will not only have to face off against a sitting mayor running as an independent and a slew of others who are...
I've been at the DSA enough to spot a sock them who left the DSA for being too far left. I mean, I don't think he left the DSA for being too far left. I think he left the DSA because of Israel. And even then, like he's a interesting dude. And the reason why I think he's an interesting dude is because I don't know if you guys know this, but we've covered some of his background here, and like a lot of the opposition, like a lot of the Oppo research done on his background actually talked about how many dangerous radicals his office associated with, and he himself associated with, Linda Sarsour being one example, having actual anti-Zionist Jews come out of his tutelage. And even like it was basically like a breeding ground for anti-Zionist Jews, and also anti-Zionist, scarier than anti-Zionist Jews, anti-Zionist Muslims as well. So like you clearly are not that much of a fucking lunatic or a rabid Israel defender if you have friendships and associations like that. Unusual, you and the people who think like you see this win as unusual. Intelligent, empathetic people see it as inevitable. Wait, what? I don't think you understood anything I was talking about here. What are you talking about? What? No, what I was talking about unusual is like, normally, when someone is a liberal Zionist, they got the fucking yellow ribbon on their Twitter account, and they basically fucking regurgitate Kahanist sentiment, okay? Brad Lander is not like that at all. He is a liberal Zionist, but he's like in the Bernie camp. He's a liberal Zionist who associates with regular frequency. Oh, that's what the reporter said. I said that too. Sorry. Okay, that's why. That was where my confusion is. My confusion comes from the fact that I also use the term unusual, so I thought the chatter was addressing me and not Marsha Kramer.
They're hoping to offer a choice to his left-of-center politics, but a president who is dead set against him.
Well, then we'll have to arrest him.
A stunning remark from President Trump about the winner of the Democratic mayoral primary after a reporter told him that Zohran Mamdani threatened to defy ICE. It provoked this response from Mamdani on social media. Quote, his statements don't just represent an attack on our democracy, but an attempt to send a message to every New Yorker who refuses to hide in the shadows. If you speak up, they will come for you. On the very day that Zohran Mamdani officially won the Democratic mayoral primary with a 12...
No, Brad Lander is a leftist, dude. Stop saying he's not a leftist. He fucking is. Come on, dude. What's the expectation? Like, especially by American standards, especially by like elected official standards, Brad Lander is a leftist.
12-point, 56-44 win over Andrew Cuomo. He got a welcome to the wacky world of the 2025 mayoral race from President Trump.
The only reason why he's not like a actual full-blown leftist is because he's not anti-Israel. I wouldn't even. I think he's even more than fucking Elizabeth Warren. Is my point. Now, I don't think it's an unfair association to say that you can't be a leftist if you're a liberal Zionist. You know. He's a progressive except for Palestine, classic. But even then, he's like more progressive than the obvious person. Anyway, whatever. Hassan, let it go. He's not going to come on your stream. First of all, what the fuck is this idiotic... Oh, God. Hideo offliner. Permaban. Okay. Bitch, you think I give a fuck about the New York comptroller coming on my fucking stream? Some of y'all are so fucking stupid, dude. You think there's a cynical reason as to why I'm saying the things I believe? At what point are you dumb fucks going to realize if I'm saying something, there is no secret reason for why I'm saying it other than I believe it, okay? Holy shit. How many fucking years has it been of people being like, Hassan, if you keep this rhetoric up, you're going to get fucking banned. Hassan, if you keep this rhetoric up, no one is going to fucking come on your stream. Hassan, if you keep this rhetoric up, you know, people are going to get mad. God damn, dude. Anyway, that fucking particular chatter is the most annoying, okay? That's why I fucking banned them. They're unfucking bearable, constantly talking about drama baiting while simultaneously drama baiting. Let's continue.
Who said he hoped a Republican could beat him, or maybe the sitting mayor.
We have a good independent running, Mayor Adams, who's a very good person.
At an unrelated press conference on crime stats, Mayor Adams ducked questions about Trump, preferring to focus on the role of the mayor to let federal immigration agents do their job.
And anyone that is an elected or not should never interfere with federal authorities carrying out their function.
Mamdani said he was humbled by the breadth of his support. Over 540,000 New Yorkers voted for him, saying he is, quote, excited to expand this coalition even further as we defeat Eric Adams and win a city government that puts working people first. Andrew Cuomo is holding his cards close to the vest about whether he will actively campaign on the independent line he has secured. A spokesman said he wants to assess the feelings of more than 1 million independent voters who will be able to have a say in the general election. Extremism, division, and empty promises are not the answer to the city's problems. While this was a look at what motivates a slice of our primary electorate, it does not represent the majority, said a Cuomo spokesman. This as another independent entered the race, Cuban-American biotech engineer Joseph Hernandez, who took a shot at Mamdani's socialist platform.
I was born in Cuba, a country where socialism destroyed opportunity. My family lost everything.
I cannot predict what's going to happen in November except one thing. New Yorkers are energized. New Yorkers are focused. And they're going to come in larger numbers than we've seen before.
So here's the score.
Good analysis, man.
Card for November.
One of my favorite things is when people go, my family lost everything. I hate socialism. I'm from Cuba. My family lost everything in Cuba. And then you look at their family history and their fucking grandparents were getting their eyeballs clawed out by the fucking Batista administration, you know? And it's like, okay, dickhead, why the fuck are you shitting on the dudes who actually liberated your fucking family from the torture regime that was backed by the American government? Suck my dick. Have a little bit of fucking respect, Ted Cruz. No, there is obviously the meta of people who left after, okay? My family lost their fucking sugar plantation ass motherfuckers. But a lot of the fucking, dude, it's hilarious. A lot of the expat culture, or a lot of the migrant culture in this country, because they came to America as like refugees, a lot of that culture actually shapes this like weird reactionary bubble. Even if Cuban immigrants themselves actually were escaping Batista, they will still turn around and act like they were escaping Castro. Okay? It's this very funny, completely fucking made up story. This isn't to say that there aren't people who like escaped because, you know, they didn't want to give up their farms or whatever. But like there is a fuck ton of people who just lie and say Castro tortured their family when in fact it's not Castro, it's motherfucking Batista. Okay? And yeah, Iran, there's another, this meta exists within Iran as well. People being like, oh, we left during the tortures that were taking place during the revolution. And it's like, but then you look up their timeline and it's like they escaped the Shah. What the fuck do you mean? It was the communists or the Islamists that tortured your family. You left during the Shah. It's not lost on me that I think a lot of people, in an effort to fit in, realize that they just have to lie about this shit. Damn, I didn't realize Batista was like that. I like Guardians of the Galaxy. Okay, yeah, the Batista bomb. Batista bomb, baby. That's what Batista was doing. Doing a Batista bomb on people's grandparents.
Donnie the Democrat, Curtis Sliwa the Republican, Adams on the independent line, Independents Joseph Hernandez, Jim Walden, and Andrew Cuomo.
Would you say the same about Venezuelans? Every group has this formation. for many that come far after that, they're escaping the harrowing conditions, oftentimes born because of American intervention, whether it be like crippling sanctions or whatnot in Cuba or crippling sanctions or whatnot in Venezuela. But then in an effort to assimilate, in an effort to make a legal application for asylum, they're like, yeah, I hate the communism that has made me eat rats. And then that story that they tell others become their own fucking story. Okay? That's it. Yeah, Vietnamese people are another example. But Vietnamese people are a really interesting example because, like, I talk to Vietnamese people that are around my age and younger, and they're conflicted. Their families are right-wing, right? And their families are anti-communist, but they also simultaneously have a sense of patriotism for what Ho Chi Minh did. Because Vietnam is an independent nation that gets to participate in the global marketplace. So it's like a unique predicament. No, I'm not talking about Jason the Ween, chat. I don't think I've ever asked Jason about his opinions on Vietnam in general. But there are a lot of like younger Vietnamese people in America that are either super radical and like don't have any fear saying that they're socialists or whatever. But then there are some who are like, I'm supposed to hate communism, but also at the same time, I'm supposed to feel pride because communists unify the country and were able to win the war of independence against America. There was a poll in 2024 election of Vietnamese Americans had the single highest left-right differential by age. That makes total sense. As a Vietnamese Chinese Australian, was brought up hating communism in Vietnam, but my Chinese grandfather was in the Red Army, Lemao.
A moment like this is made for Steve Kornacki, and he's joining me now, our national political correspondent. And Steve, what are the big takeaways now that you've crunched all the numbers and we get a sense of that ranked order that voters were able to express their opinions?
Yeah, I mean, Kelly, an interesting and unusual primary in a couple ways. First of all, the methodology, like you say, using the ranked choice system. Not many places do that. Let's just show you first how that played out. These were the preliminary.
Gender socialist, Venezuelan here. The reactionary aspect of Venezuelan expats is largely born from real degradation of material conditions and status in Venezuela under Chavez and especially Maduro. And you are right that U.S. sanctions played a role in that. But a lot of blame is on the incompetence and outright corruption of Chavez and Maduro. Leftists in the U.S. tend not to pay any heed to the latter of that. Not saying the opposition is any better, but it's not as black and white as the Fidel Cuba situation. I would go so far as say that that is a perfectly fair analysis for especially Maduro, but not for Chavez. And the reason why I would say not for Chavez is because Chavez was a great man. Yes, that. But also because Chavez spent so much time trying to diversify the Venezuelan economy and was met with the same exact forces that were directly aligned with the American Chamber of Commerce and the American CIA that literally successfully and then unsuccessfully tried to coup him. So it's not like Chavez didn't recognize that being a single resource economy was going to be a death sentence for Venezuela. Okay? When the going was good, he did actively try and yield better agricultural production, take some kind of control over the grocery stores. Like the grocery store owners are grocery store owners and media company owners in South American countries are like the most the most elite business fascists you can ever fucking engage with. So they fucked him over very aggressively, as a matter of fact. And that led to obviously additional complications coming out of the Maduro administration, which basically has been running on Chavez's gains and the Chavista movement in perpetuity as the the amount of supporters that he has gets smaller and smaller and smaller. Chavez did do good social stuff, but he ran PDVSA, the oil company, into the ground and was incompetent in running the oil industry. My dad worked in that and explained it to me, but you're correct and very much corrupt fascist aspects of a lot of Venezuelan elites in Gusanos. Chavez was kidnapped. His forced deposition is signed by a judge. All he did back was expanding the course. The guy was restrained to a fault. No, the argument around running the oil company into the ground is the same thing that like the Iranian, same thing that British Petroleum said about Iran. That was the fear. I think the best possible way for that to continue is by allowing Chavez to overtake and nationalize and continue working in an advisory role to ensure that the oil production is not degraded. It's still a direct consequence of the Venezuelan oil company was nationalized for a long ass time and only stopped working as well under his latter years. Chavez wasn't a socialist. He was a bourgeois nationalist who consolidated economic, political, and social power. Socialism is democratic and decentralized control of productive forces. Venezuela is the antithesis of this. I know. Real socialism has never been implemented. It's never been tried. Any attempt in the direction of socializing, okay, socialization is utterly meaningless. It has existed in Spain. Fucking Brian, kill me, dude. And then also the French Commune, right? I know, chatter. Yes, I know what kind of leftist you are, okay? I know what your tendency is from the way you fucking type this, okay? Real socialism only exists within the Zapatista movement and also within the French Commune and also for a short period. None of these are there is no like real existing perfectly functioning socialist state. Socialist states are transitional states. There are transitional socialist states. Okay? And there are plenty of transitional socialist states that have tried to move in the direction of socialism. And I'm not going to sit around and be like, no, they suck. I think what's important is to learn from their mistakes. Sankara consolidated power as a bourgeois nationalist. Exactly. All right, let's continue with this.
Area results.
Here's another fake socialist, Zoran Mamdani. Okay, where are the workers' councils? Why has he not advocated to violently seize control from the capital owners and deliver the means of production back to the working class in his campaigning? What a fucking fake ass Zoran Mamdani is. Okay? Again, fake ass socialist, another bourgeois labor aristocrat born with a fucking silver spoon in his mouth. Okay? Or what were they saying? They were saying that he's like they were using the classic anti-Semitic trope against Zoran, which I thought was really funny. They were saying he's a rootless cosmopolitan who is controlling the media. It's actually Ugandan Indian Muslims who control the media. A ruthless cosmopolitan who's here to destabilize the superior Western forces, the superior Western civilization. Anyway, you're joking, but there are a lot of ML Union types who say that about him. Ugh, I don't care.
had these last week. Remember, this is just the first choice votes for everybody that came in last week. More than 10 candidates in this race. And under ranked choice, they start eliminating the candidates, the low-performing candidates. And they
saw conservatives online trying to start to say he's doing taquilla. That's my favorite. This is my favorite racist trope. I mean, I guess this is like when transphobes will say some shit that like trans people don't know about. You know what I mean? Like transphobes will say something that like supposedly trans people are doing, and it's like a part of trans culture somehow, but it's such an extreme edge case or something, and like most normal trans people have no idea what the fuck that even means. Taquilla is this for Muslims, okay? For those of you who don't know, growing up in a autogynephilia, right? That's like AGP is the example that I was thinking of as well. For like a lot of trans people that don't know what the fuck that is, it's like something that transphobes know very much about. Okay, I grew up in a Muslim country for the first 18 years of my life. I never heard this. Okay, I never heard this word until I came to the United States of America. And the only reason why I learned about it is because 20 plus years ago, some grifter seeded the word taquilla among boomers. And the funny thing is most Muslims have never heard of it. I, to this day, have never met a fucking Muslim living in America or living in a Muslim country that knows what this word is. But if you asked back in the day, racist, anti-Islam, the racist Islamophobes, this is the practice of Muslims hiding their true intentions in an effort to infiltrate fifth column style Western civilization. Like, I think at some point, like these races realize like a lot of the Muslims that live in the Western world are like fairly fucking progressive, a lot more progressive than they are. So they had to, so they had to basically redesign a meme, redesign a fucking a word, or redesign like a reason for why they were seeing that Muslims were like more progressive than they thought they were. Yeah, it's that a Muslim can hide his religion by lying to preserve his life. Exactly. And you hear this concept only in the most like extreme Islamophobic places. But since when do most Christians not believe lying is ever morally justified? You'll tell the Nazis, oh yeah, Anne Frank's got a studio in the attic. I'm sure there's some Kantian out there who would never tell any kind of lie, but most people think lying is permissible if you're trying to prevent persecution. Yeah, Zoran is a radical Islamist jihadist, but also he's trying to trans the kids, and his wife is hot, is another. I don't even want to talk about Zoran's wife. I'm so grossed out by people who constantly fucking talk about his wife. Anyway, I don't even want to get into that part, but yeah, basically this is not a fucking known thing in the Muslim world, okay? It's not. Some people say like Shia Muslims hide that they're Shia or something. I don't fucking even know about that. I am not Shia. But this is not like a common practice where Muslims are hiding that they are Muslim. That's not a thing. I'm doing taquilla by saying I'm Muslim, but also simultaneously abiding by progressive values and even drinking alcohol at different times. You aren't enough of a jehe to know about taquilla? Okay. Maybe things have changed. Maybe the meta has changed in Islam, in Turkey as well. How can we be sure you're not a secret Alevi? Oh man, yeah. Yeah, I respect my dede. That's funny. Alevi is a Turkish thing. It's like Alawites, but it's not exactly like Alawites in Syria. It's a different subcategorization of Muslims in Turkey that have been ruthlessly persecuted Anyway, why are we even talking about this? Holy shit. Oh no, the lid. My lid is blown. Okay, my cover is blown. They now know I'm doing taquilla. Okay, let's keep going.
They look at the ballots and who were the second choices of those voters, and they reallocate everything. So that's what happened. And it went from 43 for Mamdani, 36 for Cuomo. You saw a distant third was Brad Lander with 11%. When everything got reallocated, it ends up looking like this, that 12.56, 44% margin for Mamdani over Cuomo. Now, what's interesting is, besides the system itself, what went into that 50?
Taquilla is the dumbest thing to make fun of. It's basically like Christians hid the fact that they didn't believe in the Trinity in the Roman Empire. Shiites hid that they're Shiites. Yeah, okay, but like the overwhelming majority of the Muslim world, at least like the Sunnis, myself included, have no fucking idea what taquilla is, okay? And its practical application in contemporary American society is that every Muslim is hiding that they're actually Muslim in an effort to infiltrate American society and ruin it from within. So obviously I'm going to fucking make fun of it. Calm down, someone you banned. You're making it seem like I'm enforcing like some kind of anti-Shia sentiment here when my boy right here is Shia himself, okay?
6%, because when we talk about elections, it's almost like a cliche. What's one of the things we always say? Well, older people tend to vote more than younger people. There's going to be higher turnout with senior citizens, and it's going to be a struggle for these campaigns to get young people out. Not really what happened here. Let me show you this. One way of breaking down the results, we looked at all of the neighborhoods in New York City, and we looked at the median age.
Abi TSK'daki Gülenciler Konya'da kapılarına rakı şişeleri falan koyuyorlardı. Seküler gözükmek için bizim bir komşu vardı mecliste bomba atan pilot. Seküler falan zannediyorduk. I guess the Gülenists were doing taquilla in Turkey. In order to present themselves as secular, they would put alcoholic beverages outside of their house.
Age in New York City, and we basically classify the neighborhoods. Is its median age older than New York City's average, or is it younger? And look at the difference you see here. In the older neighborhoods, we knew that Cuomo was doing better with older voters, and a lot of folks thought that's why he had an advantage over Mamdani, because traditionally that's how you win elections. Well, Cuomo won those older neighborhoods by 7 points. Now, the turnout level in those older neighborhoods compared to the last mayor's race in 2021, it was basically flat. It was up 1%. Now look at the other side of it. The younger neighborhoods, we knew that's where Mamdani was drawing more of his support. He wins there by almost 20 points, 18-point margin over Cuomo in the younger neighborhoods. But look at the turnout in those places compared to...
Seems like the youth is trying to globalize the enchiladas.
The last mayor's race, up 14%. So you see two things here. Mamdani squeezed more out of the younger neighborhoods than Cuomo got out of the older neighborhoods. But then there was sort of a bonus there for Mamdani because the turnout in those neighborhoods was higher than it was in the older neighborhoods. That's a different story than we usually tell when we look at elections. And it's a big ingredient what Mamdani pulled off here, not just beating Cuomo, but beating him by double digits. And you raised that question of would Cuomo go on to the general election and take a shot third party in the fall? Does the magnitude of his loss in this primary, not just losing it by 12, you have to wonder, does that affect the decision making for him as well?
Steve, that's so interesting. It tells us so much about where the energy is and certainly really gives us something to track as we head toward the general election. You are
1 week ago, we shocked the establishment and redrew the
New
political
video
map,
time.
where the campaign relentlessly focused on the needs of working people. Since then, a lot of people have asked me if I was surprised by the results. In some ways, I was. We always thought our victory would come after multiple rounds of ranked choice voting. So when we got more first-round votes than Eric Adams got in 7 rounds in the last election, it was astonishing. But in other ways, this was always the plan. We wanted to rebuild a coalition that had...
The only taquilla he's doing is hiding how much he wants to help the American people, because the American people, when they hear someone who wants to help them, get scared and they go, oh, that might be socialism. That's the taquilla, okay, that every leftist should be doing, not the Islamic style taquilla. What is this? Is it one of the most haram things for a Sunni to do? Wait, what? It is one of the most haram things for Sunni Muslims, while it is considered okay for Shias. It is one of the main dividing factors between the two sects. It is common word in Iran because Shia Islam allows it. Or hiding that you are Shia is the most common usage. Can we please stop? Please, I don't care. That's not what any of this is about in the Western world, okay? It is yet another one of these things that Reddit atheists and like rabid Islamophobes took and started using to make it seem. I told you what the American version of it is, okay? I told you what the American version of this is. And there is a fucking reason why so many people, even Muslims themselves, have not actually heard of this, okay? Have heard of this terminology. A lot of New York City registered Dems voted for Trump in 2024, including Latino and East, South Asian heavy neighborhoods in Queens, where Mamdani ran up huge margins. It is very likely that several thousand people that voted for Trump voted for Mamdani. Leave New York City announces to the locals. Hassan's Taqiyya alibi is by having Kaya Dog in the house to confuse the r/atheism. Yes. Yes, Iraqi Wizard already explained it. Basically, there's a passage from Hadith said that some friends of the Prophet that allied with Imam Ali, original Shias, let's say, hid their allegiance to Imam Ali when they visited the capital when Abu Bakr was appointed the highest religious leader of Muslims against the wishes of the Prophet. They feared that they would be prosecuted. Current imams in Iraq and Iran have recognized this fact and issued a fatwa. So it's a Shia thing. Oh my God. Now I understand why black people tell you to stay out of their business. Okay, but I don't tell people to stay out of Muslim people's business either. Okay? It doesn't fucking matter. But because we have a very neurodivergent community, they're just like singularly focused on this now. And everyone wants to, not only is it a taste of neurodivergence, it's also a taste of wanting to be the most knowledgeable in the chat. Okay? When these two forces are combined, it creates this fucking volcano, this faucet of information in the chat where everybody's like, no, you don't understand. I'm super knowledgeable on this and I'm super autistic. So I can't stop myself from basically writing Wikipedia articles in the chat. That's it. That's all it is. It's not like ill-intentioned either. It's like, it's just people trying to vomit out as much information as possible to inform others. So it's fine.
Frayed over years of disappointment and neglect to win people back to a Democratic Party that puts working people first. So let's break it down. Last November, New York City saw some of the biggest shifts towards Donald Trump of anywhere in the country. Much of it took place in working class and immigrant neighborhoods. A few days after the election, we went to Hillside Avenue in Queens and Fordham Road in the Bronx, not to lecture, but to listen. And what we heard was a desire to bring down the cost of living. That was our focus, and many of those voters came back. Brighton Beach went for Trump by 44 points. Last week, we won it by 16. College Point was a plus 11 Trump neighborhood. We took it by 8 points. We saw similar or even bigger swings in Bath Beach, Astoria Heights, and the North Shore of Staten Island. The headline is clear. We can win back voters many have written off if we give them something to vote for, not just tell them what to be against. When Eric Adams eked out a win by 7,000 votes 4 years ago, he called it a mandate and pronounced himself the new face of the Democratic Party. Even then, it was a little ridiculous. But in some neighborhoods, he did put up impressive margins. Take Flatbush, for example. Eric Adams dominated there, double digits ahead of his next rival. On Tuesday, there was also a double-digit victory, except it was for us, over Andrew Cuomo. We flipped Crown Heights by 45 points, North Corona by 33, and Jamaica by a staggering 57 points. These are the outer borough voters that Eric Adams said he'd bring with him to City Hall.
Open presents, thank you for the 100 gifted subs.
Whether we're talking about young voters, older voters, or just plain disaffected New Yorkers, no campaign in recent history has been as successful at driving new voter registrations, especially in the 100 days before the election. Just take a look at this graph. According to the Times, in the 14 days before the registration deadline, about 37,000 people registered to vote. That's over 10 times the number of new registrations over the same period of time in the 2021 mayoral primary. As a result, we won big with zero prime voters, New Yorkers who had not voted in any recent mayoral primary. For instance, in Gravesend, at least 32% of all voters were first-time primary voters. Most campaigns focus on triple primes, New Yorkers who voted in the last 3 primaries. But this strategy ignores most of our city. Yet we knew that we could turn them out if they saw themselves in our policies. We ran a campaign that tried to talk to every New Yorker. Whether I could speak their language, आपकी वजह से हमने $8 million raise किया है. 6 लाख से ज़्यादा दरवाजे खटखटाए हैं. Or just tried. Que se comprometa al bienestar. All the words are new! And the coalition that came out on Tuesday reflected the mosaic of these 5 boroughs. We won South Asian neighborhoods by huge margins in places like City.
Bubblegum Bunny Girl. What the fuck? We got a new oiler in the chat. There ain't no way Bubblegum Bunny Girl is also from Qatar, right? The glorious oil-rich nation of Qatar. There's no way. The emerald of the Gulf. My beauty, Qatar.
Line, Ozone Park, Jamaica Hills. We won Latino neighborhoods like Corona, Washington Heights, Pelham Bay, and Woodhaven. We won many of the same Chinese voters that turned out for Trump in Flushing.
Okay, I'm fucking bored. I'm sorry. I've heard it a lot. All right. No disrespect. Let's get to
overseas Iran.
Let's get to some Iran updates, and then we're going to talk about the Trump situation. Shout out to Zoran's media team. They do a great job with these videos. Yes. I know. I'm being disrespectful to Zoran. There's a lot more news to talk about, especially Israel. Israel's agreed to conditions for a 60-day Gaza ceasefire, Trump says. Okay? That's huge. That's huge news. We're going to talk about it. We're going to talk about the details. But before we do that, Iran.
Iran's foreign minister is talking with CBS News, his first interview with American television since the 12-day air war with Israel began. He spoke to Imtiaz Tayeb about his country's nuclear ambitions and the aftermath of the U.S. attack on Iranian nuclear sites.
We met Abbas Araghchi in what's known as the Hall of Mirrors, inside Iran's foreign ministry.
If Iran can enrich uranium within a few months' time, will it enrich uranium?
We're currently in the process of assessments post the Israeli and American aggression. But this enrichment is a matter of national pride and glory. I solemnly hope that the world over will also come to the understanding and accept that the Iranian people have the right to benefit from the bounties of a peaceful nuclear program, and that they will not easily back down.
President Trump has made it clear that he will bomb your country's nuclear facilities again if Iran does indeed start enriching uranium again. Are you prepared for that?
Is this a lawful act?
You tell me.
We showed and proved during this 12-day imposed war that we have the ability to defend ourselves, and we will continue to do so should any aggression be launched against us.
Some could argue that developing a nuclear weapons program is potentially in Iran's best interests, given the threats it now faces.
We do not think that in order to defend ourselves, we would be in need of nuclear armaments.
Boo.
Having possession of nuclear armaments, mind you, might even put us in a more fragile position. There are others inside Iran who might not see eye to eye with my opinion.
And what's clear to us is the Iranian leadership is
You need it, man. You need it. You need it. When? When will you, he's baiting us, diversion? No, he's not. I don't think he is. Okay. Steve Scalise, the 35-year-old who's sitting in his mom's basement playing video games, is going to have to get a job again. Bro, why is he fucking shitting on the Asmongold constituency right now? This puts Asmongold in a weird predicament.
Cutting spending in this bill, getting rid of a lot of waste, fraud, and abuse, putting work requirements, for example, in a program like Medicaid so that the truly disabled and needy will be able to get better access to Medicaid, because those able-bodied adults who are turning down work, the 35-year-old who's sitting at his mom's basement playing video games, is going to have to go get a job again. Those are going to be good things for the economy. but it's also something that helps reduce waste, fraud, and
That's that's really messed up. I've applied to 30 jobs, haven't heard back from any of them. I want to work. Yeah, everybody always talks about this like massive amounts of readily available open jobs, and it seems like nobody has found them. You know, people are fucking constantly looking for jobs. Even motherfuckers with jobs are looking for different jobs, and it seems like all of these openings lead to nothing. And I don't know what is going on. Like, I feel like most people have just decided that job listings are fake. Unless they're talking about gig economy work or something. But I've yet to see these readily available jobs where people are just like desperate for you know, more work. Ne yapıyorsun baba? My friend applied to Lowe's and got an interview immediately. I had to explain why. I've been sending job applications for new work for 3 months straight with no replies. I rely on Medicaid, so I'm royally fucked by this. This is about to become a nation of Luigi Mangionis. Do you think there's enough contention within the Iranian administration around whether they should get nuclear weapons that could cause a coup or shuffle in their power structure? I don't know. But in any case, we're moving away from Iran, and we're talking about Israel, the most important nation on the planet, one that we have forgotten about, except we haven't really forgotten about it. They're still doing a genocide. It's been 633 days, and I cover it every single day for the past 633 days. Holy shit, that is insane. Anyway, now, Israel's agreed to conditions for a 60-day ceasefire, Trump says. Trump, out of nowhere, revealed this. He's on Truth Social, because that's where diplomacy is conducted. My representatives had a long and productive meeting with the Israelis today on Gaza. Israel has agreed to the necessary conditions to finalize their 60-day ceasefire, during which time we will work with all parties to end the war. The Qataris and Egyptians, who have worked very hard to help bring peace, will deliver this final proposal. I hope for the good of the Middle East that Hamas takes this deal, because it will not get better, it will only get worse. Thank you for your attention to this matter. Yeah, and then Trey Yingst also echoed that statement. Now, here's the thing. As we know, Israel is the only spoiling party in these back and forth ceasefire negotiations. The very fact that they're saying it's only a 60-day ceasefire is insane. At this point, holy shit, it is a permanent ceasefire, man. You have to do a permanent ceasefire. What the fuck do you mean a 60-day ceasefire? They also have not revealed any of the information that pertains to this ceasefire, what the conditions that Israel said yes to, okay? And so I am going to be very skeptical about this. Having said that, the deterioration of Israel's military ambitions, the fact that they're still eating lead when they are continuing to do their ongoing ethnic cleansing campaign inside of Gaza, makes it less likely for them to continue this ambitious ethnic cleansing campaign. So for that reason, they might be more ready to come to terms, come to the table. GHF now runs Gaza. I'm willing to bet. No, they do not. Hamas leader Osama Hamdan says to Al Jazeera, for 4 weeks, we haven't heard a clear American stance condemning Netanyahu's rejection of the ceasefire proposal. Netanyahu is trying to exploit his battle with Iran to go to early elections. There's been nothing new from the occupation side for 4 weeks regarding a ceasefire. We are keen to reach an agreement that stops the aggression against our people. We are making efforts with mediators to stop the aggression and open the crossings. The continuation of the aggression will lead to the continuation of the resistance. We have presented a comprehensive vision that leads to a comprehensive deal. Netanyahu is practicing blackmail at the expense of our people's blood. The American administration is still in a position that does not qualify to be a serious mediator. We are determined to strive for a ceasefire that saves our people. The Palestinian people must be granted their right to a sovereign state. The American administration knows that Netanyahu has become an international fugitive from justice. Washington believes that exonerating Netanyahu at the local level might exonerate him internationally. If that is their calculation, they are wrong. My suspicion is that Donald Trump has whatever fucking Miriam Adelson wants as his primary goal in Israel, his primary goal in Gaza and in the West Bank, which means a annexation of all territories that Israel has been able to acquire, which is not much in the Gaza Strip, but then a forcible ethnic cleansing campaign of the remaining Gazan population, with the hopes of re-upping and rearming to intensify their efforts of permanent annexation militarily of the West Bank, with another purge that will also take place also in the West Bank. So that is what I think is the goal for Donald Trump. And in an effort to do so, he also wants to offer freedom, clemency to Benjamin Netanyahu from internal prosecution, because as you know, Benjamin Netanyahu is not just an ICC war criminal. He also has a subsequent prosecution, a case that is pending in Israeli courts. Purge the where? Anywhere. UAE, Sinai Peninsula, anywhere but the Gaza Strip. Netanyahu is an international fugitive because of America. Getting a pardon from his partner in crime is nonsense. No, of course. Donald Trump has also talked about how he might stop funding Israel. They continue prosecuting Benjamin Netanyahu. He said this recently. I don't know if you remember. It didn't really make a blip in mainstream news, but he did say that. He said, Israel will give you billions of dollars. How dare you prosecute Benjamin Netanyahu? Donald Trump has also simultaneously attacked the ICC. Here it is. Trump's pro-Bibi pressure campaign from June 29th. It's terrible what they're doing in Israel to Bibi Netanyahu, Trump wrote. He's a war hero and a prime minister who did a fabulous job working with the United States to bring great success in getting rid of the dangerous nuclear threat in Iran. Trump claimed Netanyahu is in the process of negotiating a deal with Hamas, which will include getting the hostages back, and questioned how Israel could force its leader to sit in a courtroom all day long over nothing. He then warned the United States of America spends billions of dollars a year, far more than any other nation, protecting and supporting Israel. We are not going to stand for this. The extraordinary statement was widely interpreted as an effort to leverage U.S. military assistance to pressure Israel to cancel the trial. Now, my question is, if America has that much motion in Israeli politics, which they don't, by the way, this is one of the aspects of Israeli sovereignty that I don't think Trump could technically manipulate, but I guess it wouldn't be all that shocking if they have even that level of power, right? But notice how he can dangle military assistance to get Israel to do stuff internally that they might not want to do against their own laws and against their own rules. Where is the sovereignty in this fucking nation state? Why can't he dangle the military assistance over Israel's inability to come to terms with a fucking reasonable ceasefire? Perhaps it is because Israel's ethnic cleansing ambition in the Gaza Strip is also directly in line with America's interest, which also happens to be ethnic cleansing in the Gaza Strip. The judges didn't postpone this because of Trump. Oh, the Israeli court has refused to postpone Netanyahu's corruption trial even after Trump demanded that the case be dropped. They initially postponed the Netanyahu trial because of the Iran stuff. Because this did get postponed. It did get postponed once due to the Iranian strikes. In any case, Trump is trying to manipulate internal politics inside of Israel. But yeah, his Benjamin Netanyahu's corruption trial delayed on diplomatic and security grounds. The Israeli court's decision to cancel this week's hearing in the long-running trial came after Donald Trump said the case should be thrown out. So when they said no, they still turned around and 2 days later postponed it. They had previously postponed it already because of the threat of Iran, and they postponed it again, I guess. Given a pardon given to a great hero, a war hero. Netanyahu was indicted in 2019, charges on bribery, fraud, and breach of trust, all of which he denies. He has cast a trial against him as an orchestrated left-wing witch hunt meant to topple a democratically elected right-wing leader. Also, Yair Netanyahu was summoned to give testimony at the police regarding the diplomatic passports case. He is suspected of having unlawfully received a diplomatic passport from the foreign ministry after moving his residence to Miami. Oh, don't even get me started on fucking Yair Netanyahu. White House spokesperson. The president wrote the post about Netanyahu himself. Netanyahu had to go to court while he was in the middle of negotiations for peace and a hostage deal. The president understands this well. He too was a victim of a legal system that tried to imprison him. He believes Netanyahu was a great leader for Israel. Yeah, Yair Netanyahu is Benjamin Netanyahu's Groyper son. It's ironic that the fucking corruption scandal revolves around Benjamin Netanyahu basically purchasing favorable coverage, and the very same channels are still offering him favorable coverage in the process of this prosecution. So yeah. Bibi's son is a Nazi. I mean, Bibi is a Nazi. His son is literally a Groyper though, which is funny. His son is a 4chan poster. Like he groyps. He used to post stuff like Jewish puppeteer memes on his Facebook page. I remember he would post about how what's his face? George Soros was the Jewish puppeteer ruining Western civilization. It's like, bro, you're Jewish. Like, what are you doing? What are you fucking saying? Yeah, he groyps. He was like a Kekistani guy. Yeah. Lives in Miami. Is a groiped up shouty. Yeah, he was posting alien reptile and cloak figure in Yair Netanyahu's meme have old new origins. Yeah, see, look. Screenshot of a portion of the cartoon posted by Yair Netanyahu on Facebook. George Soros puppeteering is a shadowy figure, a lizard person who's controlling the world, who's using the Illuminati as a shadowy figure to fucking control with dollars dangling in front of Ehud Barak. Very funny because I don't know how to doing merchant memes as Benjamin Netanyahu's son is so funny, but then also doing merchant memes, Jewish merchant memes, okay, like Jewish puppeteer memes about the Jewish state, in air quotes, makes it even funnier. Okay? It's fucking hilarious. He's like, yes, Bibi's son was posting this shit. Like, dog, you know, people that use this meme use it on your dad, right? Like, for the most part, they're talking about you, big dog. What are you talking about? Like, what do you mean? I am an artist from Israel, and this is my art. Hello, I am an artist from Israel, and this is my art. Yes, graphic design is my passion. Anyway, okay. I mean, when you think about it, apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Benjamin Netanyahu is a literal Holocaust revisionist, which again also comes across as funny and unique and silly when I say it, but it's true. Look up Benjamin Netanyahu Holocaust revisionism. He is quite literally a Holocaust revisionist. He claimed very famously that because he's so fucking anti-Palestinian and so racist, that he tried to find a way to blame the Palestinians for the Holocaust. So he repeated this trope that you sometimes hear from other Zionists, including maybe even Zionists who put this in their fucking completely irrelevant copyright cases, that the Grand Mufti of Palestine at the time, which was a British appointment, okay, was responsible for the Holocaust, the execution of the Jews in the Holocaust, because Benjamin Netanyahu claimed that Adolf Hitler simply wanted to deport the Jews, not kill them, until he talked to the Mufti, the Palestinian British Mandate Palestine Mufti, and then the British Mandate Palestine Mufti told Hitler to kill the Jews instead, and Hitler was like, wow, that seems like a great idea, thank you. And that's why he did the final solution. This is one of the most insane ways to engage in Holocaust revisionism, especially because motherfucking Adolf Hitler was not exactly shy about what he wanted to do to the Jews. Like, there was never a moment. He is like one of the most well-documented anti-Semites of all time. He literally wrote a book about it. Okay, so the idea that he learned anti-Semitism and he invented a new way to deal with the Jews from the Palestinian Mufti is so fucking funny. He literally defended Adolf Hitler. Yeah, Netanyahu actually said Hitler didn't really want to kill any Jews, but he was fooled into doing it by the Palestinian Mufti.
To exterminate the
Hitler didn't want to
Jews at the time.
Here,
he wanted to
in English here.
Hitler didn't want to exterminate the Jews at the time. He wanted to expel the Jews. And Haj Amin al-Husseini went to Hitler and said, if you expel them, they'll all come here. So what should I do with them? He asked. He said, burn them.
No, he definitely wanted to, man. What do you mean? No, you don't have to take the responsibility away from Adolf Hitler, okay? This is crazy. Yeah. Fucking incredible stuff. Yeah, Hitler was groomed by the Palestinian Mufti. The Palestinian Mufti hypnotized him. This is like, this type of stuff is so funny because it's basically like anti-Semitic tropes, but bass boosted and like reversed. Because there's also like a classic anti-Semitic trope that like actually, one that John Hagee actually believes, which is that Adolf Hitler did the Holocaust so that like the Jews could have a homeland. Okay, that the Jews were ultimately responsible for the Holocaust once again. Like, this is, it's basically taking the ownership of the Holocaust away from the one guy you can't take it away from, okay, Adolf fucking Hitler, and giving it to someone else. And he's doing that because he's so horny to blame the Palestinians, even though 11,000 Palestinians died fighting against the Axis during World War II, for the record. But, you know, We gotta act like people who defend these fucking dickheads are actually sincere about defending anti-Semitism, about combating anti-Semitism. Against the Axis? Wait, no, I did say against the Axis. I didn't say for the Axis. 11,000 Palestinians fought against Nazi Germany and against the Axis. That's what I said. Zero out of 10 failed. Yeah, Palestine has hypnotized the Nazis. Yeah. The wily ways. Hassan, this meme is borderline anti-Semitic. What is this? That's one of the funniest things about the schnoz memes on Twitch is that I'm fairly certain it did not start because of anti-Semitic reasons, but simply because XUC has a giant nose. Anyway. This is the fucking bullshit ceasefire. How North Korea's new warship exposes fast shipbuilding tricks. Wall Street Journal.
Successful side launch of a ship looks like. And this...
I don't like that they're about to dunk on North Korea failing to fucking successfully deploy a new warship, okay? I don't like that. They have nothing. Let them have this. This is one of those things. This is one of those things where you're supposed to just like look the other way. You're supposed to be like, "Aw, they're trying," okay? It's fucked up. It's fucked up. I don't like that they're... You guys know this. I think we should let North Korea do stuff like this, okay? And it's nice. It's just like, let them have this, okay? Let them fucking have this. I think it's really messed up that we're making fun of them for not being able to successfully deploy this fucking ship.
Is Kim Jong-un's brand new 5,000-ton destroyer. It capsized after North Korea tried the same launch method. But what seems like a major setback for North Korea's efforts to modernize its Soviet-era navy offers a rare glimpse into the shadowy relationships between Pyongyang and Moscow.
The botched launch at Chongjin was very embarrassing.
Why do you treat the DPRK like infantile children? It comes across as super racist. I don't know. Maybe because they've been fucking thoroughly destroyed and withstood a horrifying famine under crippling sanctions without America ever giving them a moment of respite. So the very fact that it's not like a completely collapsed society and instead has like or plays as like a competent military on the global stage is almost it's ambitious. The fact that there is human beings there alone is insane to me. I'm a Jewish supremacist. Okay, fair.
But these ships reveal deep technological ties between Russia and North Korea.
Here's how Moscow appears to be helping Pyongyang build warships faster than China. Recently, North Korea revealed what appeared to be its most sophisticated vessels to date. The capsized Chaehyun-class warship that was put upright by June, and the first Chaehyun destroyer successfully launched in April.
It would be impossible for North Korea to build a ship this quickly without outside assistance.
Yo, you're just jealous, bro. You're just fucking jealous. Yo, you see this? It's jelly beans. Oh, China's helping them out. Why? They're lying. DPRK also lying, sir. What do you mean? Oh, wow. Their bitches are too bad. Okay, calm down. All right? Jesus Christ. You don't know them. You don't fucking know them. You don't know them. Maybe it was Russia. Oh, no, it's Russia. Okay, whatever. Still.
Mike Plunkett is a naval analyst with defence intelligence company Janes.
On the surface of it, these ships are very impressive. They are modern, they have a wide range of capabilities, but there are a few hints that they may not be everything that they appear to be.
Bro, still got to get a couple licks in. You see this? He's like, oh, their fucking ships are badass. Like, they're not capable of building it on their own. But also, their ships suck. Here is why. Okay, which one is it, man? Don't do this. Don't do this.
Elements in the design of North Korea's new warships indicate a high level of Russian involvement, especially when compared to Russia's own Grigorovich-class frigates.
The stern here, they have the same basic squared off shape in both classes. The profile of the foredeck and the bow is the same or very similar on both.
Images of the Chehyun destroyer launched in April also bear a strong resemblance to the Russian warship.
The real giveaway is this chine that runs the length of the hull from bow to stern.
This is a line marking where the slope of the hull changes direction.
It's the same on both classes.
Even design variations indicate how closely...
Excuse me, these flags clearly indicate that this is DPRK origin, okay?
Russia appears to be involved in the development of the new vessels.
One difference that we do see between the two ships is that the bow on the North Korean ship is considerably sharper in its rake, it's steeper angle than the Russian.
That is because the Russian frigate is approximately 410 feet long, which is about 65 feet shorter than North Korea's warship.
They need the extra length because they have packed significantly more weaponry, more missile systems into this hull than is present in the original Grigorovich. You would need Russian assistance in doing this because it's a Russian design. So they are familiar with the strengths and the weaknesses of the hull, where it would be safest and strongest to insert that additional length, and how it could be done as quickly and safely as possible.
The tech ties between Russia and North Korea go beyond designs alone, as Moscow seems to have supplied Pyongyang with the Pantsir-M, a Russian-only short-range anti-missile air defense system.
This is the first time this system has been seen on a warship other than in the Russian Navy, so this is clearly a direct export from Russia to North Korea.
Yeah, I mean, where are they supposed to get it, dude? Like, where are they supposed to get it? From fucking Japan? From America? Like, of course they're going to get it from Russia. What do you mean?
To arm this particular warship.
Kim Jong-un has long dreamed of modernizing his outdated navy. And in 2023, he visited...
Yeah. Super big news. Israeli jet appears to be extremely similar to USA jet. One might even say the exact same jet, as a matter of fact.
The headquarters of the Russian Pacific Fleet.
At the time, it was billed as sort of a friendship meeting with Kim Jong-un being shown around the Russian naval facilities and shown how powerful the Russian Pacific Fleet was. I suspect it was actually a sales pitch as much as anything. He was being shown naval technology that the Russians could offer or were in the process of handing over to the North Koreans.
In April 2025,
Bro acting like he wasn't pro-Russia. What's your opinion on Russia-Ukraine compared to 2 years ago? Bro acting like he wasn't pro-Russia in 2023. No, I wasn't pro-Russia in 2023, but you're fucking brain broken into thinking that I'm pro-Russia in 2023. So you probably think I'm still pro-Russia. So from your estimation, nothing has changed.
A year and a half later, Kim revealed North Korea's...
It was really funny because I saw like glimpses of where this kind of Hasana's pro-Russia sentiment was coming from. And I realized very quickly that it is even dumber than the fucking context puke. Because it was literally me like, I'd be criticizing Russia and the person who clipped it would not understand that I was criticizing Russia. So they would play it as though I was being pro-Russia. Regardless of the fact that it literally had a chyron that said like Vladimir Putin is bad. I don't like Vladimir Putin. It's a fucking 3-year-old emote. It said Haas News breaking. Vladimir Putin bad.
First destroyer. Pyongyang said it took roughly 400 days.
It comes with the D community and the videos he made where he gets Ukrainians to smear you. Yeah, I remember that. That's also kind of funny.
To build.
For warships at this size, the North Koreans have built it even faster than the Chinese would.
China typically takes 18 months to build and launch a similar class of warship. A US Arleigh Burke-class destroyer will need about 2 years, while Russia can take up to 11 years to build a frigate. So, for North Korea to build 2 of these within around a year is extremely fast, causing some experts to wonder whether these are actually completed ships.
There are a few things in these images that point to the possibility that these ships don't actually have any engines fitted. So firstly, there are a series of vents in the funnel which are used to take in air for cooling the engine and other machinery deep inside the ship. We can see in this image that all these vents, they're all blanked off with metal plates. They are not taking in any air for anything. At the moment, we've only seen it moving around with the assistance of tugs. We've not seen it moving under its own power. The other clue is that the waterline, which is where the water is supposed to be, when the ship is normally loaded, it is a long way above the water, which indicates that the ship is very lightly loaded. Now again, that may not be particularly surprising because she won't have any fuel on board, she won't have any provisions, any water, any significant amounts of weaponry. But it is still a very, very long way up, which suggests there's a large amount of mass missing.
Bro, stop pocket watching. Stop pocket watching DPRK. Fuck, man.
The Chaehyun warships serve as a powerful propaganda tool for Kim. Shortly after launching the first destroyer, North Korea also demonstrated its ability to fire missiles from the ship.
Look at that.
We know the Chaehyun can fire its guns. We know it can fire its missiles. Whether it's capable of a meaningful operational engagement is questionable. Whether it's capable of moving anywhere under its own power is questionable.
But even if there are no engines in North Korea's newest warships, the possibility that they could carry and launch nuclear weapons is a threatening development.
If more modern platforms are starting to enter North Korean service, then it complicates the South Korean calculus on how they deal with the North Korean Navy and provides North Korea with more options for striking at South Korea or US bases in the region.
Look at Kim's face, bro. Look at this.
For
my man's
striking
tough.
at South Korea or US bases.
Look how tough he is, bro. Look at his mouth. He's so tough. Dude. He's just always fucking aura farming, dude. That's what it is. Not to derail, but I just found out a new friend of mine is a D fan. Very disappointing, who claims to have met you at LAX and says she was rude to you when you asked if she was in line. I don't know if you remember if it's true or not, but sounded made up, lol. Wait, she was rude to me when I asked if she was in line? No, of course I don't remember this experience. Why the fuck would I? Why would that ever register with me? What? It's a fucking airport. I probably have my headphones in. What the fuck?
Testing 1 2 3 4 5.
It's such a sad story that it could be real. Like that could literally be a real story and I wouldn't know. Like, why didn't she make up a better story if she was going to make that up? Do we know China's position on the Kim dynasty? This video got me thinking about the party's thoughts, and I can't imagine they approve it as much despite being aligned with Western powers. What approve? They don't give a fuck, dude. What do you mean? China cares very little about what kind of internal governance happens in countries that they're aligned with. What? They don't care at all, dude. Are they trading or not? Okay. They'll only care if the Kim dynasty no longer wants to trade. They're trade maxing. Do you understand?
5.
Let's hear from our favorite CIA agent, John O'Harris.
Point a camera at the Earth, 600 kilometers above the surface. It's pretty mesmerizing. But point it at the Korean Peninsula and you'll see this. South Korea is ablaze, but North Korea is almost totally dark. You've got this little point here for Pyongyang, the capital, but it's mostly a void. The Black Void tells a story of how the 25 million people live in this secretive kingdom of North Korea. But as the sun rises, we get to fill in the details, we get to see more. We get to see cities designed to control. We get to see an unfathomable amount of military installations, many of them burrowed into mountains, where they protect nuclear weapons, where the over 1 million soldiers endlessly prepare for war.
There's over 10,000 manned military installations. So air defense, bases, naval sites.
Bro, we really fucked this country up. I swear to God. They are literally, they have designed every fucking function of society against what already took place. Okay? To ensure that what took place never happens again. It is crazy. Yeah, half of their shit's also underground, no? Like, they have a lot of tunnel systems in North Korea. I wonder why. I wonder why they designed half of their fucking, functions to be underground. I wonder.
You know, all that.
Same with Iran. It's like the same shit.
Into Pennsylvania.
We see factories, lots of factories. We see these little islands of dense housing, which are the homes of the workers who are assigned here.
Oh my God. Okay, that's... Hey, yo. If you see this and you don't instantly think every country that is outside of America's sphere of influence needs nukes, I don't know what to tell you, okay? Yeah, they're building fucking homes in factory towns for the workers that work in the fucking factories, and they don't look like Gaza. You know what I mean? That's crazy. I wonder why they haven't been blown up. Perhaps because also, goddamn, America's cultural victory is so insane. This literally looks like a Houston suburb, okay? How the fuck are these guys in the Democratic People's Republic of Korea basically building Houston-ass suburbs, bro? Are you kidding me? What the fuck is going on? They got McMansions in North Korea? How is this possible? I love how every time a video criticizes the lifestyles of an authoritarian country, it just describes our lifestyle. No, the difference is you don't get this state-sponsored housing in America. Jusha abundance mindset.
We see barriers, lots of barriers. Barriers meant to keep people in. And not just on the borders with neighbors, but also within the country itself. Checkpoints and barriers between provinces. I've been looking at every inch of North Korea because I want to understand how it actually works. I want to understand how the all-powerful leaders have designed this place and why. And I've been stumbling upon stuff that I never thought I'd see in North Korea. Ski resorts, an international children's camp, lots and lots of water slides, markets where people buy and sell things, schools and fields, fruit factories.
Why is that shocking, Jonald? They're a fucking country. What do you think they were doing, man? Do you think they don't have the concept of fun in North Korea? Like what? Yeah, of course. Wow. Wow, they got water slides. Guys, this is shocking. Yeah, it's shocking to you if you think that like the North Korean people are aliens or something. What the fuck? Dude, what is happening? Wow. They got markets? They're engaging in commerce? They got a ski resort? What the fuck? What's next, dude? They're eating food? You know, the same type of food that other human beings also eat? What is happening?
Coal shipments, limestone mines, burial grounds, prison camps in the cities and the mountains. Lots of strange-looking buildings, stadiums and tracks, and sports fields, empty roads and empty squares, Christian churches, a turtle-shaped building, apartment blocks where rich people live. I mean, you stumble upon some pretty wild stuff when you just scour every inch of the satellite map. I've also been talking to experts who...
Okay, that's really disrespectful.
Churches, a turtle-shaped building, apartment blocks where rich people...
Apartment blocks where rich people live. This was a glorious moment for the glorious Democratic People's Republic of Korea, where after many, many years of dedicated service, Kim Jong-un gave this apartment as a gift to one of the most famous women on the planet. Okay. I remember I monitored the situation actively. I covered it on this fucking broadcast when it happened. This was beautiful. Tears were shed. Look at this. A lifetime of service, dude. A lifetime of the Republic. Whom is this baller? She's the main lady. She's the main newscaster for DPRK. She's like the main, you know, the lady who sounds really fucking aggressive when she's explaining things. We gotta play one of her. We gotta play one of the. Yeah. Kim Jong-un gives Pyongyang flat to North Korean news anchor. The veteran news anchor who got a new riverside home. She told state media the Pyongyang flat was just like a hotel. Yeah, she's the main newscaster. Her family reportedly wept all night in gratitude. Yeah, Ri Chun-hee has read the news for North Korea's state network since 1971. 1971. Ri Chun-hee. Over her career, she's announced the death of the nation's ruler and its first nuclear weapons test. She's known and sometimes mocked overseas for a passionate tone delivering the news. Yeah, no mockery here, okay? I have great respect for one of my peers. As a newscaster here in the United States of America, newscaster recognized, this is, you know, I bow to the real. Like Walter Cronkite is nothing in comparison to her. Kim Jong-un called her one of North Korea's treasures. He also gifted new flats to others loyal to him. The complex was finished ahead of late founder Kim Il-sung's 110th birthday on April 15th. Pyongyang could mark the anniversary with a nuclear weapons test, the U.S. has warned.
Welcome back to Leading Ladies of the North. Today we're looking at the party's most famous newscaster, Ri Chun-hee. Born into a poor family in 1943, Yi became North Korean media royalty due to her loyalty to the party and her dependence on the state for survival. Her fealty and ideological credentials earned her enrollment at Pyongyang University of Theater and Film as a drama major. According to a 2009 edition of the North's chosen monthly magazine, her rise to fame was attributed to Kim Il-sung's warm love and faith in her broadcasting ability. Later, she was recruited by the state-run KCTV in 1971, where her theatrics suited North Korean broadcasting's heavy showmanship to convey different tones depending on the news being delivered. As the bugler for Kim Jong-un, he reserves a lofty proud tone when praising him and his nuclear developments and an invective tone when discussing the West. The party uses her over-the-top speaking style to spread government-controlled information, contributing to North Koreans' forced isolation and the infringement of the...
Yeah, more like she fucking delivers the news, okay, and restores glory to this glorious nation. Chill.
Their fundamental human rights to free thought, expression, and access to reliable resources.
You don't have to add all that. Calm down, okay? She is the GOAT. And yeah. Anyway, let's keep going.
People live. I mean, you stumble upon some pretty wild stuff when you just scour every inch of the satellite map. I've also been talking to experts who spend their time looking at the map of North Korea, analyzing it day by day for decades. Their data has been really useful in all of this. And honestly, I'm starting to see North Korea in a totally different way. I think I've been exposed to a very specific version of this country. And that doesn't mean it's an inaccurate version.
This is a classic doco, isn't it? 143. Where is it? Where he talks about reunification?
신념과 치가 이루어져야 우리나라가 굳건하다, 건재하다.
Through generations for our country to be strong.
텔레비 화면을 통해
I watched a movie on TV.
이민군 전사가
A soldier walked along the tracks
로반으로 툭툭툭툭 이래 걸어가는데 전기선이
and saw
끊어졌더란
that the
말입니다.
overhead wire was broken.
끊어서
A cable
그
was
리로
lying on the tracks,
리로에 전기선이
emitting
닿아서 불이
sparks.
부쩍부쩍 나더구만. 그래서
Guys, don't worry. I speak Korean. That's why I can translate. And what did he
순간에
do?
그 전사가 어떻게는 자기 몸에 그
He took the cable,
전화선을
rolled it around himself,
떨어졌습니다.
and jumped on the track.
그건
Jumped off the
전사는
tracks. He was killed, but averted the
앞에
danger from the
오던
train.
여객 열차는 구원됐단 말입니다.
I thought I would be proud if he were my
그
grandson.
전사가 내 손주면 좋겠다. 어?
If
나는
he gave his
너네
life for his
어려운
people
몸에서
and the
나라를
leader
위해서 수령을 위해서 이런 혁명적인
and became a
용의
revolutionary
대결을
hero,
난 부럽더라. 그
I was
전사가
very
내
envious.
손주가 돼서
How
얼마나
nice it would be if the hero were my grandson. Okay, guys, stop saying thanks for reading the subtitles. I'm not watching. I'm not reading the subtitles. I'm directly translating. I can speak Korean of the northern variety, okay? It's not North Korea, it's north of Korea. One Korea. Juhyuk. Does the younger generation think about reunification?
네,
Yes, we think about reunification.
인민 경제도 그렇고 해서 유럽 부문에 이거
Also, in terms of economic development possibilities,
통일이 되면
I think
더
the
잘
economic
살 수 있는
possibilities would be
그런,
very high.
전망도 있고 그러면 제일
But firstly, the leader and the general
시장님께서 장군님께서 이거
think of reunification very often too. If we, the younger generation, don't achieve reunification, then we can't realize the legacy of our leader. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. A lot of the fucking Jusha enjoyers are gonna get mad at me for saying this. I don't think. Maybe I'm wrong, but I don't think the leadership cares too much about reunification. I mean, they might say that they do in public. But I feel like they've calcified and hardened their stance as like the entity that kind of derives its power from the restrictions that they have at the global stage. One might assume that it is partially because of a necessity, partially born out of DPRK's history of being dominated and destroyed, genocided by Western forces. But I do think that there is beyond pragmatism. I think that it's more so a self-interested attitude as well. I also don't even understand how like a reunification would happen, considering that South Korea is literally a fucking holdover state that is still completely maintained with full-blown American military invasion. It is a captive state that has a fuck ton of American soldiers. It's just like, how would there be any real reunification? Would America peacefully leave? I don't think so. Korea Gate? No. I mean, it is a vassal. It is a vassal state. Why would they do that? I don't know. Because they were one nation. You know? There are factions. Some want an end to the war and sanctions. They want to develop economic cooperation with the U.S. and West balances out Chinese influence and dependence. Others want war for reunification, and others want to maintain the status quo. I think that in a very weird, twisted way, the American sanctions regime has ended up solidifying the dynastic power that the Kim family has. in spite of it all, they've been able to do something unimaginable. Against all odds, they've still survived, which is, you know, still something to, it's not, like the fact that DPRK does not resemble Korea, despite similar levels of intervention, maybe not to the same severity, maybe not to the same degree, maybe not for as long of a historic period as Haiti was clearly directly disrupted, maybe due to the proximity of DPRK as opposed to Haiti being much closer to the United States and immediate Western powers. But like, it should resemble Somalia or it should resemble Haiti, all things considered. They were genocided. So the fact that they still have a independent nation state that's reliant on initially the USSR for redevelopment and all trade, and then now reliant both on Russia and China. The fact that they still exist is crazy. I don't think that word, wait, what? South Korea has over 20 times the troops as the U.S. If they wanted to, they could easily kick the U.S. troops out. I don't think that word means what you think it means. What? What word? That's so funny. Yeah. Easily. Easily, South Korea would kick out the U.S. troops. Yeah. Well, Haiti was twice invaded twice by the Americans, and Haiti was president was deposed in 1991 and 2004. Yeah, the only thing that I'm talking about is like, dude, the fucking famine after the dissolution of the USSR was a death sentence. The very fact that there are still people living in North Korea is insane. I don't think we understand. Like, I often will talk about Cuba existing and surviving in spite of the crippling economic sanctions. Okay, in direct, close proximity to the United States, the most violent power on the planet. It is pretty crazy that North Korea still exists, let alone has been able to overcome tremendous struggle, tremendous odds. It is fascinating.
말입니다. 이게 제일 우선 가슴이 아프기 때문에 우리가 그걸 생각하고 그러면 이렇게 북한함이
Yeah, most depraved part of the famine was that America put further sanctions on North Korea when it happened. We really are the great Satan. Yeah. At numerous different points in North Korean history, America could have just been like, we're going to fucking give you aid. We're so sorry. We're coming in with the recognition. We're coming in with the recognition that, like, we really fucked up. We're sorry. We're going to give you aid. We're going to allow you to fucking openly work around the globe as like a normal country. And you know, we're going to help you out. They didn't do that. Like, not even to give aid, but to like lift the sanctions alone would probably play a big role in destabilizing DPRK, or at least like the current dynastic political structure of the DPRK. It's kind of crazy.
통일된 후에 뭐 여러 가지 문제가 많이 돼갔죠. 뭐 되는데 전체 인민 대중이 이게 하나로 이렇게 마음이 다 지향하고 이게 결합되게 되면 그거는 힘들지 않다고 생각한단 말입니다. 무슨 핏줄이 같고 언어가 같고 살색과 이건 다 풍습도 같은데 있고 자연히 우리는 한교되기 때문에 이제 통일만 되게 되면 서로 무슨 대항하는 데서 뭐 이런 데서 뭐 오직하거나 뭐 이런 게 없을 것 같아요. 자연히 난 오히려 우리 여기서 우리 아파트에서 저 옆에 아파트 만나는 사람보다 더 반가울 것 같습니다.
Okay, he's just talking about we're one people.
But it's just one version. Today I want to show you a deeper version. Now the map can't tell us everything, but I'm seeing how it can fill in the blanks in my knowledge of how...
If we lift sanctions, does it not just get looted by Kim and his associates? Or is it actually better as a destabilizing force to oust the Kim dynasty? Americans only have one fucking speed, bro. I swear to God. This is literally one speed. I wasn't saying lifting the sanctions as a means to fucking, I don't know, disrupt the North Korean form of governance. I was simply thinking about it on humanitarian grounds with a potential for it to destabilize the dynastic rule that the Kim family has over the DPRK. But immediately Americans have to be like, wait, what's in it for us? Maybe through this aid, we could just fucking, I don't know, destroy the Korean government and overthrow it. Otherwise, what if we just give them aid and then what? Kim gets fatter? Like, what's going to happen? What more can he do to loot the aid, chatter? Think about it. He's already fucking fat. What's he going to get? Fatter? What's going to happen? He already loves Gouda cheese, famously.
How this country actually works, broadening my perspective on this most secretive kingdom in our world. So buckle up and let's get ready to look at this map. I mean, this whole country is under one giant surveillance. And I guess while we're talking about surveillance, let's talk about the sponsor of today's video, which has a lot to do with surveillance, because all of us are actually surveilled, whether we like it or not. I guess if we're on the internet, which you're on the internet right now, so you're being surveilled. A very lucrative industry in today's world is that of being a data broker.
He's like, not the people that fund me, but you are surveilled. Not the people that fund me don't surveil you, but you are being surveilled.
People collect information about where you live, what you do on the internet, how old you are, what your birthday is, a million different things. And then they buy and sell that information on an open market, secretly. You don't know this is happening. They sell this stuff to advertisers, insurers, even those sketchy people search sites. And even though this sounds sketchy, it's all technically very legal. But you know what else is legal? Asking these data brokers to take your name off of their lists so that you don't get junk mail and robocalls and text messages and have your insurance premiums jacked up. So Incogni is the sponsor of today's video, and that is their entire business. I signed up for Incogni a while back. I gave them permission to act on my behalf, to go out and make these requests for me, because there's no way I could actually have the time to do it. A few years ago, I actually tried to do it myself and made a whole video about it and admitted defeat. That was even before Incogni even existed. But now Incogni exists, and so I use them. Here, I'm logging into Incogni to show you. Boom. So, I mean, check this out. They've given me this dashboard where I just get to sit back and watch. Since I started in March of 2023, they have sent out 779 requests to get me off these data broker lists. And of those, 643 have been successful. 643, that's a lot. I mean, you can even see the actual companies that they are requesting to get your name taken off of. There's a lot of them. This has been a very successful thing for me, and that's why I'm a big fan of Incogni and why I love that they come sponsor videos. Incogni just launched this new feature, the Unlimited plan, where you can get removed from any site, data broker or not. So if you want to get in on this, you can use the link in my description, get a big discount. It's incogni.com/Johnny Harris. If you use that link, you support this channel. Like, it's a good thing for me if you do that. And then you also get 60% off this plan. Oh, and I think you have to use the code Johnny Harris at checkout. Don't forget to do that. It may auto-populate, but it may not. Use the link incogni.com/Johnny Harris. Thank you, Incogni, for sponsoring today's video and being a longtime partner of the channel. And with that, let's dive back in to the map. I mean, first things first, North Korea is a beautiful country.
North Korea is usually viewed as, this hellscape of a place, but it's actually really beautiful. Lots of mountains and hills and rare animals and everything.
It's home to this huge mountain range. Among these rugged mountains, you've got this volcano.
I thought I subbed not to see the fucking ads, Bitch, you're not even subscribed right now, which you can, by the way. The Piker Broadcasting Service is sponsored by you and only you, the viewers. Also, the glorious nation of the Democratic People's Republic of Korea. One day, Marxist-Leninist Juche principles will rise up and overtake the entire planet. Your voluntary contributions are the only way to support the Piker Broadcasting Service. The Piker Broadcasting Service is funded by you, the viewers, for you, the viewers. Thank you.
Mount Paektu. It's kind of a sacred spot for North Koreans. It's where their legends say their great leader Kim Jong-il was born. Incidentally, it's right on this border, actually. Half of Mount Paektu is on the Chinese side. China, North Korea. North Korea can get really cold and snowy. It's home to between 20 and 30 million people. It's about half as many as live in South Korea. And it was the war in the 1950s that created these two Koreas, and in the process turned what is now North Korea into dust.
Okay.
Today, North Korea is built around a few major cities. Here's the 10 most populous. Some have ports, some are up on the border with China, and then there's the...
With another 100 gifted subs. Thank you for your service, American streamer man, to the great nation of North Korea, Kim Jong-il. Korean is an 81-month subscriber. Look at that. One of the few to get the sub badge that looks like this.
This river city of Pyongyang. This is the capital. A lot of this had to be redesigned from scratch because the country was destroyed in the Korean War. The country itself is designed in line with this North Korean communist ideology of a human body. The great leader is the brain, and then the members of his single-party government represents the nervous system that connects his will to the masses. The masses are the bones and the muscle, the ones who carry out the work of building this country. The country is supposed to act as one, serving the will of the brain, the great leader. And what I'm seeing is that this kind of body configuration allows them to do some pretty unique things. First and foremost, military. Most countries spend like between...
Bro just described urban planning, city planning, and planning of the state as like a unique entity. I don't understand what's so different.
1 in 4% of their GDP on military.
Oh, so like NATO nations. So, oh, you mean like what Trump wants out of fucking Scandinavian countries? Is that what you mean? Oh, damn. That's crazy, man. Also, 1 in 4% is wild. That's kind of a big swing, don't you think?
North Korea spends like between 20 and 25%.
Oh, he wasn't saying he wasn't saying NATO. He wasn't saying other countries spend 1 in 4%. He's saying Korea spends 20 to 25% of their GDP. My bad.
Military. And we've got the data on what that looks like. Whoa, okay, settle down, big boy. Oh God. Look at this. Oh my lord, look at this.
My mistake.
I don't think I've ever seen so many yellow push pins in my life. It kind of reminds me of that map of...
Where's he getting this info from, bro? I swear to God, he's CIA.
Like saunas in Finland, places like a fortress. You can see that a lot of this is concentrated down here on their southern border. This is the DMZ. It's actually a 4-kilometer thick border. And technically with...
As I said this earlier, we have fucked this country up and left it in a state of disrepair. Like this is, you only do this if you are brain broken. Probably because 30% of the North Korean population is serving in reserve / paramilitary capacity. We have fucked this country up. And that is the reason why the only way that they believe that they can have sovereignty is so that they never allow what America and Western nations did to North Korea ever happen ever again.
Within this 4 kilometers, there's supposed to be no military stuff. That is, if you don't count the thousands of landmines that are there left over from the Korean War and that North Korea continues to plant. But in terms of weapons, Most of it is right here on the border of the DMZ, where North Korea has 900 artillery guns that are aimed right at Seoul, South Korea. In the event of a conflict, these guns could fire 10,000 rounds a minute at South Korea, which would make good on their promise to turn South Korea into a sea of fire, which they often make towards their southerly neighbor. Now, a reminder, it's not just North Korea. If we were mapping American or South Korean military assets, you'd see a lot of those too on the southern side, down here. But we are looking at North Korea right now.
Yeah, don't.
You got underground bunkers, missile launch sites, nuclear reactors.
Why doesn't China help out? Wait, what do you mean they do? China is responsible for damn near the entirety of trade with North Korea. North Korea and South Korea not reunifying is also kind of good for China as well. I mean, I don't know if China would give a shit or not, ultimately. Clearly, they are perfectly happy with dealing with other countries in their backyard that are vassal states. I mean, look at Japan. You know, China is a major trade partner to Japan. But I think like the way China sees it as a buffer state, DPRK is a buffer state between American ambitions and China. They're not allies. North Korea and China don't trust each other since Korea was aligned with Moscow and still is. Okay, but fucking Moscow is aligned with China. And also, China, what are you talking about? China is their fucking entry point into the world, dude. No, that's not, I don't think you're correct. As far as like North Korea doesn't trust China. China is literally without China, the DPRK has no economy, no commerce. DPRK is calling the shots. China is a small player in the region comparatively. True. True. DPRK is China's Israel? No, that's Pakistan. Pakistan is China's Israel, not DPRK.
Airstrips, naval bases. So you've got the thousands of landmines. And of course, this little pavilion where soldiers from both sides stand meters apart. This is where the countries have their diplomatic talks. You've got 1,000 observation posts, 300 checkpoints and roadblocks, tons of military facilities that support the soldiers here. And then, of course, tunnels. Man, you're going to see a lot of underground stuff here. North Korea is covered with...
No. Actually, I take it back. China is the Democratic People's Republic of Korea's Israel. Actually, first ever. We're the vassal state, an extension of Korean imperialism, is far greater as an economic engine and a military superpower than the DPRK is. Yes. They are at the table. Turkey is the table. DPRK at the table. China, little partner at the table to DPRK.
These things, and this is just the ones we know of. One explanation for these tunnels is that during the Korean War, this country was basically flattened. Almost every building was turned to dust by American bombs. So a huge part of the North Korean psyche is this paranoid fear of air power. They designed their defense strategy to be ready for if that ever happens again. So you have a lot of these fortified bases and tunnels. Some of them are for weapons storage, and some of them are for invasion. Like down here on the DMZ, they secretly dug a bunch of tunnels that are kilometers long that go under the DMZ. This would allow them to move troops into South Korea very quickly. Actually went into...
I remember reading something about how like DPRK tunnel systems are so fucking complex, and how like they've taught the Viet Cong how to do complex tunnels as well. And that tunnel tech has made its way to both Iran and also even Hamas. Low-key, DPRK is Hamas. Okay, that part is not a joke. Like I'm no longer memeing, but a lot of these countries that are outside of the sphere of American influence, that are oftentimes victims of American imperial ambition, have found new resourceful ways of resisting against these sorts of actions. And one of the ways that you do it is basically fucking develop a complex web of tunnels. And I think, like, from what I understand, DPRK tunnel tech is pretty advanced. We in Switzerland have a lot of tunnels too. Are we Hamas? I don't think so.
One of these tunnels that had been discovered by South Korea. But these tunnels also have another purpose. And in fact, the military itself, a big portion of it, is dedicated to protecting one family. You'll see this in the capital. This is the barracks that houses some of the 100,000 bodyguards meant to protect the Kim family. This hill is like a giant bunker. It's home to a bunch of military installations, some of them deep underground, a lot of them connected through tunnels. And this is one of the many escape plans that the Kim family has. In case of an attack, they can escape on an armored train or in one of the helicopters that is stored inside of this hill. There's rumors that there is another huge tunnel system on the northern border that would allow the Kims to sneak into China if they needed to.
Just the amount of effort put into the security of the Kims themselves versus, helping out your average person. I don't think people really realize the amount of...
Yeah, look, see? There's the entire thing about the tunnels. I don't think it'd be far-fetched to say the Hamas weathering 50 months of aerial bombardment and ground invasion is long historical thread tying back to the U.S. dropping over 500 million tons of bombs on North Korea. There are many factors that allowed the Al-Qassam brigades to emerge from all corners of Gaza on Sunday, but a major one was their spider web of underground tunnels, a complex, endless maze of reinforced tunnels 50 to 100 meters underground with 5,000 access shafts. Following the U.S.'s genocidal air campaign in North Korea, described by General LeMay as, by the way, bombs away LeMay, burning down every village in North Korea, the KPA started building a massive network of tunnels along the DMZ. North Korea is regarded as the most tunneled nation in the world by military experts. North Korea has also built underground command centers, industrial sites, and the Pyongyang Metro, the deepest metro on Earth, capable of withstanding a nuclear strike. The same year they completed the metro, North Korea dispatched an engineer regiment to North Vietnam to help them construct an underground military headquarters and pass on their expertise and equipment in their fight against the U.S. invasion. In 2006, Hezbollah humiliated the Israeli occupying forces when they invaded South Lebanon, a feat that rested largely on their underground infrastructure. Built with the assistance of North Korean engineers, A.B. Abrams notes that the layout closely mirrors the layout of the DMZ network. What? You were on Piers Morgan recently?
Nah.
Dude, come on. Dude, don't fucking... Really, dude? You're gonna say Hen Mazzig, that fucking Hosberus piece of shit? Get the... Come on, man. Fuck you, okay? Calm down. Jesus Christ. Yeah, me, bizarro me, if I was fucking evil and lame. The effectiveness of Hezbollah's tight security network in southern Lebanon, its emphasis on using complex and often extremely deep underground tunnel and bunker networks to move troops, store munitions, and infiltrate enemy territory safe from detection or air attacks, and more recently its deployment of vast arsenals of rocket artillery and ballistic missiles, all closely reflect not only Korean influences, but active Korean assistance. KPA advisor reportedly assisted Hezbollah in building the complex tunnel infrastructure deemed key to its success in 2006. And Israel's discoveries since then of infiltration tunnels under its own territory meant for wartime penetration were highly reminiscent of those discovered by South Korea coming from the DPRK. It is notable that the layout of the tunnel network in southern Lebanon closely mirrors that on the northern side of the inter-Korean demilitarized zone. To provide some indication of how extensive and well-fortified the Korean-built tunnel and bunker network in southern Lebanon was, the region south of the Litani River alone was thought to have 600 ammunition and weapons bunkers, 8 or more meters underground, alongside better fortified command bunkers constructed to a depth of 40 meters using poured concrete. These were not as deep as those in Korea itself, designed to withstand multiple American nuclear strikes, but were still sufficient to weather anything in Israel's arsenal or any known non-nuclear bunker buster in service in the Western Bloc at the time. The network built in southern Lebanon was 25 kilometers long. Western analysts also believe that North Korean engineers have been valuable advisors to Iran in the construction of their underground facilities. You can see one of them here. Some even believe that the North Koreans had a direct role in the construction of Eagle 44 and, you might recognize this name, Fordow. One of the most notable types of RPG ammunition used by Hamas is the F-7HE frag rocket produced by North Korea. Palestinians in Gaza have a long history with working with tunnels dating back to the 80s due to the blockade, but the scope, design, and purpose has drastically expanded since then. The first official tunnel operation against the Israeli occupying force would be conducted in 2001. Latest designs are bunker buster resistant, using a combination of poured concrete, arches, sandbags, and blast doors to fortify the soft sand and clay. Hamas tunnel pictured on the left and North Korean tunnel pictured on the right. Bro, the fact that Hamas is also able to do this under a fucking insane blockade implemented by Israel makes it so much more impressive. Because like the DPRK is doing this despite crippling sanctions and whatnot, but it's a fucking nation state. Okay, it has like some semblance of sovereignty. Gaza does not have that semblance of sovereignty. There are lots of unanswered questions as to just how significant Iranian and Lebanese aid to Hamas was leading up to the Al-Aqsa flood, but I don't think it'd be crazy to say that they at the very least received designs and technical knowledge from them as they did with weapons. North Korea has been intervening on American aggression for decades on the down low. In turn, the U.S., Israel, and South Korea have been training for tunnel warfare for years, but no modern army has dared to actually do it. Israel did the tunnels in Gaza. They were talking about Iran. No, that's not true. No, there are some tunnels that obviously Israel designed, like the ones underneath the fucking Al-Shifa hospital. But the complex web of tunnels that exist under the Gaza Strip were not fucking all created by Israel. What are you talking about? But this tunnel that we're talking about, like this underground, this is not a tunnel, this is an underground facility, was in Iran. It's not even crazy because like the ingenuity required is immense. Is fucking nuts that they were able to do this under constant surveillance.
Security infrastructure that they have.
But it's not all underground. The country is littered with 1,500 guns and missiles that are meant for shooting down aircraft. A third of those, by the way, are concentrated around Pyongyang, the capital. Like, look at this one. Pretty funky looking from above. Here in the middle of this field. You've got the Air Force. The Air Force is one of their larger military branches. And then you've got their Navy, which has a bunch of submarines. A lot of them not totally operable, experts think. But in a recent video we made on submarines, we calculated at least 36 operable submarines hanging out in bases like this. Now look at their missile sites. Missiles, rockets, nuclear weapons are a big deal for this regime, and especially the most recent leader, who, as you can see from this graph, has really ramped up the testing of all of this. These missiles have all kinds of different ranges, but the longest ones can go 12,000 kilometers away. I mean, that puts a lot of the world in range, including the United States. Many of those are up here in these mountain bases where they store these missiles and where they can launch them. But lately, they've also been trying to send up non-weapons into space. Ambitious. This launch pad is where, over the last couple of years, they've tried to put satellites up into space.
It's put a satellite in orbit. There's only about 11 or 12 countries around the world that have ever put a satellite in orbit.
The military is core to keeping the Kims in power, which is why they often show it off. I love this video from The Guardian.
The military is also key to fucking farming aura. They farm aura extra hard, brother. Don't you think it's equally impressive how North Korea acquired nukes? Yeah, that too, for sure.
know when one of these things is going to happen because there's like a replica of the Kim Il-sung Square, the big central square, where all of these soldiers get together and practice. And so whenever they see activity in that practice square, they know that they're getting ready for one of these. So the military is a very important part of keeping the Kims in power. It's used as propaganda, it's used as actual defense, and it's often used to actually like build stuff. And you've got one of the largest militaries in the world, 1 million plus active duty. They're able to commit.
Hassan Method, bitch, I'm live streaming for 8 hours a day. He didn't have to be chowing down on fucking yogurt when he's doing a video. Okay? There is a difference between me eating while I'm live streaming versus him eating deliberately while he's filming this video. You think he didn't have time to just like suck down the yogurt and then fucking speak?
Man, that to do all sorts of projects, including construction projects, which we're gonna look at. One thing you'll see a lot of in North Korea is fences, and not to necessarily keep people from coming in, but more so to keep people from going out. They've spent years building a fence around the entire perimeter of the country, at least 1,400 kilometers, bordering China alone. Here's all the security outposts. I mean, this fencing goes through all kinds of terrain, including dug into the beach. And a lot of this was built recently, as more and more people have been trying to escape. And then within the country itself, there are barriers that control people's movement. The country has checkpoints at the province borders to make sure people aren't moving around without permission. So yeah, a lot of people can't get out of North Korea, but some can. In fact, there's a whole network of IT professionals, North Korean like engineers, who interview for Western tech jobs, get hired, and then pass money and information back to the North Korean regime, all without their employer knowing it.
Okay, I'm about to try to conduct a job interview for the first time in my life. I reached out to David Wensky, a senior software engineer, and he responded to me 3 hours after I reached out, but I'm not actually hiring anybody.
Oh my God, yet another one of these fucking fake job listings, bro. It turns out all of you chatters that have been fucking trying to get hired by these IT companies were simply getting honeypotted by these fucking losers that are trying to catch North Korean IT professionals for a YouTube video. Okay?
And I don't think David Wensky is actually who he says he is.
This is a big rabbit hole that is very juicy, and my colleague Christoph went down that rabbit hole in a new video that's live right now over on his channel. His show is called Tunnel Vision. It is very good, and this story about IT espionage and money funneling back to North Korea is incredibly wild, how deep Christoph was able to get. So you should go check that out. The link is in the description. Okay, so a lot of this stuff probably isn't that surprising to you. This is the kind of stuff we see on the news, the stuff that gets covered a lot, the military, the missiles, the control. But now I want to get to the part of this country that really led me to this video in the first place, which is the stuff that we don't see very often, to try to expand my understanding of what it is like to live in North Korea. What is life like in these cities, out here in the rural areas? How do they make stuff? Where do they get their food? Entertainment, community. Turns out that between defector testimony, state news, and the satellite map, you can actually learn a lot about this stuff. A lot of North Korea's cities were designed from scratch after the city was turned into rubble because of the Korean War. And because of that, they have very unique design that is meant to fulfill a certain objective that is in line with North Korean ideals of controlling people, unifying people, and continuously celebrating their leaders and the struggle of their continuous revolution. So, many of us have seen the capital, we'll get to that, but I want to look at these other cities. A lot of North Korean cities are built around a big central square, like this. A lot of them have these circles that look like they're hand-drawn. The squares.
The American mind continues to fascinate. Like, they will look at like city planning as this like endlessly fascinating thing as long as it's happening in Korea. You can make the same exact video about fucking Barcelona, okay? You can say the exact same things. Like, he literally said the North Korean cities were designed around like communal gatherings. Yeah, really? Wow. You mean third spaces? Like, what do you mean? A plaza? They have that in like every Japanese town. You know? That is the point, Hassan? No, dude. The point is what kind of energy you put towards this kind of this kind of like otherwise very banal city planning analysis.
There's kind of the middle of the city, and then you have these massive boulevards that kind of frame out the city. Now you'll quickly notice in a lot of these cities that these boulevards are pretty empty. You see a lot more buses than you see private cars. Oh, and you see a mosque every once in a while. I've tried to get to the bottom of what the deal is with these mosques. North Korea has a couple of these churches or mosques that are mostly there for optics, from what I can tell. What? More on that in a little bit. So yeah, you've got these empty boulevards, lots of empty squares that lead to these kind of grand spaces. Now, these spaces are often punctuated with some kind of monument. Here's one. Here we go, Central Square. I mean, we can go back in time too and sort of look at the historical imagery. Huge boulevards, often very empty. Oh, boom, look, someone's visiting. So when you see people, you often see them in huge groups like this. At least that's what I've noticed from above. When there's people, there's a lot of them and they're all very close. But oftentimes this stuff is empty. Oh, look, here's a bunch of people lined up in near perfect geometry on this square. Every major city has a stadium. Now, some of these are in kind of bad shape, but some are really nice. Sports is a big deal in North Korea.
Some of the sports that are popular in North Korea, they do very well. So they're definitely, in some areas, sort of hitting above their weight, I think. Yeah.
Though defectors do report that sometimes a stadium like this one in particular has been used for public executions or public shamings. A big part of the control regime in North Korea is to publicly punish to keep people in line. Okay, and then recently the government declared that every city needs to have one of these. Check this out. There are around 170 of these traffic parks, and these are new, but these are very important to North Korean cities. Remember all those empty streets? Like, most people don't own cars in North Korea. They go on buses. But recently that's kind of changing. There's even a car company that puts together like kit cars and sells them in North Korea. They're one of the few companies that actually advertise. And so because of that, there is more traffic in residential areas, which has led to more accidents for kids who are not used to dealing with cars. So this was an initiative to teach kids the rules of traffic to promote public safety for children. One thing that's going on. Okay, so those are some of the design patterns and kind of common ingredients in a North Korean city. But let me show you some specific...
I love that he literally said, this is a stadium for football, which is strange. Okay, they're hitting above their weight class by playing organized sports at a professional level inside of their fucking country. And then he quickly was just like, and they also execute people, I heard. This is actually kind of a cool video because in spite of Johnny Harris's like seasoning with the spooky music and the overall sentiment demonstrated that's like very skeptical of like Korean existence, there's still a lot that's like fascinating about a country, especially if you know the history and what North Korea has experienced overall. Like, it kind of comes across as like flexing their accomplishments almost. So your takeaway could be dramatically different from the average American liberal watching this. The average American liberal is like shocked. They're like, ooh, they're scarily teaching children how to drive cars. That's creepy. Versus, like, if you're a little bit aware of what they have gone through, you're like, that's kind of remarkable that they have all of this.
Specific cities, because as we do that, you start to see how this country works, how its economy works. Hamhung is one of their bigger cities. You've got your standard big, giant, empty squares with statues of the leaders. But But this is actually a big economic hub for chemicals. Here's an area that some experts believe is a chemical facility where they actually store this stuff underground. Remember how they love to put everything underground to protect it? These little white dots sort of represent that there is something buried there, and potentially chemical weapons or other sensitive chemicals that they don't want the world to know about. See these big industrial facilities, they make a lot of chemicals like fertilizer, pesticides. It's home to this pretty wild looking amusement park. I don't know what is going on with these slides. Now, I've never seen it full of people, even when I go to a weekday in the summer. But I want to show you this one factory. This is a really important building in North Korea because this is
a water park, but also, is it really? I've never seen, out of these two different satellite images, I've never seen people at the water park, so maybe it's actually not a water park, but they're doing water torture at the park. Yeah. Perhaps it's a place that is used for public executions.
Where they make Vinylon. Vinylon is a fabric that you can make not with wool or cotton, but with coal and limestone, which is something they have a lot of in North Korea. So as a part of the push for self-reliance, North Korea produces this synthetic material called Vinylon. They use it for uniforms. Like a lot of clothing in North Korea is made with this really tough, scratchy, durable Vinylon material. Use it for curtains. They kind of use it for everything. It's the North Korean national fabric. So this is their biggest Vinylon factory right here. And it's so important that the leader came to the reopening when they renovated this thing. So yeah, Vinylon is made with coal. They mine a lot of coal in North Korea. If you zoom into this port in Hamhung, you'll see really gnarly looking yellow pollution. But you'll also see ships with coal aboard. You'll see all this coal getting ready to be shipped out, basically all of it going to China and potentially violating sanctions, but that's not what we're looking into right now.
Oh, brother. Let them fucking breathe, man. Jesus Christ. Oh my God. Fucking snitch, dude. Violating sanctions. How about the sanctions are in and of itself a severe and ongoing violation?
Let's go to another city, but this one is interesting. It's up north, right in the shadow of Mount Paektu. This is a nice looking city. It's home to this ice rink. It's got a ski hill up here. There's, of course, the required children's traffic park. This was a big construction project for Kim Il-sung. And it's meant to show the world that North Korea is open for tourism, especially here in the shadow of their holy mountain. And look, this thing went up really fast. There's evidence that to make this thing go so fast, they used this youth construction brigade, which is a bunch of young people who do construction labor for 10 to 12 hours a day as a way to show their loyalty to the party and potentially move up in the ranks to move out of their social class, which is something we'll talk about in a little bit.
This district was pretty much empty before it started.
I'm getting I wish I had that North Korean infrastructure right about now. You know what I'm saying? Fucking effing, dude. Crazy.
And in the space of, within a couple of years, or even a year, all of this was built. We don't know much about the construction standards, but they do build very fast.
But yeah, when you control every...
Bro, this is literally... Dude, this is the same shit that they were doing in China. The difference is they can't really do it to China. They can't really do it to China anymore because, it's not shut off from the rest of the world like North Korea is. So they're getting their kicks off in the same exact way with North Korea. It's crazy. Wow, I can't believe the DPRK is a fucking federal jobs program, dude.
Every human in the country, you can build this stuff really quick. Now, whether or not this is good quality stuff...
You don't think they use child labor? No. Why the fuck would they use child labor? No, I don't think they use child labor. They have a fucking ginormous country filled to the brim with able-bodied men and women. Why the fuck would they use child labor? I don't know, but my immediate assumption is not that they use fucking child labor. What are you talking about? It's construction, dude. Glazing North Korea as well is not glaze. Think critically. What would be the reason as to why? Okay, once again, what would be the reason as to why they would use child labor? Child labor is often utilized in countries where there is a profit incentive in mind. Okay? Are children more capable builders? Why would they use child labor? If they are, even if you were to assume that North Korea is this despotic, dynastic, authoritarian, military rule, right? And they have the capacity to, at gunpoint, make adults build shit. Why the fuck would they use children? Why would children? Just think, like, within the logical confines of the system that Johnny Harris is developing here, okay? Think within his own logical framework. Why the fuck would children somehow advance the construction efforts and make it faster? Please. That's it. Like, if they have the capacity to do forced labor, scary, at gunpoint, why would they use children? Do they yearn for it? They have small hands. What would the small hands do to building a fucking home? Yeah, National Endowment for Democracy ass fucking source. It keeps me hungry. It keeps me up at night when I think about those children. Hungry children suffering in the cold. Bro talking like the U.S. doesn't do child labor. The United States does child labor because it's profit focused. If the United States had the capacity to, as they are suggesting that they do in North Korea, make adults at gunpoint work at the fucking factories, I'm sure they would rather use adult slaves rather than child slaves, don't you think?
Is another question. Like, I've seen videos of some of these houses in the mountains that like have ice on the inside of the window. So we're not sure if this is, you know, good construction, but boy, they're building stuff fast. Okay, let me show you a few more of these cities. Okay, let's go to Chongqing, port city here on the East Coast. Got some gnarly industrial stuff going on here. Home to these very cookie cutter looking homes. Here they produce textiles, rubber, steel. They build trains. They've got a big power plant. And you can see out here in the water, this is where a lot of shipping comes in and out of the country.
Yeah, that's funny because, yeah, Johnny didn't even suggest that they were forced. He just suggested that the children are... the children have this upward social mobility within the North Korean class structure, which I'm sure he will get to in a second. They have the opportunity for class advancement in North Korea, and that's why they fucking work in these as children. They work in these conditions, even though there's plenty of fucking adults. Like, all of the jobs are controlled by the government. Why would the government go, you know what? We don't want able-bodied men and women working on the construction sites. We want children. Okay? We want children to work at these construction sites, teenagers to work at these construction sites, because somehow they're better and more equipped and faster at building houses. I still don't understand why not both. Oh my God. If you are going to apply child labor to a fucking to an industry, I don't think construction would be the one that they would be working in. They would probably be working in, like, I don't know, textile or something. Okay, like something where their tiny hands can be put to better use than motherfucking picking heavy things up. It doesn't make logical sense to use children at a construction site.
country. Look at all these vessels. I mean, not a lot relative to most countries, but, you know, got all this gnarly industrial stuff doing steel. You can see that they're shipping stuff out. There's coal, some of these minerals, a lot of mining happening.
My point is child labor is not skilled labor, also is not equipped, like physically equipped to do the kind of labor necessary to build a home. So it's not, there's no reason to do this in a country where the government controls all aspects of labor. Like, I think they would have better use putting adults into this expedited construction scheme. And I've described this while not giving any charitability to North Korea whatsoever. I even said, even if what the suggestion is true, that there's like forced labor and stuff happening, why the fuck would they force children to make these houses? And chatters were like, why are you glazing North Korea? I'm just saying it doesn't make logical sense.
Which
and he used it as a reason for why it was so fast, why the building was so fast, because children potentially worked in it.
As we will see, usually is the work of political prisoners deep in the mountains working a life sentence of hard labor. But yeah, for now, let's just look at this. I mean, some of this stuff just looks like a wasteland, but you know, that's industry for you. But then all of that steel production is happening right next to these tightly packed homes, just endless homes. You've got your required empty boulevard, traffic park. Here's their train station. Here's the big central square. This one's really ornately designed. Let's see if anything happens if we go back in time. Oh, they just built this. This is 2020. Look at this thing go up.
Yeah, you can see the little dots that they're building. Those are children. They put those kids to work again, dude. There's nothing that North Korean children value more than pouring concrete. Do you understand? They are the best at it.
Looks nice. Statues of the two leaders, sports stadium. And if you look at these big blue roofs, you will see something that you wouldn't expect to see in North Korea. This is the home to a market where thousands of vendors buy and sell things all day here in the socialist, communist, anti-capitalist utopia of North Korea. So the story here is that back in the 90s,
bro, stop. Stop. There ain't no fucking no. No. He said socialism when no trade, socialism when no commerce. That's amazing. That's fucking awesome. Wow.
When the Soviet Union fell, North Korea was hit very hard because they were very reliant on aid from the Soviet Union. Mass famine spread throughout the whole country, and this region was very deeply hit. So it gave rise to this really resourceful black market. Homemade goods, smuggled goods, sort of bartering, trading. Between a couple 100,000 to a couple million people died during this famine. And the black market was the only way that a lot of people lived and still live today. So in 2008, the government tried to crack down on this. This is like very anti-North Korean, like letting people buy and sell and smuggle stuff in. This is like not North Korean. So they cracked down, and the mostly women merchants in this city protested. You don't see that in North Korea. They marched to the city government office, and there was like a big confrontation, and they basically said, like, we won't be able to live if you cut us off of this.
Where North Korea has started to change has been the sort of underground economy. It has become somewhat tolerated under Kim Jong-un, these kind of illicit markets.
And today, the government continues to let this happen. This one we're looking at with the blue roof is a big example of that, but it's not the only one, not even close. These markets are now all over the country. So a lot of people get their stuff on this kind of black, gray, informal market, which has turned into a massive network.
I don't get it. Why didn't they just kill all the women? Like, what? It doesn't make sense. Why didn't they just kill everyone? I thought this was like a incredibly suppressive state, incredibly repressive state. Why did they kill all the women and then abolish the commodity form once again to maintain this loyalty to what Johnny Harris claims is the Marxist-Leninist principles that they abide by? You know, why didn't they abolish women? That's so weird.
Of trafficking stuff in, usually from China and almost always illegally.
Individual smugglers that will bring stuff literally across the river that divides North Korea and China. Sometimes those trading companies will, in the back of the truck, in addition to the shipment they're meant to be bringing in, bring a few other things in as well. And then that will kind of flow into the black market that way.
Back in the famine days, it was just the essentials. It was just rice and corn, just basic food. But with time, it started to become a more sophisticated private market. And today you can get all kinds of cheap Chinese products. I mean, China is like the manufacturing powerhouse of the world, and they are right there next to North Korea. There's a lot of ships and trucks coming back and forth between the two countries, which serves as the arteries for this black market. A lot of these goods end up in these markets. Here's one in Pyongyang. There's a part of me that wants to do a whole video on these markets because they are very interesting. The whole informal economy of North Korea is something I might do a video on. If you're interested in that, let me know, because man, I want to pull on that thread. But real quick, there's two things that I feel like I'm learning about North Korea because of this informal market system. Number one, North Korea's very survival is thanks to the presence of China. China, this massive manufacturer, rapidly developing country, is a lifeline for North Korea, both in the formal trade.
I don't understand why he's saying it's a black market while simultaneously pointing to government-sanctioned, government-built, possibly by children, child laborers, market facilities in every town across the country. Like, I feel like if it's a black market, doesn't that imply that it's being done without government supervision? Like, it just kind of, at what point does a black market turn into a market? Do you think they got Labubu? Oh, I know they got Labubu, bro. I know they got Labubus in North Korea. They probably got more Labubus than we do.
As well as the informal black market. And the second thing that this kind of confirms for me is just how much the centrally planned communist government does not work. It does not actually work to allocate.
Same bogus sources for the market stuff. Daily NK. North Korea's Sunan market site. Major investigation into embezzlement by local official. Oh, all of these, a lot of the fucking North Korean papers are just like, whatever.
Goods and services to the people. This country would not be able to survive without the black market. So in addition to China, the black market is the only way that a lot of North Koreans survive. But you can see how risky this can become, these informal markets, because the regime only works because it controls every aspect of people's lives. So these black markets are relinquishing some of that control. So every once in a while they crack down, they go in, they like break up the markets, they make sure to extract fees, they make sure that this doesn't get too out of control. Anyway, the markets are endless.
Yeah, they might get swept away with with the light of capitalism. This literally feels like 80s propaganda against the USSR. If only they knew the thrill of commerce like this, they would see the light of capitalism, and the Korean government hates that. They're so fearful.
Fascinating. One other thing you see in Chongqing is up here. This is a prison camp. Prison camps always have economic activity attached to them. And further up the valley, you've got...
Unlike the American facilities that also have economic activity attached to them, but American style, which is why that's cool and fine. Very different things happening. That's the different. Don't even. Burgers, guns, freedom, bald eagle scream, America.
This re-education camp deep in the valley for anyone who shows disloyalty to the regime. This one's for just over 1,000 men who don't live in these homes. That's for like the officials. They live within these walls and they spend their time mining copper and iron, cutting logs, making bricks, and farming. This is where we should talk about the prison camps, because this one that we just saw in the city, there's a lot of those. They exist in cities. Some are just typical prisons. Some are re-education camps, but there are way bigger ones, and they're up in the mountains, and they represent what I see as the most egregious version of North Korea's many human rights abuses. What's happening inside of these shapes is some of the worst stuff we can imagine. This is pretty upsetting stuff. I'm not going to go into like super detail, but let me just show you these 4 major prison camps, where they are, what they have inside of them, and who gets sent to them, and why.
He just like menacingly keeps zooming in and out. Dude, just zoom in, man. Just show me the scary human rights abuses that happen in North Korean prisons that seemingly don't happen in American prisons, even though we have the largest prisoner density on the planet. Well, I think maybe CCOT now might actually. CCOT are our foreign slave labor colony that we are using to send our immigrants to, might have actually overtaken America on the prisoner density number, but
and how and everything we know. You get sent to a prison camp for kind of anything. If you show any rebellion or disrespect to the party or the leader.
Ain't no way CCOT holds over 6 million prisoners? No, prisoner density per capita. I'm saying that America has the highest percentage of prisoners per capita, as opposed to, but I think it's El Salvador now because of CCOT, which I guess we could technically say is also American, since we're using it as well as our proxy prison.
If you're a public official who messed something up, you get sent to one of these. Just being accused of wrong thinking can get you sent to one. And it's not just you and your family, it is also your children and your grandchildren that aren't even born yet. This system detains multiple generations of someone they've deemed a political prisoner. Now, officially, none of this exists. North Korea laughably says that they do not have any such political prison system, but here they are.
There's actually around 700 penal facilities. Okay, now that goes from short-term detention sites, that you're there for a weekend, to those massive, 50,000 people concentration camp style sites.
And they have these names like Camp 14, Camp 11, and they're often on these huge tracts of land. Here's one up in the north.
These videos never end up comparing other countries deemed bad countries, foreign adversaries, to America, because the purpose of this video is to make you leave the video with the underlying notion that things might be really bad in America, but at least we're not North Korea. The moment that you flip the script and start talking about, haha, I was actually referencing America, is the moment where everyone will tap out of the video and go, you fucking piece of shit, how dare you say this? I know this from my own personal experience because I do this all the time, where I say, like, these are human rights abuses, okay? Which, yeah, of course they are. But the moment that I talk about, like, the very same, sometimes exact same human rights abuses taking place in the United States of America, Americans fucking blow a gasket, okay? They fucking short circuit. They go, what? No. They're doing it Korean style over there, which is so much worse.
It's like we're deep in the mountains here. Like, look at this. This is the prison camp. There are guard posts and fences. Some of these aren't completely fenced in 100%, but like, if you look closely, you will see fences here cut into this forest. If you look real close, you can see a guard post. And within these camps, not just adults, you've got a lot of children. Many of them were born in the camp. They know nothing different.
What?
And what you'll see inside these prison camps is a lot of economic, productive activity being done through forced hard labor. So like up here, you've got this coal mine. That's a big one. That's one of the reasons all of this stuff's in the mountains. Then you have a lot of farmland up here as well. Livestock. There's even a distillery here, maybe making some kind of hard alcohol to be shipped to Pyongyang. You've got a factory here. You've got a school, probably for the guards' children. The children in these camps are made to work from the time they are 4 to 6 years old. And the work hours are 10 to 12 hours long for everyone in this camp. Unpaid, forced prison labor. The conditions are horrific.
What? Okay, this I don't know and don't think is true. I think this is just a heavy speculation. What? There's children in the prison camps. They're born in the prison camps. They don't know anything other than the prison camps, and they're working at the age of 4 in the prison camp. Doing what? Goo goo gaga business? Like, what the fuck can a 4-year-old do in terms of labor? Like, this is the moment where like things that were kind of true turn into just like completely made up, hyper embellished shit. It's like Kim Jong-un shot his uncle in a piece of artillery into a pit where there were dogs, and then the dogs ate the fucking uncle, and then a week later the uncle is actually alive, and they're like, oops, I guess that didn't happen. Like, it's shit like that. Like, it's bad enough as it is. The conditions are not great. You don't have to fucking, I don't know, Yeonmi Park it. What the fuck? 4-year-olds are doing 10-hour shifts at the coal mine is a wild thing to say. He's not using any source for anything. No, some of the sources are like fucking National Endowment of Democracy type beats, but or like North Korea Daily, you know, like CIA newspapers, shit like that. He's not using any source for anything. Bro's making up 90% of this video with Google Earth. Like, the blue roof markets exist all across Southeast Asia. It's just a common roof color in the region. I don't get this at all. I look at Google Earth at night all the time. I don't make it into a YouTube video and repeat my delusions. I mean, this is almost as ridiculous as, like, in North Korea, the men pull the trains. You weren't there. How would you know? If you're going to talk about somewhere else, at least do the service of visiting it yourself. Okay, well, neither has he or Douglas Murray, and those guys love talking about North Korea.
People are on the verge of starving and often have to fight for resources. But you'll also see that even within these prison camps, it kind of feels like a North Korean city. It's like a little microcosm, a little mini version of the North Korean cities. Like, look, you've got a central square.
Defectors who escaped, tell them, thousands of them. Yeah, dude. Listen, I'm not discounting the firsthand testimony of defectors. There's a lot of valuable information that you can derive out of it. And then there's a lot of people who openly, other defectors, will say that they embellished as a direct consequence of the monetary incentive associated with openly embellishing about the conditions of North Korea. Yeonmi Park is one of the greatest examples of a North Korean defector. Okay? She also is one of the funniest memes of all time. She is literally used as a template for making shit up about a country, or sometimes saying the truth about America, but with the North Korean seasoning. Like, Yeonmi Park is such a fabulous that other defectors have literally been like, she's out of her fucking mind. She's just making shit up. Okay.
Square with a monument. You'll see murals of the great leaders. You'll have these indoctrination centers, a school. I want to know more about these schools. It's like a little mini city. These big ones, there's like 20,000 people who will live here. They are fenced in for the most part. Most people who come into this prison camp never leave. The people who are born here will never leave. These are life.
What are you saying? What the fuck? Where is the proof? None of this is true. I don't think. Like, he's just looking at a fucking Google map and is like summarizing something that like a defector most likely made up. What do you mean? There's four. Look, I'm sorry. After someone in all sincerity tells me that a 4-year-old is born in a fucking prison facility and is working 10 to 12 hours, it is very difficult for me to take them seriously after that point. Okay? Like, you can zoom in and out of a Google Maps thing all day, every day. That's not offering you additional credibility after you said something so unimaginable, so insane, that defies all fucking logic. What are you saying?
They have to hand massage a cow for their leader to take.
The wildest and most obvious made-up stuff comes from her YouTube channel, where she really just seems to be making all of this stuff up completely on the fly.
If you be sarcastic, especially about the leader and the party, not only yourself going to be executed, the 3 generations of your family gonna be executed and sent to political prison camps with you.
North Korea sucks. Right, this country that has been a non-stop occupation by...
I know he has sources in the description. They're all like fucking North Korea Daily. Like, even Western outlets are unfortunately unreliable when it comes to like understanding what the fuck is going on in North Korea. I don't know if you guys know this, but I have 2 very good friends from Australia who quite literally made a documentary about exactly this, okay? This thing that we're currently watching, which is that there is an entire industry designed around like the very limited amount of information that's readily available about North Korea, and how it's propped up by state departments that are invested in like constantly fucking talking about how terrifying North Korea is. Their names are Boy Boy and I Did a Thing. And they went to fucking North Korea to get a haircut, if you recall. The documentary is called Haircut. But your sources are all perfectly valid and true. I'm not even fucking sourcing this off of anything beyond what I've read and also what I have literally heard from people that went to fucking North Korea. Oh my God. Not to get all fucking Douglas Murray with it, but given that there are severe limitations and also a lot of interest in making shit up, it's very difficult to get a accurate assessment of the things that are happening. Now, having said that, the reason why I fucking mentioned this is because of the fact that, like I said, the Haircut documentary is quite literally about this, about how Western media makes shit up. The fucking North Korea, some of it is really silly. Yeah. Defectors fear impact of mounting skepticism of accounts told by celebrated North Korean escapee. Other defectors said you're fucking the bag up because you've made things up in such a spectacular fashion that, like, you know, you're ruining this market. You went way too hard, dude. Why is it always the neckbeard guys who pick a female creator to obsess to hate on? It's so E with you. Wait, what? Are you saying my criticism of famed propagandist who notoriously makes shit up such a that other defectors literally have called her out is equivalent to like hyper focusing on a woman misogynistically? What the fuck? Can you show evidence of her making things up? Yeah, like things that she says in this video, but most famously when she fucking says in North Korea, men pull the trains. This is physically impossible. Okay?
Yeah.
Were they eating them raw?
Sometimes if you find the skin, you do, but they do find some like fire and roast them.
So they were excited to find a rat to eat.
Yeah,
so they were catching them with their hands.
Yeah.
Were they eating them raw?
First Japan and then now America. They're definitely spending all of their resources on the joke police. North Korea blows, man.
Parents cannot feed their children. We give them mud because children are so hungry. And when you eat mud, you die in 10 days. You cannot go to the bathroom.
Sometimes even I get a little carried away. I see some mud, sometimes it has that perfect consistency, you know? And I start eating a little bit of it, but then I remember what Yeonmi Park said. I remember that, I think of it, and then I...
Bro, my mom does that shit when she talks about growing up in Vietnam during the war.
So you're born in North Korea.
Yeah.
Are you going there on the next tour? They don't do comedy shows there, do you?
I think that's the thing, like in North Korea, I knew about comedy, but in comedy, they have to glorify the dictators. So I was like so shocked in America, people can make fun of everything.
Yeah.
Or themselves or anything.
Yeah. Well, there's a dinner that they have every year where you make fun of the president. And the president has to be there and then get made fun of in front of everybody.
They don't get executed.
You know? Yeah. Crazy.
Wow.
So you're born...
God forbid a Korean woman has a hobby, dude. Instead of focusing on this girl, how about we actually see if we can disprove the comment about children growing up as generational prisoners? Okay. In North Korea, children are actually nuclear scientists because they have the most brilliant fucking children of all time. After all, North Korea has a nuclear program. And the only reason why they got this nuclear program is because the children are brilliant nuclear physicists. Can you disprove this insane claim that I made up just now? No, you can't, because I can't disprove something that you just fucking made up. What do you mean? Yeah, they got baby nukes. Babies are making nukes. Sometimes you have to think critically and go, well, that doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? What the fuck? Nice deflection? This is not deflection. The amount of effort required to maintain a penal state such as this one is insurmountable. Okay? This is a big fucking country. Like, what are we talking about? The fuck? This is why we need to blow up Iran. Somehow, yes. Also true. Wow. Spoken like a true State Department employee.
Sentences, and it really gets its roots from the old Soviet days, where so much control and power was wrought from just having the threat of this thing that the UN has called a human rights abuse with no parallel in modern times.
Like the person that we're talking about is a person who said Columbia University taught me the same lessons as North Korea.
After 5 years in South Korea, I came to America, guys. I came to the promised land. And I came here to study at Columbia University in New York City. And that's when I thought my journey to freedom ended. From now on, it's going to be all happy ending. I'm going to a land where justice alives and people understands the value of freedom. When I got to Columbia, I was completely speechless because the professors at Columbia were teaching exact same things that my North Korean teacher were teaching us back in North Korea.
Yeah, like math. Just why is she kind of bad though? That's like half of the fucking the half of the purpose here. Yeah, they were teaching biology, which is weird. I didn't understand.
Yeah. And I was thinking, how is this possible? My Columbia professor, 21st century, living in New York City, telling us math is racist. Math is made up by the white man to control the minority. After 5 years in South Korea,
in North Korea, they're teaching tricknology. The white man invented tricknology. Oh my Lord.
Like, this is a level of control and deprivation that doesn't really exist anywhere close to this degree.
20 odd million people that are basically prisoners.
Reminder that her lies are so outlandish that even other North Korean defectors call her stories ridiculous. A 59-year-old woman from Hyesan who escaped in 2009 laughed when asked, was anyone ever executed for watching an American movie? How can you be executed for watching an American film? It sounds ridiculous even saying it. That has never happened before. I go to church with around 350 defectors, and you ask any of them, and they will say exactly the same thing, she told us over the phone from South Korea. Other defectors confirm this. By the way, that idea that people get executed for watching an American movie isn't just Yeonmi Park's assessment. It is literally the type of insane statement that does make its way to CNN. This is why I was trying to explain to you that even Western media, unfortunately, is not very reliable when it comes to getting accurate information about the day-to-day existence of North Koreans. This isn't to say that, like, North Koreans are eating burger every meal and life is fucking fantastic, but overall, a lot of the stuff that defectors even say, they have a fucking financial investment or financial interest in, like, maybe exaggerating a little bit. So isn't that a good thing if other defectors are coming out and saying she's lying? It doesn't matter. That's my point. Did you know that other defectors that actually fucking routinely made fun of Yeonmi Park's insane claims about North Korea? Many of which does not make sense because it, like, you would have to suspend your disbelief. You would have to assume that North Koreans are like an alien force, okay? That survives on mud and rat skin, that somehow still have the capacity, in spite of how starving they are, that they are able to pull trains, which is, again, an unimaginably impressive feat for any human, let alone a starving population of child slaves that were born in a prison colony that never left the prison colony. Like, none of this makes sense. Yeah, and also she's the most famous and successful because she's lying, like aggressively lying. And it does not take much for like a person to make a claim like this, because there's no accurate information coming out of North Korea, as we've already talked about. So then mainstream resources will literally take up these claims and treat them as though they are truths. Like, it comes from a defector sometimes, okay? It goes to an outlet like Daily North Korean. Children in North Korean political prison camps face forced labor and other human rights abuses. Sometimes you want to even hear from like Amnesty International that will verify these claims without applying much scrutiny to them whatsoever. And then they make their way to like CNN. Yeah. Why do North Korean defector testimonies so often fall apart? This is an article that that was written on The Guardian. Cash incentives in the Western media's endless appetite for shocking stories encourage refugees to exaggerate. There's also stories of defectors that will literally suffer because they also get mistreated by South Korean society broadly, and also can't get a fucking job in South Korea, which causes them to make up new shit because there's an incentive structure designed around like constantly creating new stories. Constantly creating new stories that are even more embellished, because that's the only job you can get. You defect. Obviously, the conditions are not great in North Korea. I'm not saying that they are, right? You defect, you run away, you go to China, and then the Chinese government sends you to South Korea. Then your only opportunity after you've gone through the investigation and the interrogation process to show that you are not somehow a double agent for North Korea, the only way that you can make money is by telling your stories, because you can't get a normal fucking job. And even if you do get a job, it's hard to survive in South Korea in general, which is why South Koreans themselves call it, what, hell on earth? But ultimately, if North Koreans are captured in China, they send it back to North Korea. Okay, China sends them back to North Korea. Then you escape China, and then you get to South Korea. There are stories of even defectors that have tried to go back to North Korea afterwards because they miss their families or because they can't fucking survive. What's the reason they can't get a job? I mean, the reason why they can't get a fucking honest job that allows them to survive is because it's the same fucking reason why regular South Koreans can't get a fucking job either. I assume that stop. That chatter is wrong. Yeonmi Park was sold to be a sex slave to an R-worded Chinese farmer. No, you're also wrong. She claimed that she was sold as a sex slave to an entire family of Chinese farmers that all happened to be R-worded, is how she described it. She said every single person in the family, in the Chinese farmer family, was disabled mentally. She did say that. That's another thing that she said. Yeah, there's no verifiable education, work experience. Most lack post-secondary education, South Korean discrimination against North Koreans, etc., etc. Exactly. There are a fucking shit ton. There are a shit ton of reasons why if you're a North Korean defector, you're going to have a hard time getting a job. You already have a hard time getting a job in South Korea, even if you are South Korean and went to school. Like, obviously, things are not great in South Korea. It's true. I was there. I was the farmer. I was one of the mentally disabled farmers. Anyway, let's continue.
Prisoners to a system that they can't change.
This is kind of like a condensed version of that, a prison within a prison. Now, there's obviously a lot more study that's been done and visual analysis from satellite imagery. In our sources, you can read some of the human rights groups' reports on this, where they've done sort of a deep dive and annotation. I've just done a quick overview here. And to contrast the prison camps, let's go to Wonsan, where I found one of Kim Jong-un's palaces. We can really show you what Kim Jong-un does with this power that he's extracted from his people. So this is Wonsan, and up here, you got your empty square with the circles, you got a port. Then up here, you've got this international children's camp where kids from all around the world come to partake in North Korean fun and sport every year. And then right here is the Kim family compound. Look at this, right on the beach. It's got this private beach with all kinds of security barriers. It's got all of these massive structures, big yard, a shooting range, and right here next to it, of course, a railroad just in case the guy has to scurry away in case of an invasion or something. So he's always got an escape.
Yeah, so does every fucking leader of every country in every state around the planet, okay? The notion that there are escape routes available for a president is not worthy of scrutiny or fascination. It's just how it is. Like, what the fuck are we talking about? The only thing that's unique is that they use a bulletproof train, okay? That's it. That's the only unique part about this. Same with Vladimir Putin. What the fuck?
Plan. So while the 100,000 North Koreans,
like, he's literally saying, like, this president's like such a pussy, dude. What are you, scared that you're gonna get fucking invaded, dude? Okay, why does every president have that? Of course every president has that. Like, yeah, but they're escaping in like a weird Korean way. You know what I mean? Like a weird North Korean style situation. That's why they're escaping Korean like.
Are imprisoned up in the mountains. Kim Jong-un has his residence here on the beach. You know, I've known this. I've known that North Korea is crazy, but to see the prison camps and then to see this is just, it's fairly sickening to me. So when you're out here in rural North Korea, like I've been a lot lately, you stumble upon a few weird things. Check this out. Like you'll get this, like, this looks like maybe an anti-aircraft battery, like a military installation, maybe here in this red earth. Then you get these like really peculiar looking.
Wow. Hold on. I got this. Hold on. One second. Hold on. I got this. Just trust me. Okay. Are you ready for this? Folks, I got to show you something. Okay? I have it on good authority. Here you have the Department of Corrections. This is a former prison in DC. Okay? You can't really see. It's really bad. The visuals are really bad and really scary. And you should know that it's really scary. Also, only a couple miles away, this incredible sight. Computer enhance. The president, the leader of this country, only miles down the road, living in this house. They say some parts of the house might have been built by slaves, real human beings that were bought and paid for and sold as commerce in the market. Up on the roof, snipers. What are they afraid of? This president must be terrified of his own population. Underneath this house, tunnels. That's right, miles and miles of tunnels. You can kind of see, here it is, the entry point into the tunnel system so that the president can evacuate with ease. That's right. I didn't want to show you this, but it needed to be done. Isn't that scary? I'm terrified. I found a disturbing image of a place looking barren. What is this website that you sent me? Mapsales.com, North Dakota. Wow. Look at this land. Not a single Walmart to be seen here. Terrifying. Mapsales.com. 100% satisfaction guaranteed. The leading source of wall maps. Who the fuck goes to mapsales.com to purchase this specific map of North Dakota? The North Dakota satellite map dramatically displays the Peace Garden State as seen from outer space. The striking aerial view map was created from spectral data, satellite image data obtained from NASA's Landsat satellites, which was then combined with 3D shaping to provide a natural-looking satellite map. That's amazing. Oh, God. I'm showing the scary house again. It's white.
Housing blocks that are just eerily symmetrical. They're kind of everywhere out in the rural area, and they are often built next to a farm. I've never seen villages like this anywhere in the world from the sky. They're just so clearly, deeply planned. But what I'm learning...
Yeah, dude. They have a command economy. Yes. Also, it literally resembles an American suburb. Motherfucker, look at Houston, okay? What the fuck? Like, what are you saying? Like, look at this. Look at this, please, dude. Ooh, I've never seen such symmetrical design. What are they planning? Indecent things, I suppose. What the fuck are we doing? Ooh, look how planned and symmetrical. How insidious. What the fuck?
Learning is that this is how a lot of stuff gets made in rural North Korea, a lot of the farming. Like, look at this. See all these houses? All of these houses, which look identical to each other, they are all a part of this factory. This is a factory that makes, let's find out. Boom, there we go. Fruit. This is a fruit processing factory. Out here, way out in rural North Korea. And all of these homes are the people who work in the fruit factory. Something Jacob pointed out to me is that a lot of these are duplexes, meaning two families live here, and you can see this is their backyard, and they have kind of a separator. So they have this little plot of backyard. This is their community.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie. This literally feels like glazing North Korea. Like, in America, you don't get a government-sponsored condo when you're working at the factory, which is close enough to your home. In America, you get nothing. You get to live in an apartment with like 8 other people as you go to the fucking factory down the road, and you have to drive there on top of that. What the fuck? Stop. I live in a 1-bedroom brownstone in Princeton, New Jersey with my 5-person polycule, and this is scaring me.
Community. You are assigned a job here and you work here. I don't see a car anywhere on these roads.
You mentioned cars. Of course, private ownership of vehicles isn't really a thing in North Korea, so there's no need for parking spaces.
Yeah, I wonder why. It's not a thing. Let me think. Perhaps there might be a reason for it. I don't know. Maybe because they have been forcibly excised from participating in the global marketplace. And as a consequence of that, they didn't really develop industry surrounding private vehicles and instead focused on the limited opportunities they had on public transit.
You are living here and working here for your whole life. I see some people biking, some people walking, but the other thing you see are these vast complexes of greenhouses. Kim Jong-un has been going nuts on greenhouses, building as many as he can. This was an airport for some reason, but over time, this airport got turned into a massive greenhouse complex. Kim Jong-un has been doing this, and in fact, just a short time. This is 2022, and this is today. Like, man, they build stuff fast.
You know who built the greenhouses? Children. You know who's working in the greenhouses? Children. That's right. You might have guessed it. It's children. It's always children. Children are working and building the greenhouses. Children built the previous airspace as well. They built the airport, and then they were flying the planes.
Fast, it seems. So one way that North Korea works is by just assigning people jobs and having them live and work in the exact same place. But man, I get really mesmerized out here in rural North Korea looking at the configuration of the housing. Okay, but we have to talk about the capital. I know everyone's wondering, like, the capital, it's the most interesting. I've been holding off because I feel like the capital gets so much coverage, and I'm interested in like these rural, like, backwaters. But let's talk about the capital. In order to understand Pyongyang and like what it is, you have to understand this concept of Songbun, basically the caste system for North Korea. It's how they subdivide the people. And like once you're in one class, you're in one class, and like your kids are in that class too, and you can maybe move up or maybe move down. If your grandpa was like supportive of the Japanese or wasn't super loyal during the revolution, then you are a part of the hostile class. Like, you are not to be trusted, you are not loyal, you will have the worst jobs, the worst opportunities, you will get the worst punishments. The wavering class are kind of the middle ground, and they are more trusted. They're still on thin ice like everyone, but they have more opportunities. They get better healthcare, they get better schools, better food. But the core class, those are the top dogs. They're party officials, they're the elites. And those are the people who live in Pyongyang. They live in a completely different world than the rest of the country. The capital, which is a pretty wild looking place. Here on Google Earth, they've put these little 3D renderings of like the big super wild hotel at the center of town that actually
isn't that supposed to be a casino?
Looks really awesome and cool and wild, but it's totally empty. At least that's what the reports say. It's just a big piece of propaganda. Part of it is that with these buildings, because electricity is so flaky in North Korea, you actually don't want like a high-rise like penthouse, because if you're like at the 30th floor.
What the fuck is he? Is he eating chips with chopsticks? They should have never let Mormons escape Mormonism and find the internet, bro. We shouldn't let Mormons out of the country. Straight up. We should just keep them in the country.
And the power goes out, you're walking 30 floors of steps. So the most desirable apartments, according to Martin, the expert interviewed, are the ones on the bottom floors. Okay, so Pyongyang has big old stadium, monuments, big grand boulevards, lots of buses. So much transportation happens on buses in North Korea. And as you're rolling around here, you see a lot of like pretty peculiar architecture.
A throwback.
Like, just understand that this is a pre-recorded video, as in he wanted you and me to see that he was eating chips with chopsticks when he was talking. Okay? Like, I need you to understand, this is all a performance. This is not a live stream. He wrote a script for this, and in the script he was like, I'm gonna be eating chips with a chopstick while explaining to you Pyongyang. Okay, I'm gonna in the edit.
Back to Soviet era, when cities were laid out on a template and you had, brutalist architecture and everything, and just rows of.
I still love Johnny Harris. Donald Harris is one of my favorite content creators, straight up. And it's been a while since we've reacted to a Donald Harris video.
Apartments and no real like suburban landscape.
A lot of these theme parks are empty parking lots all the time. It is like, you know, just a snapshot in time. So we don't actually know, but I've never seen anyone in these. Although, check out this promo video from this water park.
Oh my God, doesn't this baby know that she has to go back to work at the baby factory? You're acting all cute now, Korean child. If you are not extra cute in this video, you and 3 other generations will serve in the baby factory.
You start to see that like a lot of this stuff is built to show the outside world that North Korea can do this, and to show, you know, fellow North Koreans that North Korea can do this. That is a massive part of construction in this country. It's not about serving the broader people as much as it is about telling a story. So many sports, like sports are a big part of North Korean culture. Kim Jong-un's got his little signature buildings here. Every leader has a different style, and Kim Jong-un is just doing it with these curvy apartment buildings. One thing you see here is churches. There's a bunch of random churches in Pyongyang. One of them is this Eastern Orthodox Church, which North Korea built for their good friend Russia. Here's Vladimir Putin in this Eastern Orthodox Church. Oh, but here's a Protestant one. Founder of the country Kim Il-sung had a mother who was a Protestant. And apparently she was a deacon here in this church. So they restored this church, and it's sort of like a symbol that, like, look, North Korea believes in freedom of religion. But they, to be clear, do not. Religion is not widely practiced in North Korea for obvious reasons. Now, what I love...
I don't think they fuck with religion like that in general. Like, I don't think it's anything more ominous than that. What do you mean for obvious reasons? Is he trying to say like obvious reasons as in like look at what the church has done in South Korea? Because I don't think that's what he means. Because if I was North Korean and I saw what the CIA was doing with the Christian churches in South Korea, I'd be like, no fucking Christianity, please. Not allowed. Okay. I'd be like, no, stay away, okay? Stay the fuck away from my country, please. Oh, my Lord. Fun fact, North Korea has a masjid, which is the Iranian embassy, but the employees are all Sunnis from across the world.
About Pyongyang is it takes the whole like big boulevard grand streets that are empty to a whole new level. I mean, look at this. Here's where the great leader used to live. This was their palace. And coming off it is this big grand square, empty. And coming off that, there is this grand boulevard that is just so grand and so empty. It goes down.
Oh, he means worshiping Kim as God? Oh, that's what he meant. I wasn't even thinking like that.
Through this big, beautiful roundabout, keeps going through a tunnel to another big,
I don't think that's
beautiful, mostly empty roundabout. There's a car. And now it enters into this massive grand, like this is, you would expect a urban design like this in like Mexico City or something. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 lanes going into this grand intersection for the 4 cars that are here. I mean, it's mesmerizing to look at, right? So anyway,
I think one of the saddest parts about both North Korea and even China is how fucking Amerifat coded they are. Like, they're also Ameriboos. It's American culture is like inescapable. But like everything he's shown of North Korea just kind of looks like cooler Houston. Like, I mean, China is like especially Amerifat coded with their car culture. Luckily, they still have tremendous public infrastructure and public transit options, but they also still definitely have a fuck ton of cars.
Anyway, That is the Grand Boulevard that leads up to this palace that the leaders used to live in. The leaders don't live here anymore now. Kim Jong-un lives instead up here. Let's see if I can find his house from memory now that I've been staring at it nonstop. Boom, there it is. Found it. Okay, here he is. He lives up in this big compound up on the hill. This big boy. This is his main residence in the city. I'm looking at my data set from Jacob, and you see potential underground entrances to these heavily secured compounds and bunkers. For how much we know these folks like to dig, you can imagine that behind Kim Jong-un's house, there are tunnels and bunkers. We don't know that, but...
Bro, what are we... I don't think he's making this shit up. I just don't understand why this is like, ooh, scary. Okay, this is what I mean. It's like, this is every leader of every country, including the United States of America. Like, that's, I don't know. Maybe this is unique, but I don't understand.
I presume there probably is. Now, Google Maps being what it is, someone put a concentration center label right over the hill from Kim Jong-un's house. I asked the experts about this, and they're like, no, that's not a there's not a concentration camp on the other side of Kim Jong-un's house. It's probably a barracks where his bodyguards live. Don't believe everything you see on Google Maps, folks. So yeah.
But you just did that. You did that the entire video. You literally zoomed shit, and whatever the thing that it said turned around and repeated. It's been 42 minutes. Why is it that at the 42nd minute, you finally go, maybe this seems a little bit far-fetched? The entire video was that. Just fucking diving around on Google Maps and being like, I'm zooming in here. Look at this scary place. Half of the stuff that he was talking about exists in every country, whether it be prisons, whether it be fucking prison labor facilities, or even like extraction routes for a head of state. And then the other half is just like zooming in and going, this is the scariest thing I've ever seen. And the image that he's showing is basically this. And then the additional classic stuff, like they have 18 generations of slaves in the prison colonies where children are being born and working for 12 hours a day at the age of 4.
Yeah, Pyongyang is a place that could look fairly developed and nice. And indeed, the imagery from Pyongyang does look fairly
let that not fool you.
Nice in some views. Because this is where the elite live, the core class. This is where the output from all of the horrific abuse and slavery that's happening out in the countryside comes to benefit. And this is the center of power for the regime. Oh, and something you can't see here, but that you see in a lot of like tourist videos is the very deep underground train system. They've got a subway that is very nice looking. And boy, I wish I could go there and visit and see it someday, but I probably will never do that for obvious reasons.
Yeah, because he's CIA.
Okay, I want to finish this video talking about the thing we can't really see on this map, which is the people.
They are regular people like you and I, and they have dreams and ambitions. They just want to have some food and enjoy themselves and go out with friends and just kind of have a happy life.
Despite all the horrors of this place, there are wholesome, meaningful traditions and rituals that still endure. The Lunar New Year, or the Harvest Festival, brings people together to celebrate. The extreme poverty limits their feasts, but they often consist of homemade alcohol, simple rice cakes, and something poverty and totalitarianism can't totally take away, which is community, the nourishment of relationships. As we've seen, most people can't really move around in the country, so they stay in one place, which defectors have reported leads to a sense of intimacy and connection with the community they live next to. They lean on each other, they survive because of each other, they celebrate together, and they seem to find meaning despite all the limitations and all of the control. One defector went so far as to say, "Everything was suffocating and pitiful in North Korea, but it is a country that I have many positive memories from. them. So if someone asks me, what is North Korea like? I say, North Korea is a nice place with plenty of love.
And that's, I think, one of the things that's often forgotten when we look at North Korea in the traditional media, because people having a happy life is not newsworthy, but a military parade or a nuclear test or a missile launch or something is newsworthy.
Yeah. So just leaving you with a reminder that there's more to this country than the horrible realities that we've seen here or that we often see on the news. If you want a deeper look on this angle of the country, there's a book called Nothing to Envy, which is a great human level account of life in North Korea. So thank you all for being curious with me as we looked at this map. To understand more about this secretive country, let me know what you want me to cover next.
Oh my God. North Korea can host the best F1 street circuits. The internet is such a cool place. You can become an expert in North Korean geography from the comfort of your own home. No, you can't. This video did not prove that. This video did not prove what you think it proved. Man, how North Korea builds cities is like how I play city building simulation games. Let us all appreciate the fact that we were born elsewhere. The fact that we're studying North Korea like it's an alien planet is just wild. Bro really chewed on more food in this video than North Koreans see in a week. Ugh, gross. Everybody gangsta until Johnny Harris says, look at this map. We have watched Mike Ok's video in North Korea. What is this? What is this? As an average tourist, this was the closest I could get to delivering my message to the United Nations on behalf of all my Israeli friends. Ordinary yet oddly opinionated, proud American, unapologetic Zionist. It's not mental illness. It's a bot, chatter. It's all these different hands. It's a bot. Never mind. It's the same hand. This hand is different, though. I think some of the initial hands were different, too, no? Aren't they? Try holding a middle finger like that. It's not possible. I just did. I don't think it's her hand, or it's not the same hand. Unless you moisturize it like a motherfucker on the inside of her hand as opposed to the outside of her hand. God damn, look at the outside of her hand versus the inside. That clip is getting you canceled? Why? Sun damage? No, she posted with the ring out to flex. People accused her of doing it wrong, and then she went back to flip it off the right way. I love hand watch at the Hasan Hour broadcast. It does seem like a bot account. No fucking real human being is wasting this much time posting this over and over again. I hope it's a bot account and not a real human being that's spending that much fucking time. Anyway, that's all I got for today. I'm fucking tired. I can't believe we did 9 hours. Shouts out to Jonald Harris. Jonald McDonald Harris for allowing us to go for 9 hours today almost. Peace from the Middle East. Peace in the Middle East. Love you all. See you tomorrow. Bye bye.
Sunny Los Angeles, California, says Hassan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again. Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uyghur's face. Sudden discord agitprop, great names take embrace. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction on mass riot at DC. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. There he is again, Hassan is streaming. Hassan is streaming. Reading a live stream, fair comments, Austin show